The man known to history as Josef Mengele was born on the 16th of March 1911 in the town of Günzburg in southern Germany. His father was Karl Mengele, an engineer who around about the time of Josef's birth had become the proprietor of a foundry which manufactured farming equipment for various purposes such as sawing, cutting and milling. There were 7 men on the payroll of the company in the early 1910s, which meant that the Mengeles were one of the more affluent families in the Günzburg area. Josef's mother was Walburga Hupfauer, who would subsequently give birth to Josef's 2 younger brothers, Karl Jr. and Alois. The young Josef grew up in a world which was in the depths of total war. It was only in the recent past that Germany had become a country at all. As recently as the 1860s, its territory was divided between over 24 smaller states. However, in 1871, these united under Prussian leadership to form the German Empire. This severely disrupted the balance of power in Europe, and in the decades that followed, the continent drifted towards war. Germany formed an alliance with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, while Britain, France and Russia allied to offset the rise of Germany. At first, these powers confined their disputes to proxy conflicts in Africa and the Balkans. But in the summer of 1914, a regional dispute in the Balkans led to the outbreak of a general European war. It soon expanded to bring in countries such as Japan, and so the First World War had commenced. It lasted for over 4 years, with Germany, Austria-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire fighting Britain, France, Russia and Italy, with the United States later joining on their side. The defeat of Germany brought the empire to an end, and a new German republic was created, named after the town of Weimar. More importantly, a series of punitive peace terms were imposed on Germany under the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, and these would have lasting repercussions. The infant Mengele might not have been entirely unaware of these developments, as they had impacted substantially on the Mengele household. Karl left to fight in the German army shortly after the conflict began, and Walburga was left to raise the children and attempt to keep the business ticking over during the war. She did this with a steely determination and successfully negotiated a contract with the German government to produce a type of army vehicle for use on the war front, known as the Fouragewagen. As a result, the company prospered, and when Karl Mengele returned to Günzburg at the end of the war, he was able to keep the company moving forward. By the early 1920s, it had become the 3rd largest producer of threshing machinery in the whole of Germany. Extended family members were called upon to aid in the building up of the organization, and as a result, the Mengele name is very common in the Günzburg area to this day, and Karl Mengele Straße is one of the main streets in the town. A curious contrast between the civic significance of the wider Mengele family and the appalling crimes which Karl and Walburga Mengele's eldest son would commit. More immediately, what this prosperity meant for Josef in the 1920s was that he had the financial backing to engage in extensive studies. Mengele was a relatively successful student in his teenage years. He excelled at art and developed wide interests in music and in physical activity. He appears to have favored skiing, the town being not too far from the northern end of the German Alps. In April of 1930, Josef Mengele passed his high school exams with a decent but hardly exceptional grade. Initially, he seems to have considered becoming a dentist, having noted that there was not one dentist in the local area and that this would be a promising trade to practice. However, he subsequently decided that this was too specialized and opted for medicine, with an emphasis on anthropology and genetics. He was clearly ambitious, and his correspondence from this time indicates an individual who wanted to impress his family by becoming its first medical scientist. And so it was that in October 1930 he left the family home and headed east to the city of Munich, the capital of Bavaria. Here he enrolled in both the medicine and philosophy departments, indicating an interest in both the hard science element of medicine and broader speculation and inquiry. It was a mix of interests which would later have terrifying results. Mengele arrived in Bavaria just as a new political party was emerging in the area and was beginning its ascent to power. The National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazi Party, had been founded a decade earlier and had quickly come under the control of an Austrian firebrand called Adolf Hitler. In November 1923, this collection of disaffected war veterans, whose main concern was to prevent the rise of leftist parties, such as the Communists, and to redress the overly punitive terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which had brought the First World War to an end, had attempted a coup in Munich, but it was quickly suppressed. Thereafter, they turned to constitutional politics to achieve their ends, but initially floundered at the polls until the autumn of 1929, when, after a decade of rampant growth, the Wall Street Stock Exchange suffered catastrophic losses and the world's economy went into a tailspin. As individuals lost their jobs and life savings throughout Germany, parties such as the Nazis and the Communists began to experience a surge of support in elections. As the Great Depression, which followed the Wall Street crash, dragged on through the early 1930s, Hitler and his associates would become ever more popular with their message of xenophobia and resentment at Germany's position in the world. Mengele was soon involved in the political torrents which were raging around him, although he would not become a member of the Nazi Party itself for some time yet. In March 1931, he joined the Stahlhelms, an ex-servicemen's organization which was named after the helmets worn by the German army during the First World War. The Stahlhelms marched regularly and held military-style rallies, but the Nazis also had an early appeal to the young Joseph. In his autobiography written years later, Mengele noted that the students of the university, those who had already reached the voting age, had contributed to this Nazi success. I was not then old enough to vote. My political leanings then were, I think for reasons of family tradition, national conservative. I had not joined any political organization, though indeed I was strongly attracted by the program and the whole organization of the National Socialists. But for the time being, I remained an unorganized private person. But in the long run, it was impossible to stand aside in these politically stirring times, should our fatherland not succumb to the Marxist Bolshevik attack. This simple political concept finally became the decisive factor in my life. From this, it appears that it was only a matter of time before Mengele joined the Nazis. Mengele's early years in Munich witnessed the full rise of the Nazis. By 1932, Hitler and his associates were the largest party in Germany, and their support translated into 40% of the national vote in the Reichstag elections which were held that year. This was still not enough to form a majority government, and Germany's politics floundered in the second half of 1932. At stake was whether the country would lean towards the Nazis or towards the Communists, the second largest political group in Germany by this time. Whichever was to seize power would probably spell the end of the Weimar Republic. Then, late in 1932 and into early 1933, the political and business establishment made a Faustian bargain with Hitler and the Nazis, agreeing to bring Hitler and several of his senior colleagues into the government, in the misguided belief that they would be able to control him and his party. It was a fatal underestimation, and having allowed Hitler in, the Nazis quickly set about seizing absolute power. A political emergency was concocted to warrant the passage of an enabling act, which effectively allowed Hitler as Chancellor to rule by decree. Thus, in the course of just a few short months in the first half of 1933, the Nazis seized absolute power throughout Germany and established a one-party state, one which would hold power for the next 12 years. By 1934, Mengele was increasingly preoccupied by his studies, although many of his contemporaries subsequently recorded that they never regarded him as being a particularly accomplished student. Many, however, would note that he made up for his lack of pronounced intellect with ambition and hard work. His ambition had driven Mengele to simultaneously study for a doctorate and act as a practicing medic during the mid-1930s. It was during this time that the Stahlhelms, which Mengele had been a member of for some time, were merged with the Sturmabteilung, or Brown Shirts, the Nazi Party's original paramilitary wing. Hitler had ordered the merger, distrusting the Stahlhelm's fundamentally monarchist nature. A serious kidney complaint forced Mengele to end his association with the organization, leaving him more time for his studies. Overall, his studies did result in academic rewards. In 1935, Mengele was awarded a PhD for a thesis entitled Racial Morphological Research on the Lower Jaw Section of 4 Racial Groups. Here, Mengele argued that it was possible to determine the race of an individual by examining their jaw alone. However, it should be noted that at this time, Mengele's findings were based on scientific principles, and there was no overt racist or anti-Semitic sentiments expressed in the thesis. This is significant, for it suggests Mengele had not been radicalized to the extent he later would be. Having finished his thesis and acquired his doctorate, Mengele briefly spent a few months working as a junior resident doctor, a compulsory service which was required for him to obtain a full medical license. It was during this time, while working in a hospital in Leipzig, that he first met Irene Schönbein, whom he would subsequently marry in 1939. Their only son Rolf would be born in 1944. However, while his personal life had prospered, Mengele was not suited to the work of a resident doctor, with its long hours and ward rounds, and he was eager to resume his studies. To that end, he sought and obtained a position as a research assistant at the Third Reich Institute for Heredity, Biology and Racial Purity at the University of Frankfurt in January 1937. Here he would study under Professor Ottmar Freiherr von Verscheur, an admirer of Hitler's and an individual who professed to be an expert on the ominously titled concept of race hygiene. It is to this period in his life that Mengele's more deplorable views and the corruption of his character can surely be traced. Until this point, while he had exhibited an interest in race and genetics, his earlier thesis was not overtly racist. In Frankfurt, he became steeped in Nazi racial ideology, and in May 1937, he finally applied to join the Nazi Party and was soon accepted as member 5,574,974. In the course of the late 1930s, Mengele worked closely with von Verscheur, often authoring reports for courts which the Nazi state was convening to judge German Jewish people who were deemed to have violated the Nuremberg laws, a series of oppressive measures which had been introduced during the mid-1930s to disenfranchise the Jewish population of the country. This involved rather perverse medical evidence. For instance, defendants were often brought before the court to decide whether or not they actually had Jewish blood, and so would consequently have breached one of the Nuremberg laws. In some of these instances, Mengele and von Verscheur would conduct physical examinations of the defendant, measuring his or her nose and other features in order to determine if the defendant did in fact have Jewish ancestry. There is a definite shift here from Mengele. In Munich, he had used legitimate scientific methods in his research and produced work which historians and other scholars have generally agreed was unproblematic even by modern standards. However, in Frankfurt in the late 1930s, there was a descent into unscientific racial theories based around Nazi ideology. Clearly, his time at Frankfurt had brought on a significant change of character. Whatever the nuances of his actual work, Mengele's role in Frankfurt was allowing him to progress rapidly in his career. Mengele was promoted by von Verscheur to become one of his assistant physicians after Mengele had been awarded his full medical degree from Frankfurt in 1938. It is from this time that Mengele first began to discuss the concept of individuals and races being improved through appropriate selection, a clear indication that he was fully involved in the Nazis' racial ideology by this time. And politically, he was becoming more and more mired in the regime. Several months after becoming a member of the Nazi Party, he applied for membership of the SS, or Schutzstaffel, one of the paramilitary wings of the Nazi regime, headed by Heinrich Himmler. and the one which would soon be placed in charge of a network of concentration camps which proliferated across Central and Eastern Europe. He would subsequently join the Waffen SS, an elite subgroup of the SS, while his professional work and political life were bleeding into each other as well, as he joined the Third Reich Institute and the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute, both institutions being to the fore of the study of eugenics in Germany, and, as a result, effectively mouthpieces for pseudo-scientific Nazi racial ideology. As Mengelé's studies were continuing through the 1930s, the Nazis were pushing Europe towards war. It had always been the stated aim of Hitler and his associates to overturn the terms of the Treaty of Versailles and reassert Germany's place as a European power. While the first years after the Nazis' seizure of power in 1933 did not see an overt effort to do so, from 1936, this aggression rapidly escalated. In the spring of that year, the German army moved into the Rhineland, remilitarizing a part of the country which had been expressly forbidden under the terms of the Treaty of Versailles. Then in 1938, Austria was effectively annexed into a Greater Germany, and further annexations quickly followed. First, the Sudetenland in Czechoslovakia in the autumn of 1938, and then, early in 1939, the conquest of Central Europe was effectively completed when Hungary and the rest of Czechoslovakia were turned into puppet regimes. At this stage, Britain and France had signaled that their appeasing of German aggression would not continue any further, particularly if Hitler tried to occupy Poland. And so it was that when Germany did invade its eastern neighbour on the 1st of September 1939, Britain and France declared war on Germany on the 3rd of September. The Second World War had begun. On the eve of the titanic struggle which would soon engulf the European continent, Mengelé's career had run into its first and only significant impediment under the Nazis. In the summer of 1939, he planned to marry Irena after several years of courtship, but there was controversy in the run-up to the wedding, with some querying whether his wife-to-be had some traces of Jewish blood. Mengele enlisted the help of some well-connected colleagues and friends, who assured the panel which adjudicated on these matters that Irena had very Nordic ways, and yet a search through records for the extended family as far away as the United States could not entirely resolve the matter. Consequently, while Josef was unable to comprehensively prove that he was not marrying a woman who had a small amount of Jewish blood, he was nevertheless able to sweep the question aside without having fully answered it. There is a dark irony here, as the man who would soon be deciding upon people's lives based on racial purity was prohibited from being issued a certificate himself by the Nazi regime that would declare his own children to be of pure Aryan blood. Mengele was pleased when the war broke out. His son Rolf would state many years later that his father had told him that he viewed the war as a necessary struggle to reassert the German nation after years of being trammeled and downtrodden following the First World War. Mengele had enlisted straight away. However, his old kidney ailment returned in late 1939 and made it impossible for him to enter service until the summer of 1940, by which time the German panzer divisions were conquering Western Europe in a blistering military campaign. Mengele was originally stationed at a military base in Kassel in central Germany. He remained there only for a few weeks before being reassigned to a combat position in his role as a member of the Waffen SS. As such, he was given an officer's title of Untersturmführer, or a sub-lieutenant, and the next several months were spent in occupied Poland, where Mengele was attached to the genealogical section of the Race and Resettlement Office, the goal of which was to assess the racial purity and thus suitability of individuals who were being chosen to settle as German colonists in Eastern Europe. The idea here was to effectively remove non-Germans from the new Lebensraum, or living space, which was being created in Eastern Europe. While Mengele was serving in Poland, the Nazi state itself was meeting with success in its war effort. The initial invasion of Poland in September 1939 had seen that country quickly overrun and occupied. Thereafter, a phony war of sorts followed through the winter and early spring of 1939 and 1940, as Britain and France tried belatedly to rearm themselves in preparation for a German attack on France. It was slow in coming, and when Hitler did make his move in the spring of 1940, it was to occupy Denmark and Norway. But then, in the early summer, a lightning attack on France saw the north of the country and the Low Countries completely overrun in just a matter of weeks. By the end of the summer of 1940, Britain stood alone against Nazi Germany. Worse was to follow, with Benito Mussolini's Italy now joining Hitler's Germany, and a campaign was commenced in North Africa to try to seize Egypt and the Suez Canal from the British. In the summer of 1941, that possibility looked imminent, and other parts of Europe, including the Balkans, had also fallen to the Axis powers of Germany and Italy. Thus, in mid-1941, the war effort looked very bleak indeed for Winston Churchill and his government in London. As the war turned in its favour, Nazi policy began to take on an even darker hue. Confident in the fact that they would soon be masters of Europe and would not have to answer to international pressure from other states, Hitler and the leaders of the Nazi Party began contemplating a more stark approach to their anti-Semitic policies. In 1940 and early 1941, they were considering the idea of forcibly removing millions of Europe's Jews to the East African island of Madagascar, where they would live in a kind of open-air prison. However, when the North Africa campaign stalled and the possibility of seizing the Suez Canal diminished, a much more drastic idea began to develop. This was the final solution: the idea that Europe's Jews would be forcibly rounded up and sent to the patchwork of several dozen concentration camps which had been created across Central and Eastern Europe since the inception of the war. Here, a small number of the most able-bodied would be used as slave labor in factories to produce German war materials, but most would be killed by exposure to gas within hours of arrival. This approach was ratified at the Wannsee Conference north of Berlin in January 1942, and mass murder was soon occurring at camps such as Treblinka, Sobibor, and Auschwitz. Mengele would soon be posted to the latter. Mengele was to see some military action in 1941. After a protracted period in Poland in mid-1941, he was reassigned to the Eastern Front. Flushed with success in 1940, Hitler had commanded his generals to begin plans for the invasion of the Soviet Union. Operation Barbarossa, as it became known, would be the largest land invasion ever undertaken by an army. When it commenced that summer, hundreds of thousands of German troops swarmed over the border into the Soviet Union. At first, the invasion met with enormous success, as the Soviet forces melted away and the German Wehrmacht advanced towards Moscow and Leningrad. However, gradually Joseph Stalin and his generals mobilized their troops in an effective fashion. Then, the Russian winter set in. The German army was unprepared for the extreme cold and had not been issued with adequate winter clothing. Consequently, in the course of the winter of 1941, the tide of the war began to shift as the German advance stalled a short distance from Moscow. Mengele served on this front in 1941, specifically in Ukraine, during which action he was awarded the Iron Cross Second Class. Mengele continued to serve on the Eastern Front even as the war was turning against Germany. In January 1942, he was appointed to the Medical Corps of the Waffen SS's Viking Division. This crack unit would eventually penetrate further into Russian territory than any other division of the German armed forces. However, Joseph was kept away from the front lines. As a medic attached to the division, he was deemed of considerable value and kept back towards the defensive lines, where the unit was performing clearing up operations as opposed to leading at the front. In July, the Viking unit was sent into action around the towns of Rostov and Bataisk in a vicious battle of attrition which lasted for 5 days. During this particular affray, he received the higher version of the Iron Cross, the Iron Cross First Class, as a result of rescuing 2 wounded soldiers from a burning tank while under enemy fire. Having dragged the pair to cover, Mengele had performed first aid on them. He was also awarded the Black Badge for the wounded and the Medal for the care of the German people. Thus it was that Mengele returned back to Poland towards the end of 1942 as a considerably decorated veteran of the Eastern Front. Mengele's return to Poland was probably not a result of mere chance or a reward for his performance in the field of battle. It is more plausible that he owed his recall from the Eastern Front to his old mentor, Professor von Froscheur, who had been appointed as a director of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute in Berlin in early 1942. This institute was charged with overseeing research in the Reich into the concept of racial purity and eugenics. With the decision to enact the final solution and the expansion of the concentration camp system, there was now a limitless supply of individuals who could be studied at the camps as part of this research, and with zero consequences for the researchers as to the methods they employed in their so-called research. Already in the summer of 1942, von Froscheur, in making his plans for heading to the concentration camps, had stated that he planned to take some of his former colleagues and students with him. Mengele was doubtlessly one of these, and it seems probable that von Froscheur had secured Josef's recall from the Eastern Front in mid-1942 for this explicit purpose. Consequently, in January 1943, after a brief hiatus in Poland, Mengele was back in Berlin at the Institute. But he would soon be sent to the place with which he has become synonymous, the concentration camp at Auschwitz in Poland. While all of this was proceeding, it was becoming increasingly clear to any German who took a somber look at the strategic situation that the war effort was doomed. Following the German defeat at Stalingrad, the Russians had gradually begun pushing the German armies back out of Russia. Moreover, in the spring of 1943, Britain, which was now joined by the United States following its entry into the war in December 1941, had defeated the combined Italian and German forces in North Africa. In the summer of 1943, a southern front was now opened in Europe against the Axis powers when the Western Allies commenced with Operation Husky and invaded the island of Sicily as a preliminary to encroaching onto the Italian mainland. Meanwhile, the Russians continued to press the Germans back into Ukraine and Poland, and in the summer of 1944, a Western front was also opened with the D-Day landings in Normandy and France. The defeat of Nazi Germany by the Allies was now inevitable, but what was open to question was the speed at which the retreat of Germany would occur, and which of the Allied powers would arrive in Berlin first. On that might depend much about how high-ranking members of the regime would be prosecuted in the post-war settlement. In May 1943, Mengele, who by now had been promoted to the position of Hauptsturmführer, a captain, received his posting to Auschwitz. The Auschwitz camp had started in a small way shortly after Poland had been conquered. However, by 1943, it had been expanded into a vast complex under the direction of its commandant, Rudolf Höss. There were 3 camps. Auschwitz I was the original camp and contained the administrative centers, the guards' quarters, and some of the earliest built detention facilities. Auschwitz II, or Auschwitz-Birkenau, was effectively an extermination or death camp. Here, Jews and other individuals who were sent here by the Nazi regime, including Roma gypsies and Soviet prisoners of war, were murdered en masse in shower rooms which were filled with the gas Zyklon B. The bodies were then quickly burned in crematoria, which were built on site. This factory of death was where over 1 million people, most of them Jewish, would be killed between 1942 and 1945. A final camp known as Auschwitz III, or Auschwitz-Monowitz, was used as a slave labor camp, increasingly for the purposes of producing a synthetic rubber manufactured by the IG Farben chemical company. It was to this vast complex that Mengele arrived in the early summer of 1943. When he arrived at Auschwitz, Mengele was appointed by Eduard Wirz, the chief medical officer of the entire camp, to the position of chief physician of the Romani family camp. His role in the wider camp was varied and brutal. The doctors at Auschwitz were central to what was called the selection. This was a process which occurred with new arrivals to the complex, when the trains of thousands of Jews, Soviet prisoners of war, Romani, and other unfortunates arrived at the camp, they were physically examined on the gangway next to the train platforms. Little did the bewildered newcomers know, but the doctors appraising them were handing out death sentences to most of them. They selected a small number of those who were deemed physically fittest, and these were sent to the labor camps, while a few others were selected for reasons relating to experimental research or some other reason, but the remainder were all sent to the gas chambers and would be dead within hours. Mengelé's detachment from any emotional response to this was strikingly clear. Some of the doctors at Auschwitz genuinely disliked being put on selection duty, a process which involved effectively condemning children and the elderly to death. By way of contrast, Mengele would sometimes show up to do it on his day off. Mengele was soon engaged in other activities which point towards a total lack of any emotional response to the suffering of others. This began almost immediately at the Romani family camp to which he was assigned upon first arriving there. Several weeks after he first reached Auschwitz, there was an outbreak of Noma within the Romani camp. This is an aggressive gangrenous process in which body tissue dies due to both the initial infection and a lack of blood supply which follows. It affects the mouth and lips in particular. A normal medical doctor's first concern would have been to treat his or her patients. However, Mengelé's was to carry out experiments into a disease about which little was known at the time. Patients who exhibited symptoms were isolated in separate locations to be studied. Most appallingly, several children who had the condition were killed before their heads and organs were removed to be sent back to the SS Medical Institute in the Austrian city of Graz for later study. This macabre research was still going on months later when a decision was taken to liquidate the entire Romani camp on the night of the 2nd of August 1944. There were other atrocities. The camps were riddled with diseases of all kinds, the result of poor sanitation generally, and the fact that those who arrived at Auschwitz were often carrying diseases already, a result of the cramped conditions of the trains which transported them to the death camp. As a result, diseases such as typhus and scarlet fever were often rampant. Mengelé's approach to dealing with such outbreaks was viciously utilitarian. On one occasion of a typhus epidemic, he simply sent the entire populace of the barracks in which it had been detected, some 600 Jewish women, to the gas chamber. This barracks was then sterilized before moving hundreds of new occupants in who were deloused and given new clothes on arrival. The process was repeated with each barracks. Perversely, for his actions in this regard, in stamping out outbreaks of disease at Auschwitz, Mengele was awarded the War Merit Cross, and in 1944 was made the senior first physician of Auschwitz-Birkenau. And this was not an isolated incident. There are many reports of Mengele sending hundreds of people at one time to the gas chamber as a precautionary measure against the disease. He was particularly ruthless towards the Romani population of Auschwitz, but surely his most brutal action was in ordering the liquidation of thousands of Jewish people towards the end of 1944, when the camp's ration supplies, which were a mere 700 calories a day for prisoners, could no longer be sustained. While Mengelé's actions in combating disease and ordering other mass deaths at Auschwitz were brutal, he has become most notorious for the experiments he carried out at the camp. Mengele treated Auschwitz as a giant laboratory through which he could continue the research he had started back in the mid-1930s on heredity and genetics. In this regard, he treated the inmates of Auschwitz as research material, in much the same way as a chemist might treat the chemicals in his lab as something dispensable. He was particularly interested in people with dwarfism and heterochromia iridum, the latter being the condition whereby the individual has two different colored eyes. His methods were often brutal. One experiment involved injecting chemicals into the eyes of those with heterochromia iridum to see if he could change the color of the irises. Often after studying the subjects to the maximum degree to which he felt it was possible, he would have them killed, or killed them himself, with lethal injections so that their internal organs could be studied and their skeletons preserved for later research. Perhaps the most shocking experiments involved Mengele removing some subjects' organs without anesthesia. One man, who had one of his kidneys removed in this way, was quickly sent back to work without painkillers. Mengele is particularly notorious for his research into identical twins at Auschwitz, with whom he became obsessed for his study of heredity and other characteristics. Often when the selection of new arrivals was taking place on the gangway near the train station at the camp, Mengele was on the lookout for twins for his research. These were typically twin children who often arrived together, though there is evidence of a pair of twins who were nearly 70 years old being examined by Mengele. Exactly how many sets of twins he examined at Auschwitz is unclear, but alone during the summer of 1944, when 400,000 of Hungary's Jews were murdered en masse at Auschwitz, Mengele is said to have identified and examined at least 175 sets of twins. In a bizarre twist of circumstances, being a twin could actually initially be of benefit to an individual in surviving Auschwitz. Many who were selected in this fashion by Mengele would most likely have otherwise been sent straight to the gas chamber, while Mengele's twin subjects were also fed better than nearly all other inmates at the camps. Their heads were not shaved, and they were often permitted to keep their own clothing, rather than wearing the standard issue uniforms which were given to all others at Auschwitz. Mengele's research involved a large amount of taking measurements and other seemingly banal examinations of the twins. Witnesses later testified that Mengele was extremely detailed in this work. Exact measurement of the twins' skulls and other facial features were taken. One twin, who survived Auschwitz, later recalled Mengele measuring he and his twin brother's eyes for approximately 2 hours. Such examinations could occur 2 or 3 times a week for periods of months, and photographs were also taken. All of this seems to have been so that Mengele could record where physical variations, however minute, might have existed between identical and non-identical twins. But there was also a much more sinister aspect to all of this. Often Mengele would induce pain in one twin to see if it impacted on the other. Chemicals were used and subjects were injected with random substances. Most brutally, Mengele's work on twins extended to studying their internal organs, and as such, he routinely murdered sets of twins using injections of chloroform and then dissected them. On one occasion, he suspected a set of Romany twins of having tuberculosis, so he simply killed them and performed an autopsy to confirm his suspicion. Mengele had been wrong in his suspicions. The children did not have TB. What is most striking about all this was the simple manner in which Mengele completely dissociated himself psychologically from the act of killing. First-hand witnesses from Auschwitz, including Jewish doctors who were forced into acting as Mengele's lab assistants, reported afterwards that Mengele could be quite kind towards the twins he studied and other subjects of his research. He would often bring them sugar or treats and inquired how they were doing, yet just minutes later he could murder them as though it were nothing at all. Mengele was evidently so obsessed by his research that he believed it trumped any concerns of conventional morality, while his total indoctrination in Nazi ideology and the concept of Aryan racial hierarchy inculcated into him the idea that murder of supposedly less evolved races was completely acceptable if it could produce some scientific benefit for the Nazi regime. The result was terrifying. Here was a man who hummed Italian operas to himself while he dissected people he had murdered just minutes earlier, for no reason other than a wish to study their organs. Consequently, it is no surprise to learn that Mengele became known in Auschwitz as the Angel of Death, in part because of his ubiquitous presence at the selection and because of widespread knowledge of his experiments. Luckily, the experiments would soon come to an end, as the Russian advance on the Eastern Front into Poland had continued in the course of 1944. The SS had begun dismantling the concentration camps and destroying what evidence could be obliterated. By the early winter, moves were underway to abandon Auschwitz, and it would eventually be liberated by the advancing Soviet forces on the 27th of January 1945. Mengele was relatively late in leaving. On the 17th of January, he was transferred to the Großrosen concentration camp in Lower Silesia. He took with him extensive samples from his research and his copious notes, but the bulk was left behind. His time at Großrosen was not extensive, and by mid-February he also had to leave there, again narrowly missing the advancing Soviet armies. This was just the beginning of a continuous effort to elude the conquering enemy. For the next 3 months, Mengele moved even further westwards, trying to disguise his identity. By early May, he was in the Sudetenland in Czechoslovakia. It was here that he would have learned of Hitler's suicide in Berlin on the 30th of April 1945 and the collapse of the Third Reich in the days that followed. On the 8th of May, Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel signed the final surrender of Germany in Berlin, bringing the Second World War in Europe to an end. Mengele was a marked man once the war was over. The Allies had determined that they would not seek excessive retribution on Germany itself in the aftermath of the war, but it had been agreed that those who were at the top of the government would be prosecuted for war crimes, and in particular those who had been in the SS and had run the concentration camps would be charged for their crimes. Mengele would be among them. He knew he needed to stay ahead of those who wanted to apprehend him. On the night of the 8th of May, just hours after the war had officially ended, he crossed back into Germany, now making efforts to disguise his role as a member of the SS and posing as a rank-and-file German soldier. This continued for weeks. In mid-June, he narrowly avoided apprehension when some 10,000 German soldiers he had been amongst were detained together for questioning. But just days later, he was finally apprehended when his unit was arrested by an American division. What is striking about what happened next is that when Mengele was questioned, he gave his interviewers his real name, and it was even recorded as such by those who were questioning him. But for some reason, it was not realized at the time exactly who he was, that he was a high-ranking member of the SS and that he was the notorious Angel of Death of Auschwitz, a fact which had been clearly recorded by this time. In April 1945, he had been added to a list of wanted high-profile war criminals. This was as close as Mengele would ever come to justice. For weeks he was transferred between detention centers, but eventually in September 1945 he was released. What seems to have won him his freedom was that he did not bear one of the blood group tattoos, which nearly all members of the SS were tattooed with. Mengele had refused this in 1938 when he had joined the paramilitary organization. That decision now brought about his freedom. He was dropped at the town of Ingolstadt in late September 1945, and from there he headed to the city of Donauwörth. This was a time when Germans were still being stopped and questioned regularly by the American and other Allied troops who were in every town and village in the country. So it was that he began to identify himself as Fritz Ullmann, in line with some documentation he had, which had previously belonged to a friend of his by that name. Later, he altered these slightly to read Fritz Hollmann. Another close call in Donauwörth led him to head for the Russian-occupied zone in eastern Germany. Here he finally managed to get word to his wife Irena that he was safe and was avoiding detection. Irena Mengele had already been questioned repeatedly as to her husband's whereabouts. This was the beginning of a long period in which Mengele continuously moved around Germany in the post-war period. His state of mind was not entirely level during this time. Bizarrely, a couple with whom he stayed for a while late in 1945 remembered him as stating that he intended to turn himself in once he could receive a fair trial, asserting that he had done everything he could to improve the situation at Auschwitz. Eventually, in the early winter of 1945, he found a job working as a farmhand in the foothills of the Alps, having returned to southern Germany. Here he worked for the Fischers, under his alias of Fritz Hollmann. The Fischers soon began to suspect that their new lodger was a fugitive, not least as Mengele would speak about the Allies as the Crusaders who had invaded Germany, and his bitterness about the post-war settlement would often boil over in conversation. Soon he was back in contact with his wife, and in the course of the months that followed, she would visit him periodically in secret. And this is the life he led for several years as the Allies made episodic efforts to locate him. These were often half-hearted though. Without any record of his whereabouts or sightings, many assumed Mengele was dead already, in the same way that many other senior Nazi war criminals had simply vanished in the aftermath of the war. Eventually, in 1949, Mengele decided to leave Europe altogether. This was achieved using the so-called rat line, a network of individuals who were sympathetic to the Nazi cause, who used various methods to smuggle former Nazis who had remained in hiding out of Germany. Assisted by several individuals in this way, Mengele made his way over the German-Italian border in mid-April of 1949 and travelled to the city of Genoa in northwest Italy. Here he duplicitously acquired a passport from the Red Cross under the name of Helmut Gregor, and in the summer he sailed for South America. Here the Argentine government was particularly welcoming of former Nazis, a result of the acrimony between the regime there and the United States, while several other Latin American states also viewed aiding German war criminals as an act of defiance against the United States and its neo-imperial policies in Central and South America. Moreover, the Nazis had shipped massive amounts of money and material goods to Argentina in advance of the war ending, and it was these which bought many their relative freedom there after 1945. As a result, individuals such as Adolf Eichmann, one of the prime architects of the Holocaust, and Mengele were allowed to live in Argentina unmolested for a great many years. It was here in Buenos Aires that Mengele first settled late in 1949. Mengele's life in the years that followed was one of gradually establishing a new life in South America. For a time he worked as a traveling salesman, selling farm equipment, tools which he had grown familiar with on the Fischer's farm in southern Germany. After spending some time living with a Nazi sympathizer, he moved into an apartment of his own in Buenos Aires. Some family funds were channeled to him in Argentina from Germany, and it was enough for him to take a stake in a carpentry business and rent a house soon thereafter. It is also probable that he practiced medicine during these years, without an official medical license. There are records which suggest, for instance, that Mengele was involved in organizing illegal abortions. His family life changed too. Mengele's wife Irena, despite remaining faithful to him through the horrors of Auschwitz and the post-war period, was unwilling to leave Germany for South America. They divorced in 1954, and Mengele remarried 4 years later to Marta Mengele, his widowed sister-in-law, who had previously been married to his brother Karl and who had joined him in South America. Such was the laxity of surveillance of Mengele that he was even able to briefly return to Europe during the mid-1950s to see his son, and he began living back in Argentina under his real name. That Josef Mengele was able to escape detection in plain sight during these years was largely owing to the fact that nobody was looking for him. The German authorities and the Allies had assumed he was dead by the late 1940s. This was despite coming to the attention of the authorities in Argentina. In 1958, he and several other doctors were questioned in relation to a network of medical professionals who had been performing illegal abortions, though Mengele was not charged. The episode produced enough worry, though, that he decided to change his location again, and in the late 1950s and early 1960s, he moved around South America on numerous occasions, at one time living in Paraguay and briefly residing in Bolivia as well. And this cautious approach led him to avoiding arrest again in the summer of 1960. In mid-May that year, the Israeli Secret Service agency Mossad raided the house of Adolf Eichmann in Buenos Aires. They had been tipped off as to Mengele's possible whereabouts and were preparing to seize him too. But Mengele was in Bolivia at the time. Eichmann was brought back to Israel, where he stood trial in the most dramatic prosecution of a Nazi war criminal since the Nuremberg trials of 1945 and 1946. He was found guilty and executed there in 1962. Despite the close call with being captured that Mengele had had in 1960, and despite the fact that it was now clear to international Nazi hunters such as Simon Wiesenthal that Mengele was in fact alive and living in South America, he returned briefly to West Germany shortly afterwards. Then he relocated to Brazil, where he resided on a farm near São Paulo, belonging to a Nazi sympathizer by the name of Wolfgang Gerhardt, while his second wife Marta settled for a time in Italy. These were the years in which Mengele was most actively being pursued, as Israeli agents and others sought his extradition from Latin America and tried to pin down his location. As such, it is not often possible to be sure where exactly Mengele was at any given time. At one point in 1962, Mossad had gathered intelligence that he was in Egypt. It is impossible to tell if this is accurate or not, though it continued to be South America where Mengele largely hid with the aid of Nazi sympathizers such as Gerhardt and a couple of Hungarian expatriates by the name of Geser and Gita Stammer. These helped him acquire further hideouts around São Paulo and Brazil throughout the 1960s. Their aid extended to Mengele assuming Gerhardt's identity when the German headed back to Europe to receive medical care for a family member. Josef Mengele would elude justice for the remainder of his life. He eventually died on the 7th of February 1979 after years of poor health. He had already had a stroke in 1976 and was affected by other ailments, including high blood pressure. His death, when it came about, was owing to a second stroke while he was swimming at the seaside town of Bertioga in Brazil. The cause of his death is given as drowning. He had nearly reached his 70th year, making him one of the longest-lived of the more notorious Nazi war criminals. And 2 years earlier, his son Rolf had visited his father in São Paulo. He had not seen his father in over 20 years, and it was the first time he met him as an adult. His impressions of his father, as recorded much later, were of a man who, over 30 years after the war had ended, showed no remorse for anything he had done, but rather continued to affirm that he had done what he did at Auschwitz as part of his duties as an SS officer. Rolf Mengele concluded that his father was an unrepentant Nazi. There was one final twist to the story of his flight from justice. For many years the world was unaware of Mengele's death, and Nazi hunters such as Simon Wiesenthal continued to make efforts to locate the Angel of Auschwitz in the hopes that he would be brought to justice, however belatedly. It was not until 1985 when intelligence brought a cache of Mengele's correspondence to light in his hometown of Günzburg in Germany that it was revealed that Mengele had died several years earlier. An investigation followed in Brazil to try to identify the place of his burial. These proved successful, and it was soon revealed that Mengele had been buried at Embu das Artes near São Paulo in Brazil under the name of the man who had sheltered and aided him many years earlier and whose name he had adopted, Wolfgang Gerhardt. Consequently, his body was exhumed in the summer of 1985, and an examination proved that it was highly likely that it was Mengele's skeleton, a fact which Rolf Mengele subsequently confirmed. It was never reburied. Today, the skeleton of the man who once killed people at Auschwitz simply so he could examine their organs is used as an educational aid at a medical school in the University of São Paulo. What should anyone say in evaluating a figure like Josef Mengele? As we have seen, this was a heinous individual, seemingly totally lacking in concern or empathy for those whom he experimented on and murdered, whether in the course of his experiments or as a cold effort to stop the spread of disease at Auschwitz. Perhaps it is worth assessing how he became the Angel of Death. Mengele did not become a member of the Nazi Party until 1937, and until the mid-1930s he was a promising medical student who combined exploration of anthropology with examinations of human features. He was an affable character according to those who knew him, and scholars since have noted that his work from these early days is not problematic. It is not suffused with racism or violence towards others, but rather could have been read as legitimate scientific work of the interwar period. In this respect, Mengele, prior to his involvement with the Nazis, was somewhat akin to Albert Speer, the architect who later became German Minister of War Production. Before the rise of the Nazis and their involvement with them, both were middle-class academics with promising careers ahead of them. Neither had demonstrated any overt outward signs of anti-Semitism or the capacity for mass murder. Ultimately, though, after he became involved with the Nazis and began his work into racial anthropology under Professor Ottmar Freiherr von Verschuer in Frankfurt at the beginning of 1937, Mengelé's character changed quickly. By the end of 1938, he was not only a member of the Nazi Party, but also of the Waffen SS, the most fanatical branch of the various Nazi paramilitary organizations. It was in this capacity that he enthusiastically joined the war effort following the invasion of Poland in September 1939, and from the beginning, some of his work involved the concept of supposed racial purity. But the worst of it came at Auschwitz between the summer of 1943 and when he fled the camp in January 1945. Here, in a stretch of time spanning just 20 months, Mengele personally ordered the deaths of thousands of individuals and, in a great many instances, committed the act himself by lethally injecting the subjects of his experiments. These same experiments ranged from the immoral to the downright perverse, such as when Mengele sewed two people together in a bizarre test concerning conjoined twins. They died days later after their wounds turned gangrenous. Mengele was certainly a harbinger of death at Auschwitz during his time there. In the end, however, Joseph Mengele escaped retribution. He spent over 30 years in hiding across a vast range of places and countries, sometimes returning to Europe and moving with seeming ease around Latin America. It is also striking how many people were willing to aid an individual who was guilty of the crimes Mengele had committed. He was also very lucky. In 1945, he was arrested by the Allies and let go on the basis that he did not have the standard blood group tattoo that nearly all SS members had. Then, he narrowly escaped arrest on several other occasions in the years and decades that followed, most notably in 1960, when Adolf Eichmann was arrested in Buenos Aires. As a result, Mengele escaped punishment in his own lifetime, but his crimes will never be forgotten. What do you think of Josef Mengele? Was he perhaps the most brutal of all the Nazis in his own way? And what explains his rapid change of character from 1937 onwards? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The man known to history as Rudolf Höss was born as Rudolf Franz Ferdinand Höss on the 25th of November 1900 in Baden-Baden in Western Germany. His father was Franz Xavier Höss, a former German army officer who had served in the colony of German East Africa, situated roughly where Tanzania lies today. Later on, once back in Germany, he worked as a senior clerk at a merchant's house which specialized in the importation of tea and coffee. He was a strict, austere individual, one who raised Rudolf, the only boy of 4 children, according to strict Catholic and military principles. Rudolf's mother was Paulina Höss, whose maiden name was Speck. She was a housewife who raised Rudolf and his 3 sisters. The Höss household, which was based in Baden-Baden until Rudolf was 6 years of age, was prosperous owing to Rudolf's father's successful job. And later in life, Höss would nostalgically write about an idyllic childhood in which his horse was his closest companion. In many ways, it resembled a typical upper-middle-class German family of the early 20th century, particularly one that was deeply religious. When Rudolf was around 6 or 7 years of age, the Höss family moved to the nearby town of Mannheim, where Rudolf's education began under a private tutor. This continued for 2 years before he was enrolled in a local elementary school where he proved himself a capable, though hardly exceptional student. Rudolf's father, in line with the family's extreme Catholic piety, wished for his son to enter the priesthood, and after young Rudolf graduated from elementary school, He was enrolled in a humanities school with a view to potentially entering a seminary in due course, but his father's wish for Rudolf to follow this path was scuppered in the early 1910s, when Rudolf's father died. With the influence which was driving him towards the priesthood removed, Rudolf would begin to gravitate towards a life in the military. Yet this was not an unusual pursuit in early 20th century Germany, a country which was filled with nationalist sentiment. Höss was born and was growing up just as Europe was bubbling over with a vast assortment of tensions and resentments rising between the great powers. Most of this focused on Germany. When the country had united into the Second German Reich in 1871, this severely disrupted the power balance across Europe. Germany was now a threat to Britain, which for long had been Europe's foremost power. As a result, in the decades that followed, a series of military alliances were concluded by the major powers, one consisting of Britain, France, and Russia, and the other of Germany, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and Italy. These powers would constantly clash in the early 20th century over rivalry for colonial possessions and other matters. Added to this division of the continent into two armed camps was a host of other problems, foremost amongst which was nationalist tensions in regions such as the Balkans, where the Ottoman Turkish Empire was collapsing, and both Austria, Hungary, and Russia wanted to step into the vacuum created by Istanbul's political and military collapse. Yet other groupings within the Balkans, such as the Serbs, had other ideas about this. Eventually, it would be the desire of these ethnic people to establish their own states, which would see Europe enveloped in war. The outbreak of a major conflict in Europe would have profound implications for Höss, despite the fact that he was still in his early teenage years. The war, which both then as well as in retrospect seemed somewhat inevitable, eventually broke out in the summer of 1914. The pressure cooker that was the Balkans was the source. In late June, while on a state visit to the city of Sarajevo, the heir to the Empire of Austria-Hungary, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, was assassinated by Gavrilo Princip, a Serb nationalist. Then, in the weeks that followed, the Austrian government in Vienna attempted to exploit the situation in order to crush the nascent Serbian state on its southeastern border and curb the rising nationalist wave in the Balkans more generally. In response, Russia began mobilizing its troops in the region, and the situation then gradually escalated as Germany, Britain, and France all began trading threats in late July of 1914. On the 1st of August, Germany declared war on Russia in defense of its Austrian ally, and on the 3rd of August, Berlin opened a second front by declaring war on France. A day later, Germany invaded neutral Belgium, which led Britain in turn to declare war on Germany. Thus, the murder of Archduke Franz Ferdinand ballooned in the weeks that followed into the outbreak of the First World War. Despite being only 13 years of age upon the outbreak of the conflict, Höss was soon involved. In 1915, having turned 14 the previous year, he abandoned plans to join the priesthood and decided to follow in his father's footsteps. As such, he joined the German army and, despite his age, was allowed to enlist in the 21st Reserve Squadron of the 2nd Baden Dragoon Regiment, the regiment which both his father and grandfather had previously served in. After 4 weeks of initial training, his unit was amalgamated into the German Army's Asia Corps, which was assigned to serve alongside the 6th Army of the Ottoman Turks, one of Germany's foremost allies in the Middle East. Then, between 1916 and 1918, he fought in several campaigns in the region around modern-day Iraq and Palestine, and it has been noted that he may have witnessed some of the atrocities which amounted to the genocide by the Ottoman Turks of 1.5 million Armenians during the course of the war in Turkey. He was also wounded 3 times during his service and received the Iron Cross 2nd Class as well as the Iron Crescent, the latter being a commendation from the Turkish government. Finally, in the spring of 1918, he was even placed in command of his own cavalry unit, despite still being only 17 years of age. The First World War came to an end in November 1918. It had been a tortuous affair. While the British and their allies had gained the upper hand in the Middle East campaign, the main arena of fighting was in northern France, where the Germans had fought the French and the British over a small portion of land for 4 years. The entry of the United States into the war in 1917 provided these Western allies with an injection of men and resources. This happened just as Germany's ability to maintain its war effort was diminishing, and despite its effective victory over Russia in 1917, when the revolutionary government of that country had elected to give away vast tracts of land in Eastern Europe in return for the ability to leave the war. But in the end, owing to dissent at home in Germany and a realization that the war could not be won, a full-blown invasion of Germany was not needed in 1918, before the country surrendered, effectively bringing the war to an end and bringing victory to Britain, France and their allies, and utter defeat for Germany, Austria-Hungary and the Ottoman Turks. When the news of the armistice reached the Middle East, Hus was stationed in Damascus, a city which he quickly left, returning to Germany in secret in order to avoid being placed in an internment camp as a German officer. Hus's return to Germany was not idyllic. His mother had died during his absence in the Middle East, and he soon clashed with the remaining members of his family who wished for him to return to his path to the priesthood which his deceased parents had set him on before the war had interrupted affairs. Instead, Hus became a quite disaffected individual, unhappy with the humiliating peace terms which Britain and France had imposed on Germany in the Treaty of Versailles, which had brought the war to an end. And he wasn't alone in his disaffection. In the immediate aftermath of the war, tens of thousands of former German soldiers and officers began forming themselves into quasi-military associations, such as the East Prussian Free Corps and the Steel Helmet League of Frontline Soldiers. These were partly social clubs for army veterans, but also partly borderline paramilitary groups, some of which posed a genuine threat to the peace and stability of the Weimar Republic, which had been established to govern Germany in the aftermath of the war. Hus soon joined the East Prussian Free Corps, or Freikorps, which was associated with the government in curbing workers' strikes and other bouts of unrest in Germany during the early 1920s. It was the beginning of his association with fringe paramilitary groups in interwar Germany. During the course of the early 1920s, the Freikorps were involved in some controversial activities and ones which were indicative of Hus's increasingly right-wing and violent political leanings. For instance, in 1920, he was part of a group which curbed some unrest in East Prussia, while just months later, his brigade of Freikorps aggressively broke up a strike by industrial workers in the Ruhr area of Western Germany. Consequently, it is not surprising to find that when the Freikorps were disbanded by the German government in 1922, Hus gravitated to a different right-wing movement. This was the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazi Party for short, which had been established in Munich in 1920 and which by 1922 was coming increasingly under the control of an Austrian firebrand by the name of Adolf Hitler. And, having heard a speech delivered by Hitler while in the Bavarian capital, Hus decided to join the party, becoming member number 3240. It was the beginning of a quarter-of-a-century-long association with a party whose ideology would shape Hus's life. And that ideology was based around authoritarianism, retaliation for Germany's loss in the war, and xenophobia, but above all, a searing anti-Semitism against the Jews of Germany and Europe more broadly. Hus was soon involved with the Nazi Party in a substantial capacity. In January 1923, following the Weimar government's failure to meet some of its war reparations payments, French and Belgian troops occupied parts of the heavily industrialized Upper Rhine region of Western Germany. Hus became part of a group which organized acts of sabotage and violence against the occupiers, and in this capacity, he and two other former members of the Freikorps murdered a local schoolteacher, Walter Kadolf, who had acted as an informer for the French. The act was carried out on a farm belonging to Martin Bormann. Later, a personal secretary to Hitler and senior government figure. Later, both Höss and Bormann were arrested for the crime, and in March 1923, Höss was sentenced to 10 years in prison for his role in murdering Adolf. As a result, Höss was unable to take part in an attempted military rebellion or putsch, which the Nazi Party launched in Munich in November 1923. It was a complete failure, and Hitler too found himself imprisoned for several years shortly thereafter. However, in acts of leniency which all of Europe would come to regret, Hitler was released after serving less than a year of his sentence, and Höss was released after he had served just half of his 10-year sentence. Having served 5 years in prison, Höss was released in the late 1920s as the situation in Germany was shifting. After a decade of economic expansion throughout Europe and North America, and a boom period which led to these years becoming known as the Roaring Twenties, an abrupt financial crash occurred in the autumn of 1929. The Wall Street crash and the Great Depression which followed it for years afterwards had profound consequences for Germany, and as ordinary people lost their jobs and life savings, they turned to extremist parties in local and national elections. Thus, the Nazis, who had been a small fringe group for outcasts and disaffected extremists up to that point, suddenly started to grow quickly in popularity, eventually becoming the largest political party in Germany in the early 1930s. Meanwhile, following his release, Höss decided to take a back seat from politics himself, although he did maintain ties with the Nazis. In the immediate aftermath of his release, his main priority was starting a family. Consequently, in the late summer of 1929, he married Hedwig Hensel, whom he had met through the Artemann League, a German rural, agrarian, and traditionalist movement which he had become involved with following his release from prison. They would go on to have 5 children, 2 sons and 3 daughters. Höss kept a low profile for the next several years, but Hitler and his Nazi party decidedly did not. In 1932, they became the most popular party in Germany, with nearly 40% of the vote in one election. Still, they could not gain a majority, and never would have, had it not been for a Faustian pact which the leaders of Germany's major industrial companies now made with Hitler, banking on the fact that they could control Hitler and the Nazis and use them to ensure that the communists would not come to power in Germany. Industrialists such as Gustav Krupp threw their support behind Hitler in early 1933. Within weeks, the Nazis exploited this situation to dismantle the Weimar Republic, ban the communists and other opposition groups, and essentially turn Germany into a one-party dictatorship. And this was the spur for Höss to re-enter political life. In September 1933, he joined the Schutzstaffel, or SS, one of the main paramilitary wings of the Nazi Party, and quickly became a firm ally of Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS. Significantly, in July 1934, the SS were granted control and oversight over the concentration camps which the Nazis had begun establishing in Germany as soon as they had seized power. At this early date, these were relatively small, makeshift prisons used to house political opponents of the nascent Nazi regimes, such as communists and other left-leaning political groups. In June 1934, Höss was transferred to the 10th Battalion of the 9th Regiment of the SS, but it was only a temporary posting, and in December of that year, he was transferred again, this time to Dachau, a concentration camp which had recently been constructed near Munich in Bavaria. Here, he served under the camp inspector Theodor Eicke for the next several weeks. It was Eicke who developed the system of camp discipline, which would subsequently be extended to the concentration camps throughout Europe. Höss spent nearly 4 years here, during which time he was a relatively low-profile figure. However, his experience and the length of time spent there were sufficient enough that when the Nazis began consolidating the smaller concentration camps into bigger camps in the late 1930s, he was transferred to one of these larger internment facilities. This one was just north of Berlin and was called Sachsenhausen. Here, Höss was placed in an administrative role upon his arrival, on the 1st of August 1938, and he would soon be promoted to more senior positions, eventually being appointed as Commandant Deputy for Prisoner Affairs there, one of the most senior positions within the camp administration. Simultaneously, he rapidly acquired promotion within the SS, becoming a captain by the winter of 1938. While Höss was at Sachsenhausen, the Nazi state which he served was dragging Europe towards conflict. As soon as Hitler and the Nazis had come to power in 1933, they had begun to dismantle the terms of the Treaty of Versailles. One of the stipulations of the treaty was that Germany would restrict the size of its army. The Nazis quickly breached this provision and began rebuilding both the armed forces and a new German Air Force. Then, a second major point was violated in March 1936, when Hitler sent German troops into the Rhineland, the industrialized western part of Germany which, under the terms of Versailles, was to be left demilitarized. And when this went relatively unopposed, Berlin moved 2 years later to annex Austria into a Greater Germany, in the so-called Anschluss. Then, by the end of the year, Hitler also pressurized Britain into allowing it to incorporate the Sudetenland in Czechoslovakia into Germany as well. By now, the Nazis were convinced by the constant appeasement afforded them by Britain and France that little would be done to stop them. In the spring of 1939, they were allowed to form Czechoslovakia and Hungary into puppet states. But a few months later, their run of conquests without a shot ran out. When Germany invaded Poland on the 1st of September 1939, the two Western powers declared war in response on the 3rd of September. The Second World War had commenced. Shortly before the outbreak of the war, Höss had joined the Waffen SS, the more hardcore military branch of the paramilitary organization. He was subsequently sent east into Poland following the conquest of the country, and it is this country that he would become most closely associated with for the remainder of his life. As soon as the German Reich had begun expanding into regions such as Austria and Poland in 1938 and 1939, concentration camps had been established in those countries to house political prisoners and members of those groupings which the Nazi state reserved its naked hatred for, such as Jehovah's Witnesses, Gypsies, and, above all, the Jewish people. The latter were particularly numerous in Poland and other parts of Eastern Europe, as, in the late medieval period, most Western European kingdoms such as England and France had forcibly expelled their Jewish communities, and, as they did, a great many of Europe's Jews had migrated eastwards to places such as Poland, Ukraine, and the Baltic Sea region. Consequently, as the Nazi state conquered Poland in 1939, it began to encounter ever greater numbers of Jewish people in Eastern Europe and decided that more concentration camps would be needed in Poland to detain them. Höss would become central to these operations. Late in 1939, Höss had been appointed as an interim director of Sachsenhausen concentration camp, but he was soon to be moved from this position. In February 1940, surveyors and SS members in Poland had begun examining the site of an old Polish army barracks, situated about 50 kilometers south of the city of Krakow. It was in a relatively isolated rural setting, but the former barracks and buildings around it could be used as the beginnings of a major concentration camp. Moreover, it was situated in an ideal place geographically, not too far from Germany, and at a crossroads of several large train transit routes to the east. The barracks lay next to a village called Oświęcim in Polish, but the whole world knows it today by its German name. It was called Auschwitz. Then, on Himmler's recommendation, Höss was sent there in April 1940 to carry out an inspection of the site and to report to him on the feasibility of going ahead with siting a concentration camp here. Höss visited and approved of the location, so on the 27th of April 1940, Himmler gave the order to establish what is now known as Camp 1 at Auschwitz, or Auschwitz I, with an initial capacity of 10,000 prisoners. Rudolf Höss was appointed as commandant of the new camp a few days later, on the 1st of May. Over the next 3.5 years, Auschwitz would expand to become the largest and most horrific concentration camp in Nazi Europe, but much of that would lay ahead in 1942 and later. In 1940, Höss began to develop Auschwitz into a medium-sized concentration camp modelled on Dachau and Sachsenhausen, where he had served previously. Höss oversaw the conversion of the old army barracks and also established an agricultural farm to make the camp self-supporting. In line with the situation at many of the concentration camps being established throughout Eastern Europe, structures were also put in place in order to establish factories at Auschwitz, ones which would be run by the SS to produce war material, and which would effectively be powered by the slave labor of the inmates of the camp. When Himmler visited at the beginning of March 1941, he was impressed with the manner in which Höss had developed the main camp at Auschwitz. As a result, he ordered Höss to expand the camp so that it could hold 30,000 prisoners, as the concentration camp system was expected to come under pressure once Germany invaded Russia in the late summer and autumn of 1941. And most ominously, Himmler, with Höss eager to undertake the task, ordered the construction of a second camp nearby for a further 100,000 POWs. Camp 2, or Auschwitz II, would become known as Auschwitz-Birkenau. Auschwitz might have remained a typical concentration camp, one of many established by the Nazis throughout Europe, where POWs and political dissidents were held in poor conditions, had it not been for the events of late 1941 and early 1942. Having conquered most of Western Europe, Hitler turned his attentions east towards the Soviet Union in the summer of 1941. A massive invasion of Russia was commenced with in June 1941. Initially, it met with striking success, and the Russian dictator Joseph Stalin was considering negotiating peace terms with Germany, whereby huge tracts of land would be ceded to the Nazi state. And this was the climate in which Hitler and the Nazi hierarchy began to consider brutal ideas about how to solve what they termed the Jewish question. For years, the Nazis had used coercion and persecution to try to force the Jewish community of Germany and later in occupied lands to immigrate to either the British-mandated territory in Palestine or else to America and Britain. And there was even a bizarre plan to deport Europe's Jews to the East African island of Madagascar. All of this, though, changed in the winter of 1941 to 1942, in ways which would make Höss and the camp he ran at Auschwitz into something far different to the concentration camp which was originally established in 1940. In January 1942, a conference was held at Wannsee outside Berlin, where some of the highest-ranking officials of the Third Reich met to discuss the Jewish question. The Nazis had begun to entertain truly horrific policy proposals at the time. One, for instance, had imagined that in order to create Lebensraum, or living space for German settlers, approximately 30 million Eastern Europeans would be starved to death. And in approaching the question of Europe's Jews at the Wannsee conference, it was decided to engage in mass murder and genocide. Europe's Jews would effectively be detained and transported to the many concentration camps that had been established throughout Central and Eastern Europe, where they would be gassed to death. This was known euphemistically as the final solution, and the goal of it was to eradicate the Jewish population of the Third Reich. With its large facilities, its relative obscurity and distance from any major cities and towns, and its location on the main routeways and train routes of Eastern Europe, Auschwitz, and specifically Auschwitz-Birkenau, would become the epicenter of the genocidal policy, which was now to be enacted, and Rudolf Höss, more than any other individual, would become the overseer of the Holocaust. It should be noted that the Wannsee Conference was just the event at which the final solution was rubber-stamped and at which the senior echelons of the Nazi state were alerted to what had been decided upon. However, the decision to commence a genocidal policy had been taken by Hitler and other senior officials such as Joseph Goebbels and Himmler months earlier. Additionally, Höss appears to have been one of the first to learn about it, and he later claimed that he had been told as early as the summer of 1941. to begin adapting the second camp, which was being developed at Auschwitz, the Auschwitz-Birkenau camp, to serve as an extermination camp or death camp, rather than as a holding camp for prisoners. It was also at Auschwitz on the 3rd of September 1941 that an experiment with far-reaching consequences was conducted. That day, in the cellars of Block 11, over 800 POWs, most of them Soviet prisoners, were gassed to death using the gas prussic or hydrocyanic acid. It is better known by its commercial name, Zyklon B. Thus, by the early autumn of 1941, well in advance of the Wannsee Conference, Höss was preparing Auschwitz-Birkenau to act as an extermination camp, and the gas which would murder millions of Europe's Jews in the years that followed had already been trialed here. Shortly after the Wannsee Conference, trains began arriving to Auschwitz carrying the first Jews to Höss's camps. The newly arrived prisoners were generally killed with Zyklon B within hours of their arrival in a specially designed charnel house next to a crematorium in the camp. Before they were killed, prisoners were stripped of their few remaining possessions. Only those who were deemed physically fit enough to be able to work for a long time at the labor camps survived for very long, and soon the number of prisoners arriving was so large that Höss had to repurpose several other buildings to act as gas chambers. Strikingly though, the main cause of delays at Auschwitz-Birkenau in the months that followed was an inability to dispose of the bodies of those who had been murdered quickly enough. In response, Höss ordered the construction of 4 large units, each one consisting of a specially designed gas chamber with an attached crematorium. In the meantime, while these units were under construction, in the late summer and early autumn of 1942, many of the bodies of the deceased were simply piled up and incinerated on pyres outside in the open. Such was the scale of the murder machine at Auschwitz and the number of prisoners who went through the camps there that some people have called into question whether or not the place could have been operated on the scale which it did. But there is no doubting this. In terms of its scale, the concentration camp in its entirety was vast. When it was fully developed, Auschwitz consisted of 3 camps: the original camp, or Auschwitz I, the second camp, or Auschwitz-Birkenau, where the bulk of the murders took place, and a small third camp, Auschwitz-Monowitz, which was developed as a labor camp for the production of products such as synthetic rubber for the German war machine. These 3 camps, which made up Auschwitz and over which Höss presided as commandant, covered a huge area of land measuring some 20,000 acres or 8,000 hectares, and to ensure secrecy, the entire area had been cleared of any civilians, while a cordon sanitaire, or empty zone, was also established all around the periphery. Moreover, the Nazis also made efforts to convince civilians in the surrounding Polish countryside that things were different to what they seemed. For instance, when prisoners from the worker camp of Auschwitz-Monowitz were taken out of the camp, they were told to shave beforehand and were made to sing when within earshot of others. Life in the camps for the minority who were not murdered within hours of arriving was brutal. Some were spared because they were healthy and would make the best workers in the labor camps. Sometimes entire families avoided being sent directly to the gas chamber so that they could populate the family camp, a separate camp which was maintained between September 1943 and July 1944 as a kind of propaganda camp designed to fool the outside world about what was occurring at Auschwitz. The family camp has been written about in recent years by one of the few individuals who survived its liquidation in the summer of 1944, Otto Dov Kulka, whose memoir, Landscapes of the Metropolis of Death, presents a harrowing account of his time at Auschwitz as a child. Additionally, for those who did survive for weeks or months at Auschwitz, existence was essentially a process of dehumanization. Inmates were tattooed with a serial number on their left arm, while prisoners were forced to wear color-coded uniforms, depending on their race or alleged crime. For instance, Jewish inmates wore green and white striped clothes with a Star of David. Jehovah's Witnesses wore purple. Gay men, some 15,000 of whom were placed in the camps by the Nazi state, wore pink, and the Roma, vagrants, and prostitutes wore black. Perhaps the most striking accounts of life inside Auschwitz were found in the writings of Primo Levi, an Italian Jew who was incarcerated at Auschwitz-Monowitz from February 1944 until the camp was liberated nearly a year later. In his first account of his time at Auschwitz, entitled "If This Is a Man," Levi describes how even those prisoners who were spared the gas chamber generally died within 3 months from exhaustion and malnourishment. Levy's account is one in which everything else is effectively stripped away except raw survival. At Auschwitz, inmates were woken at 4:30 a.m. If they did not rise swiftly, they were beaten. Sanitation was appalling, and clean water was scarce for even drinking, let alone bathing. Breakfast consisted of tea and coffee, but rarely food, and this was the preparation for an 11-hour work day, although it was sometimes longer in summer. Lunch often consisted of little more than some watery soup, while the evening meal was bread, generally stale, with some cheese and meat. Prisoners had the option of rationing this latter allocation in order to have something to eat for breakfast. Sunday was a day off and the time for a weekly shower. Some inmates were allowed to receive mail, but even this small dignity was denied the Jewish occupants of what Dov Kulka called the Auschwitz Hades. The staff at the camp, which was virtually all under the jurisdiction of the SS, numbered just over 6,000 people, nearly all of them men. It was a surprisingly small number when one considers the scale of the mass murder which was carried out at Auschwitz. There was a paradoxical element to life there. For instance, Höss resided there with his wife and young children in a 2-story villa near the commandant's office and the administration building in Camp 1. This highlights the fact that, for all the horrors that could be witnessed in certain parts of the camp, in other areas there was an atmosphere of seeming normality, and this transferred further down the hierarchy. Within Auschwitz I, the main camp, there was a cinema and a theatre for the staff. Former guards have described it as a small town, one with a sports club and where dances were also occasionally held. Other administrators and guards described how the initial revulsion of what was occurring at Auschwitz-Birkenau soon gave way to a situation where they ignored what they were doing and seeing, and simply considered themselves to be cogs in a machine, whilst other guards noted that there was a culture of heavy drinking amongst the SS stationed there. The wider hierarchy of the Nazi state were well aware of what was occurring in Western Poland. It is relatively clear that Höss had been given directives to run the camp in the manner which he did, as early as the summer of 1941, and that these orders evidently came down from Hitler and Himmler as head of the SS. Public attestations to what was occurring at Auschwitz are plentiful. One of the most famous is surely the so-called Posen speeches, 2 speeches which Himmler made on the 4th and 6th of October 1943 in the town hall of Posen or Poznan in Poland. Throughout 1943, Himmler had been conducting a tour of Central and Eastern Europe to give speeches before regional groups of SS members in an effort to raise flagging morale, as the German war effort had been hit by severe setbacks. Some of these speeches were recorded and transcribed, and during the Posen speeches, Himmler quite clearly states that the Nazi state is actively conducting a genocidal mass murder of Europe's Jews at camps such as Auschwitz.
Ich will auch ein ganz schweres Kapitel, will ich hier vor Ihnen in aller Offenheit nennen. Es soll zwischen uns ausgesprochen sein, und trotzdem werden wir nicht in der Öffentlichkeit nie darüber reden. Ich meine die Judenevakuierung, die Ausrottung des jüdischen Volkes. Es gehört zu den Dingen, die man leicht ausspricht. Das jüdische Volk wird ausgerottet. Das sagt Ihnen jede Parteigenosse. Ganz klar steht in unserem Programm drin, Ausschaltung der Juden, Ausrottung machen wir, Kleinigkeit.
Additionally, knowledge of this extended even to the less anti-Semitic and ideological members of the Nazi regime, such as the armaments minister and architect Albert Speer, for whom correspondence has recently been unearthed which shows that he was fully aware of what Himmler had said in Posen. There is no denying the brutality of life at Auschwitz, and thus what was occurring at the death camp of Auschwitz-Birkenau was a poorly kept secret in Nazi Germany. The end results of it constitute one of the foremost crimes ever committed by human beings. In total, approximately 1.3 million people were sent to Auschwitz between 1940 and 1944. Of these, it is estimated that about 1.1 million were killed, a large proportion within just hours of arriving at the camp. And of the 1.1 million souls who perished within the sprawling death camp, the overwhelming majority, as many as 960,000, were Jewish. Ethnic Poles, who were political dissenters of some kind, were the second biggest cohort of victims, making up in the region of 75,000 fatalities, while the rest were a mix of Roma, Gypsies and political prisoners from across Nazi-occupied Europe. And it's not just the deaths that occurred here which are so abhorrent, but the cold, clinical nature of the way mass murder was carried out. People were brought to Auschwitz, processed, gassed to death, and then their bodies were dispensed with, all within a matter of hours, as though it were an administrative exercise in efficiency. Others were experimented on by the crazed Dr. Josef Mengele, while the camp guards engaged in petty acts of sadism against the small number of inmates who survived more than a few hours. Throughout all of this, Höss maintained a clinical efficiency. Individuals who had survived the camps and were still alive after the war to testify against him affirmed that when he was seen, Höss would typically be wearing a stony, emotionless expression. Chillingly, when he was once asked about the gassing procedure and the use of Zyklon B, Höss is said to have remarked that they knew when those inside the gas chamber were dead, a process which took up to 15 minutes as they were no longer alive when they stopped screaming. And yet, for all his cold, clinical efficiency, Höss was briefly replaced as commandant of Auschwitz. Perversely, this was due to two developments, one being an extramarital affair he engaged in with a political prisoner at the camp, Eleonora Hodis, and the second being an investigation into financial corruption amongst some of the senior SS officers at Auschwitz. Although Höss was not implicated himself, the simultaneous scandals ensured that he needed to be briefly replaced. Accordingly, between November 1943 and May 1944, he was absent from Auschwitz, serving as Chief of Department DI within the SS Economic Administrative Central Office. Through this position, Höss was effectively placed in one of the senior oversight positions of the entire concentration camp system throughout Europe. Höss's move to become the Chief of Department DI was theoretically a promotion, but he was soon taking steps to return to Auschwitz to oversee perhaps the most disturbing period of the camp's entire history. In March 1944, in response to efforts by the Hungarian government to negotiate the surrender with the Allies, Hitler ordered the invasion of Hungary, and shortly thereafter, Adolf Eichmann, one of the main orchestrators of the final solution, was sent to the region to oversee the murder of approximately 750,000 Jews living in Hungary. As a result, Höss now arranged for himself to return to Auschwitz as camp commandant, to oversee the carnage. Then, during a 6-month period between the late spring and the autumn of 1944, 400,000 Hungarian Jews were murdered by the Nazis, most of them at Auschwitz, with trainloads of 3,000 Jews arriving per day during the summer. Höss was central to the entire operation, and it was even given the code name Aktion Höss. 80% of those who arrived at Auschwitz during these months were killed the same day that they arrived. Then, in the autumn of 1944, when this process was drawing to a conclusion, Höss had himself reposted to Ravensberg concentration camp near Berlin, as the Russians closed in on Auschwitz. The horror of what was occurring at Auschwitz and Höss's centrality to it was not going to remain unknown to the wider world for much longer. Even as the scale of the murders at the camp was accelerating, the course of the war was shifting dramatically against Nazi Germany. While the first 3 years of the conflict had seen a succession of victories for Hitler and his allies, the decision to invade Russia in 1941 changed all of this. That winter, the German advance stalled outside Moscow and several other Russian cities. just as the United States was entering the war on the side of the Allies, after an unprovoked attack on the US Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor by the Empire of Japan. In tandem, the Axis were largely defeated in North Africa during the course of 1942, laying the way for the US and Britain to open a southern front in Sicily in the summer of 1943. A final cataclysmic conflict between the Russians and the Germans played out around the city of Stalingrad in the autumn and winter of 1942. When the snows melted there, early in 1943, the German Sixth Army had been destroyed and the Russians were on their way west towards Berlin. It was now only a matter of when, not if, they would push into Poland and reach Auschwitz. And with the opening of a new front by the Western Allies in France in the summer of 1944, the Russian advance in the east accelerated. The Allies had information about what Höss and his underlings had perpetrated in Western Poland. Throughout the camp's history, there had been several escape attempts. One of these, on the 10th of April 1944 by two Slovak Jews, Rudolf Vrba and Alfred Wetzler, was successful, and after a 2-week odyssey across Poland, the pair made it to Slovakia, where they made contact with the Slovakian resistance movement. And there, they were able to give a complete report on what was happening at Auschwitz, including the schematics of the camp, information which was subsequently passed to the Western Allies. It was also proposed at this time that Auschwitz should be bombed by the Allies, and it remains a source of some controversy that the United States failed to do so, the American Military High Command having considered it and deemed the concentration camps there a target which would divert too many resources away from the bombing campaign in Western and Southern Europe. Had the Allies bombed the camps, it might have prevented, or at least slowed, the mass murder of nearly 500,000 Hungarian Jews who were annihilated in a 6-month campaign after the Germans occupied the territory in March 1944. The Allies knew what they would find in Auschwitz when they reached there in 1945. Auschwitz was finally liberated on the 27th of January 1945. As the Soviet armies rampaged westwards across Poland in the late autumn and early winter of 1944, Höss and the other camp commanders had gradually began abandoning the camp, Höss electing to take up a position in another camp close to Berlin. Death was the creed of the place until the very end. One of the last acts undertaken by the camp authorities was to lead 60,000 prisoners on a death march on the 18th of January 1945 to Władysław Śląski, and roughly a quarter of these, some 15,000 people, died during the journey, either from starvation and the winter cold, or by simply being executed by their captors. Then, those who survived the journey were placed on freight trains to be ferried westwards to other concentration camps further back from the front lines. When the Soviets arrived at Auschwitz on the 27th, they found just 7,650 prisoners, virtually all of whom were sick, malnourished, or starving. Unsurprisingly, the reaction of the Soviet troops was one of being startled. Primo Levi would later write that their faces spoke of the feeling of guilt that such a crime should exist, that it should have been introduced irrevocably into the world of things that exist. Those who were still alive were held for medical treatment for days thereafter. As we have seen, Höss had relocated close to Berlin in the autumn of 1944, long before the Russians reached Auschwitz. Here, in addition to oversight of the Ravensbrück concentration camp near Berlin, he had some responsibility for the wider camp system throughout those portions of Central Europe which were still under Nazi control. Yet, when the final order came from Himmler to initiate the murder of the remaining inmates of Europe's camps, Höss lacked the resources to be able to implement the order, although there is no doubt that he would have done so had he been able to. Meanwhile, the Third Reich was entering its final stages. In the early spring of 1945, the Russians had begun to penetrate into eastern Germany and surrounded Berlin, while the Western Allies barreled into the Rhineland and headed towards Munich and Berlin themselves. Eventually, on the 30th of April 1945, with Berlin surrounded, Hitler killed himself in his bunker in the Reich Chancellery in the center of the capital. Just over a week later, on the 8th of May, Germany surrendered in what had become known as Victory in Europe, or VE Day. Now the war was over in Europe, it remained to apprehend those who had been responsible for it and for the terrible crimes which were committed during it. In the final days of the conflict, Höss met with his superior within the SS, Himmler. The pair had become close acquaintances during the course of the war, but Höss later testified that the meeting had left him feeling disheartened. Himmler proposed that all members of the SS should disguise themselves as standard members of the German army, the Wehrmacht, and await for the outbreak of a Third World War, which Himmler believed would follow soon after the end of the Second. Höss was indignant at the suggestion, but treated it as an order from his superior. Consequently, he quickly acquired the official papers of a member of the German Navy, the Kriegsmarine, and went into hiding on Sylt Island off the coast of northwestern Germany, near the border with Denmark. He was captured here sometime afterwards by some British soldiers, but they failed to accurately identify him, and Höss, who claimed that he was a farmer who had been forced to join the German Navy, was allowed to go free. Thereafter, he managed to escape detection by assuming the identity of Fritz Lang, a German farmer and gardener in the region. And he was not alone. All over Germany, high and mid-ranking members of the Nazi Party and the SS were adopting disguises and aliases in an effort to escape capture and prosecution by the Allies. Many of these individuals were able to escape detection for months or even years, and then many of them, such as the notorious participants of the Holocaust Adolf Eichmann and Josef Mengele, were able to migrate overseas to South America, where these Nazi war criminals often managed to escape prosecution for years or even forever. But this was not the case with Höss. In early 1946, Rudolf's wife Hedwig was apprehended by British soldiers along with some of their children. She was eventually coerced into providing information as to her husband's whereabouts when the soldiers assaulted the Höss's son Klaus. As a result of this information, the British Field Security Police were able to apprehend Höss on the 11th of March 1946 at Gottröpel near the German-Danish border, 10 months after the conclusion of the war. He initially tried to bite into a cyanide pill to kill himself before he was captured, but after this failed, he tried to deny his identity. In this instance, he was betrayed by his wedding ring, which he was still wearing, and which had his name inscribed on the inside. In a fitting development, the team of British police which apprehended Höss was led by Hans Alexander, a German Jew whose family had relocated to Britain in 1936 to escape persecution by the Nazis. Following his arrest, Höss was initially imprisoned in a former army barracks at Heide, in the northern province of Schleswig-Holstein. From there, he was taken south to the main British centre for the interrogation of German war criminals in the town of Minden. He was quickly subpoenaed to appear as a witness for the defence of Ernst Kaltenbrunner, the head of the Reich's Central Security Office between 1943 and 1945, and the successor to Reinhard Heydrich, who had organised the Wannsee Conference, at which the final solution was decided upon as Reich policy in January 1945. Kaltenbrunner was amongst the first group of individuals to face charges at the war crimes tribunals which the Allies were holding in the city of Nuremberg, and Höss testified there in April 1946. He was entirely unapologetic for his crimes, and even appears to have inflated the numbers of those who passed through the gates of Auschwitz and were murdered there during his time as commandant of the camp. He gave precise answers to the questions put to him and did not skirt the fact that well in excess of 1 million people had been killed at Auschwitz. He also did not seek to protect anyone, including Kaltenbrunner, on behalf of whose defense he had been called, nor did he try to evade responsibility himself. The only evasion he attempted was when he stated that he had been following Himmler's express orders as head of the SS. No sooner had Höss been captured than the Polish government petitioned to have him extradited to Poland so that he could stand trial and face justice in the country where Auschwitz stood and where Höss had overseen the murder of in excess of 1 million people, a huge number of them Polish citizens. This request was granted and Höss was sent to Poland on the 25th of May 1946. A supreme national tribunal had been established in Poland following the liberation of the country by the Russians, with the purpose of trying major Nazi war criminals who had primarily operated in Poland between 1939 and 1945. The proceedings against Höss opened in Warsaw on the 11th of March 1947 to widespread international interest. He faced two main charges: being a member of a criminal organization, as the Nazi regime and the SS were now branded, and acting as the commandant of Auschwitz from the 1st of May 1940 through to October 1943, and again between the early summer and late autumn of 1944. The second charge included attendant charges of having been complicit in the murder of hundreds of thousands of prisoners, as well as the moral and psychological abuse of many others, as well as the profaning of the bodies of the dead. The trial lasted for just under 3 weeks. During it, experts on the Holocaust and Nazi and SS policy, as well as former prisoners from Auschwitz and even some staff members from the camp, were summoned to take the stand and testify against Höss. The commandant of Auschwitz behaved much as he had the previous year at the trial at Nuremberg. He provided precise, unemotional answers to the accusations made against him and displayed no remorse for his critical role in the murder of over 1 million people. He did try to depict himself at times as someone who was simply obeying orders in a hierarchy of officers, but he seemed resigned to facing the maximum sentence possible for his crimes. He also made a wholly illusory distinction between those who had been gassed and cremated at Auschwitz and those who had died from starvation or disease, as though those who had run the camp were somehow not responsible for the deaths of those who starved to death or became seriously ill within the camps. The trial lasted for less than 3 weeks and concluded on the 29th of March 1947. 4 days later, on the 2nd of April, Rudolf Höss was sentenced to death by hanging. Höss's final days were spent preparing his autobiography, which he had first been instructed to begin writing by the British after he was captured in Germany. Autobiographies are usually written by individuals who wish to extol their achievements in life and are typically intended to be read by individuals who might feel some modicum of admiration for the author. This one is very different in this respect, presenting an account of Höss's own life and also extensive details of other senior members of the SS whom Höss knew and worked with, notably Himmler and Theodor Eicke, whom he had first worked under at Sachsenhausen. Yet despite what we may make of the man himself, the autobiography has a utility for the historian as it is a relatively accurate document, much as he had done when questioned at trial. At both Nuremberg and in Warsaw, Höss made no effort to disguise the truth of what had occurred at Auschwitz and his role in it. As such, we have in his autobiography a first-hand account of how the Holocaust was carried out at its very epicenter and by one of its leading protagonists. Having first been published in Polish, it was soon translated into German and English and has been reprinted in numerous editions since. Höss would not have long to wait between the announcement of his sentence on the 2nd of April and the execution of it, just 2 weeks to be precise. And shortly before his death, on the 10th of April, the man who had once been viewed as a potential priest by members of his religious family returned to the Roman Catholic Church and received the sacrament of penance. He also asked for permission to send a farewell letter to his family and to return his wedding ring to his wife. Additionally, he was psychologically evaluated, although his examiner, the American military psychologist Gustav Gilbert, could only conclude that Höss was somebody who could appear socially normal, but who was almost totally lacking in any capacity for empathy towards others. 4 days before his sentence was carried out, Höss sent a message to the state prosecutor in which he claimed to have realized that his actions were wrong. Similar thoughts suffuse his final letters to his family. His execution was carried out on the morning of the 16th of April 1947. Perhaps fittingly, Höss was hung just a few dozen yards from the villa where he and his family had lived for several years in Camp 1 at Auschwitz, near the first crematorium that was built there. At 8:10 a.m., he was pronounced dead by the court doctor. And what of Auschwitz itself, the place at which Höss oversaw so much death? Surprisingly, The liberation of the camp in January 1945 did not generate much international media attention that spring, and it was only with the liberation of camps such as Dachau by the Western Allies that the camp system became known to the wider world. But in the years that followed, Auschwitz became the primary symbol of the Holocaust, a result of the camp's high death toll and also due to the survival of many witnesses who could attest to what had happened there. In particular, the writings of figures such as Primo Levi and Elie Wiesel in the post-war years provided first-hand accounts of what had occurred in the Polish camp between 1942 and 1944. A museum was quickly opened there in the aftermath of the war, while in 1979 the camp was added to the list of World Heritage Sites by UNESCO. The gates to the camp have become one of the most ubiquitous images associated with the concentration camp system and the Holocaust, which was carried out within them. In 2005, the UN General Assembly designated the 27th of January as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. This day was selected as it was the date on which Auschwitz was liberated in 1945. Today, the camp is visited by roughly 2 million individuals every year. Rudolf Höss is one of several members of the Nazi regime who is perhaps less well known to the public than figures such as Hitler, Goering, Goebbels and Himmler, but who was nonetheless absolutely central to the Holocaust. As commandant of the camp at Auschwitz, for most of the period that it served as a concentration camp, between 1940 and January 1945, he oversaw the murder of over 1 million people, most of them Jewish people from Eastern and Central Europe, but also over 100,000 Polish political prisoners, Soviet prisoners of war, and others such as Gypsies and the Roma people. Auschwitz became the center of the Holocaust, the place where approximately 1.1 million people were killed in gas chambers and then quickly had their bodies burned in the crematoria. It was here that over half of the 750,000 Jews of Hungary were killed in just a few short months in the summer and autumn of 1944. Only the concentration camps of Treblinka and Belzec in eastern Poland saw comparable levels of mass murder, with approximately 800,000 and 600,000 people killed here, though over a shorter time period than at Auschwitz. Moreover, the killing at Auschwitz was widely known about within the Nazi regime, from Hitler and Himmler down to regional officers who ran the SS. Today, its horror is vividly attested to by writers such as Primo Levi and Elie Wiesel. Höss himself is an enigmatic character. He was certainly committed ideologically to the Nazi regime and its anti-Semitism. He grew up in a military family and became a soldier in the First World War when he was little more than a teenager. Thereafter, he was almost always surrounded by violence, from the Freikorps of the early 1920s through the Nazi Party in its early days, prison and then the SS. Having been assigned to Dachau in the mid-1930s, he would spend the rest of his life administering concentration camps. First Dachau, then Sachsenhausen, and then Auschwitz. Perhaps he is the personification of what Hannah Arendt would later call the banality of evil, an individual who could run a machine of mass murder such as Auschwitz, as though it were an exercise in efficiency. He seems to have been capable of doing so. In the end, not because of any discernible sense of hatred, such as Hitler displayed towards Europe's Jews, but because he rarely displayed any emotion of any kind, a trait which was on display in the matter-of-fact way he conducted himself and answered questions at Nuremberg, and at his own trial in Warsaw. Perhaps that is the most chilling aspect to Höss, the idea that someone could engage in such mass murder almost unthinkingly and without any emotion. What do you think of Rudolf Höss? How much responsibility does he bear for the Holocaust overall? And to what extent was he personally responsible for turning Auschwitz into the hellish place which it became during the Second World War? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The man known to history as Adolf Eichmann was born as Otto Adolf Eichmann on the 19th of March 1906 in the town of Solingen, in the region of North Rhine-Westphalia in northwestern Germany. His father was Adolf Karl Eichmann, the head of a Calvinist Protestant household and a bookkeeper. As such, the young Adolf was born into a middle-class, fairly typical German family in this region of the country at the height of the Second German Reich, the name given to Germany from its foundation in 1871 through to its demise at the end of the First World War. His mother was Maria Eichmann, but her maiden name was Schafferling. She would die in 1916 when Adolf was just 10 years of age, and as a consequence, much of his early life and teenage years were spent with Marie Zwarzel as his stepmother, when Adolf's father remarried shortly after the death of his first wife. Adolf's early years were marked by a fairly nomadic existence. In 1913, 7 years after his birth, Adolf's father had taken up a job in Austria, working for the Linz Tramway and Electrical Company, though the family did not move to join him until 1914, in part owing to the outbreak of the First World War across Europe that summer. And it was following this move that Adolf's biological mother died, and Marie Zwarzel became his stepmother. Marie was a devout Protestant, and Eichmann would henceforth spend his teenage years in a deeply religious household. While in Austria, Eichmann attended Kaiser Franz Joseph Secondary School, where, along with a traditional education, he also learned to play the violin and joined the school's Wandervogel group. These were similar to modern-day scout groups in that they involved hiking and other activities in rural settings, but the Wandervogel movement, which had emerged in Germany and Austria in the late 19th century, were considerably more ideological, in that the Wandervogel movement was set up as a reaction to what was deemed to be the overt industrialization of Central Europe and the abandonment of traditional German values. This activity might have been instrumental in the development in Eichmann of a desire to create an idyllic and allegedly pure German culture in Central Europe many years later. The young Eichmann was growing up in a region and wider Central Europe which had experienced enormous tumult during the 1910s, which persisted into the 1920s. From the late 19th century onwards, the great European powers had been increasingly divided into two armed camps, one led by Britain, France, and Russia, and the other primarily composed of Germany and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. In 1914, these tensions erupted into outright war, although the First World War might also be said to have been driven by a wide range of other issues, such as rampant nationalism and economic imbalances throughout the continent. This first global conflagration lasted 4 years. Its most apocalyptic moments played out on the Western Front and its trenches in northern France. And when it finally ended in 1918, when Eichmann was on the cusp of his teenage years, Germany was the primary loser, and as Britain and France imposed a very harsh set of peace terms under the Treaty of Versailles, resentment within Germany grew in the early 1920s about what had happened. This resentment was even leading to the emergence of belligerent groups which were willing to contemplate armed insurrection in countries like Germany, none more so than the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazi Party, which was led by Adolf Hitler, and which attempted a coup in Bavaria in 1923. This atmosphere of political tension was the one in which Eichmann would enter his early adult years. Having repeatedly proved himself to be a poor student, Eichmann had not only left Kaiser Franz Joseph Secondary School early, but also several further schools, which he then entered, including some vocational schools. He was in favor of leaving and gladly elected to join the burgeoning family business. In the mid-1920s, Adolf's father had gone into enterprise on his own and had set up the Untersberg Mining Company. The 1920s were a time of remarkable economic growth throughout Europe and North America, and the Eichmanns had entered business in the belief that they too could strike it rich. Now, Eichmann joined his father there in 1924, but the association with the family business would prove short-lived, and by 1925, young Adolf was working as a clerk at the offices of the Austrian Radio Company. He later moved on to work with the Vacuum Oil Company in Austria, a major American oil company, which in 1931, while Eichmann was still working there, would merge with Standard Oil, at one time the largest petroleum producer in the world. Thus, throughout his early 20s, there is the facade of Eichmann being a fairly banal figure, a German émigré to Austria working various office jobs at major companies. Nevertheless, while this is the figure that Eichmann's employment history reveals, his private life and his political affiliations throughout the late 1920s and early 1930s reveal something quite different. While working at the Vacuum Oil Company, the young Eichmann had joined the youth wing of the Frontkämpfervereinigung, or Front Fighters Union as it was known, a right-wing militia movement which had been established by Hermann Hiltl, a former Austrian army officer who, like the leaders of the Nazi movement in Germany, such as Adolf Hitler, himself a native Austrian, had become extremely disaffected by the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which had brought the First World War to an end. Moreover, Hiltl's movement was closely tied to Hitler's Nazi movement in Germany, in that they embraced both fascism and pan-Germanism, the idea that the German-speaking people of Central Europe and those that espoused German culture should join together politically. The party also espoused the idea of acquiring living room, or Lebensraum, as it was termed, in Eastern Europe for German people, by seizing it from the Slavic peoples of the region. And perhaps most significantly, the movement was highly opposed to the presence of Europe's Jews in Central Europe. This anti-Semitic stance would come to profoundly influence Eichmann's political views. In 1933, the political atmosphere throughout Central Europe changed considerably, in ways which had highly significant implications for the continent. Early that year, Adolf Hitler was elected Chancellor of Germany, and the Nazis rose to power in the country. Although they had been a negligible political grouping in Germany until the late 1920s, the Wall Street crash and the Great Depression which followed it had profoundly impacted on the German economy, paving the way for the ascent of extremist political parties such as that of National Socialism. Eventually, Hitler and his followers were able to leverage the support of approximately 35% of German voters to acquire absolute power throughout Germany. They would quickly turn the country into a one-party dictatorship, and the offshoot of this in Austria was efforts by the Austrian government to crack down on movements within the country which were affiliated with the Nazis in Germany. In 1932, Eichmann had joined the Austrian branch of the Nazi Party, as well as the SS or Schutzstaffel, a paramilitary wing of the Nazi movement. But these would be banned in Austria just months later, following the ascent of Hitler and his party to power in the north, the Austrian government rightly fearing the implications of a foreign power having political branches in their country. The banning of the Nazi movement in Austria was significant for Eichmann's next moves. In the weeks that followed the prohibition of the Austrian Nazis, one of the leaders of the movement in the country, Andreas Bolek, crossed over the border into Germany and began establishing a kind of Austrian Nazi party in exile, with operations being run from Munich and Passau. Eichmann now took part in this exodus and was living in Passau by the autumn of 1933. Additionally, he was quickly in command of a small team of SS members, operating from the Austrian border. Much of the work he was undertaking at this early stage involved the distribution of leaflets and other propaganda items. The goals of this were multiple. One was to rebuild the Nazi Party in Austria, but others involved fostering closer ties between Germany and Austria, with the ultimate goal of uniting the two countries and developing a similar political program in both, one which would create a powerful pan-German state spanning Central Europe and free of the vestiges of Bolshevism, socialism, and the Jewish people. And this is all very telling, as later in his life, Eichmann would claim he was not an ideological Nazi, but here, in 1933, he was willing to abandon his adopted homeland in Austria and take up the Nazi cause in Germany. Curiously, while he was stationed in southern Germany at this time, Eichmann was living near to Dachau concentration camp, which had been opened near Munich on the 22nd of March 1933, as soon as the Nazis attained power, for the holding of political prisoners. He would become intimately familiar with the working of the concentration camps in the years that followed. However, he was quickly being moved to different stations. In 1934, he was moved to a branch of the SS called the SD, or Sicherheitsdienst, the security service of the SS, the first director of which was Reinhard Heydrich, a figure with whom Eichmann would become closely tied in the years that followed. Heinrich was a brutal individual, one whom Hitler would later claim had no heart. While originally at the SD, Eichmann was assigned to study certain aspects of movements, such as those of the Freemasons, the Masonic fraternity which had spread widely over Europe in the late 18th and 19th centuries. In this role, Eichmann was charged with developing exhaustive information on all Masonic lodges and members throughout the country, work which would highlight his bureaucratic efficiency at locating people and cataloguing their movements, traits which would be central to his later activities during the war. Increasingly though, in the mid-1930s, Eichmann was being assigned to positions working on the Nazi state's policies towards its Jewish communities. One of the central tenets of National Socialism was its rabid antipathy towards the Jewish people and anti-Semitism, which gave way to palpable hatred in the pages of Hitler's Mein Kampf, or My Struggle, a two-part diatribe which he published in the 1920s as part biography, part political manifesto. The tangible oppression of Germany's Jews began as soon as they attained power in 1933. Much of this was enshrined as the Nuremberg Laws of 1935. These essentially removed the citizenship of Germany's Jews and introduced wide-sweeping laws against everything from Jews having sexual relations with non-Jewish Germans to banning German Jews from hiring non-Jews of certain ages. The overall idea was to reduce German Jews to a lower social and economic status within Nazi Germany. It would all culminate on the 9th of November 1938, when a huge wave of attacks against Jewish people and Jewish businesses was carried out all over Germany. The Kristallnacht, or Night of the Broken Glass as it has become known, resulted in the deaths of several hundred people and the imposing of tens of millions of Reichsmarks of damage on Jewish businesses and properties. Eichmann was not central to Kristallnacht, but he was highly critical of the emergence of another branch of the Nazi state's Jewish policy. At this early date in the rule of Hitler and his followers, the Nazis were still reluctant to simply attack or murder Jews, and there was still a desire to adhere to international law in this respect. But from quite early on, it was realized that different methods could be used to remove German Jews from the country, particularly forced or voluntary migration. Some of this could involve pressurizing German Jews through economic measures to leave of their own volition, while others revolved around the long-standing idea of European Jews finding a new region in the Middle East to create their own state, where they could avoid the latent anti-Semitic sentiment which prevailed not just in Germany, but virtually everywhere across the continent to varying degrees. And in particular, ever since the late 19th century, many individuals had been viewing Palestine and the surrounding regions, the traditional biblical homeland of the Jewish people, as a place where a new state could be established for Europe's Jews. And now, the Nazi state considered whether they could encourage this movement through a mixture of coercion and incentives. Eichmann became central to these efforts. In 1937, he traveled to the Middle East, a region which had come under the control of Britain and France after the end of the First World War and the collapse of the Ottoman Turkish Empire, which had previously ruled there. Here he found a thriving Jewish community in British-mandated Palestine, and the Nazi state's efforts to encourage migration to the region increased in the months that followed. This was in keeping with the Havara Agreement, an agreement which had been made with certain Jewish groups and the Nazi state in 1933, which would allow for the fluid migration of German Jews to Palestine. As a result of this, and the more brutal developments within Germany, such as Kristallnacht and the Nuremberg Laws, some 250,000 of Germany's 437,000 Jews emigrated from the country between the Nazis' seizure of power in 1933 and mid-1939. Meanwhile, Eichmann had also started a family in the mid-1930s. On the 21st of March 1935, he married Veronika, or Vera Liebel. 4 sons would follow in all, 3 while still in Europe: Klaus in 1936, Horst Adolf in 1940, and Dieter in 1942. In addition, in 1937, Eichmann abandoned the church despite the religious fervor which his stepmother had brought to their home back in Austria. In 1938, a further shift occurred for Eichmann. Germany had united with Austria in March 1938, the so-called Anschluss, or union of Austria and Germany into a greater German state. And following this, Eichmann was reposted to the country which had been his adopted home for so much of his youth. Here, he was charged with trying to encourage and facilitate the migration of Jews from Austria to elsewhere in Europe, Palestine, or anywhere else outside of Nazi-controlled territory. And bizarrely, much of his work involved the co-opting of local Jewish community groups and other organizations to facilitate this work. Then, in August 1938, the Central Agency for Jewish Emigration in Vienna was established as a subdepartment of the SD in order to oversee the voluntary or semi-forced emigration of Austrian Jews from the country. Eichmann was appointed to a senior position within the new agency. It would prove extremely effective in its task, and so efficient were Eichmann and his colleagues in this agency adjudged to be in the months that followed, that when similar policies were adopted in Western and Eastern Europe in later years, nearly identical offices were set up which utilized very similar methods as had been employed in Vienna from 1938 onwards. While all of this was occurring, Europe was drifting towards war, driven almost entirely by the Nazi regime within which Eichmann had become a key figure. The terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which had brought the First World War to an end, had dictated that Germany would be restricted to a small military force going forward. But no sooner than the Nazi regime had come to power in 1933, Hitler began rebuilding the German armed forces and air force known as the Luftwaffe under Hermann Göring, following which a major breach of the terms of Versailles was seen with the remilitarization of the Rhineland. On the 7th of March 1936, the area of Western Germany, neighboring France and the Low Countries, which was supposed to remain demilitarized. Worse was to follow. As we have seen, in March 1938, the Nazi state effectively annexed Austria into a greater Germany, while the following autumn, Hitler's regime began applying pressure on the European powers for the country to be allowed to annex the large part of Czechoslovakia known as the Sudetenland. Then by mid-1939, the appeasement of Germany by Britain and France had succeeded only in forming Czechoslovakia and Hungary into puppet regimes of Nazi Germany. Finally, when Germany invaded Poland on the 1st of September 1939, the two Western powers declared war in response. On the 3rd of September, the Second World War had commenced. No sooner had the war extended eastwards into Poland and other occupied regions such as Czechoslovakia than the Nazi state's policy program towards the Jews of these areas extended commensurately eastwards. Indeed, the only difference was that owing to the concentration of Ashkenazic Jews in these areas, the scale of such oppressive policies would have to be increased in line with Hitler and the Nazis' policies, and Eichmann would prove central to these. After a brief posting in the Czech capital Prague, he was reassigned to Berlin, where he was now placed in command of the Reichszentrale für jüdische Auswanderung, meaning the Reich Central Office for Jewish Emigration. Here, Eichmann was subordinate to only one individual, Heinrich Himmler, the head of the Gestapo, the most brutal branch of the German secret services, and there is no doubting that Eichmann was appointed to this position at this time because his intense anti-Semitic fervor was realized. His assignments in the weeks and months that followed emphasized this. For instance, he was placed in charge of specific activities which involved oversight of the deportation of tens of thousands of Jews from specific parts of newly conquered Eastern Europe into either concentration camps or Jewish ghettos, such as that which was established in Warsaw, the Polish capital, shortly after the conquest of the country. A sign of his increasing prominence within the Nazi state's response to the Jewish question was seen in December 1939, when Eichmann was appointed as Obersturmbannführer to head the Reich Security Head Office, Referat 4B4, a subdepartment of the SD, which was responsible for Jewish affairs, migration, and movement within the newly conquered territories in Eastern Europe. And here Eichmann was subordinate only to Reinhard Heydrich within the SD, indicating his ever-increasing seniority within the Nazi regime when it came to Jewish policy. Then, in the 2 years that followed, he was responsible for various anti-Semitic programs, including the so-called Germanization of Poland, the migration and ghettoization of Eastern Europe's Jews, Eichmann would later claim that he was appalled by some of the conditions he witnessed in Poland for the region's Jews, but this can be dismissed entirely. There is evidence that within weeks of his arrival into office in late 1939, he was planning the deportation and ghettoization of over 500,000 Jews in Poland. Indeed, Eichmann appears to have only been limited in his actions by competing attempts by other high-ranking Nazis to take credit for severe anti-Jewish policies in Eastern Europe. At this stage in the war, the Nazis primarily intended to resettle Europe's Jews elsewhere outside of the continent, certainly to somewhere which would not form part of the German Reich. It was not envisaged, though, at this early time in the war, that the Nazis would mass murder millions of the continent's Jewish people. There were numerous plans for resettlement, and Eichmann was soon central to these. One of these early plans for resettlement of Europe's Jews, which gained increasing currency in the early months of the war, was what is typically known as the Madagascar Plan. This envisaged the relocating of most of Europe's Jews to Madagascar, the large island in the Indian Ocean off the coast of East Africa. As ludicrous and perverse as the idea sounds to modern ears, this was not an entirely new scheme when the Nazi High Command started giving it sustained consideration in 1940. It had first been proposed as far back as 1878, when the German Orientalist Paul de Lagarde first wrote about it, and it had resurfaced many times in the decades that followed, sometimes with the active involvement of Jewish groups who wanted to explore the feasibility of establishing the large island as a new homeland, where they could escape the rabid anti-Semitism and pogroms of Europe. As recently as 1937, the idea was under consideration by the Polish government in association with the French. When the Madagascar Plan came under discussion by the Nazis in 1940, Eichmann was central to considerations surrounding it. Indeed, he was in fact probably the single most important figure within the Third Reich in this respect. On the 15th of August 1940, he presented a memorandum to the Nazi High Command entitled Reichssicherheitshauptamt Madagaskar Projekt, meaning the Reich Security Main Office Madagascar Project. The plan seemed feasible to Eichmann at this time. Western Europe had just been conquered, and with Germany and Italy making rapid advances in North Africa and the Middle East, it was believed that the Suez Canal would soon be captured, in turn opening the sea routes for German passage to the Indian Ocean and Madagascar. Accordingly, Eichmann called for the deportation of 1 million Jews from Europe every year for 4 years. Following this, some debate ensued as to how exactly the island would subsequently be governed. Eichmann believed that the island should effectively be a prison state, which would be run by the SS, though others, like Franz Rademacher, a senior official in the foreign ministry, argued that the Jews should be self-governing, though the island should be cut off from contact with the wider outside world. These dystopian deliberations continued throughout the autumn and winter of 1940 and into 1941, and yet it is important to remember that whatever the debate on the details might have been, a consensus was largely reached by 1941 that the Madagascar Plan would be the method of solving the so-called Jewish question, and resort to it was only foiled by events within the wider war. Britain could not be made to surrender in 1941, and then progress in North Africa stalled, blocking the Nazis from acquiring access to the Suez Canal. Similarly, the Battle of the Atlantic also entered into a stalemate. This was significant as it had been intended to use Britain's merchant navy to undertake the transport of Europe's Jews to the African island once the country was defeated. So, with these reverses, it increasingly became implausible that the Madagascar project could actually be implemented. This would prove fateful for the Jews of Europe. As Eichmann's Madagascar plan was effectively shelved, the highest officials within the Nazi state increasingly began considering more severe ways of addressing the Jewish question. Such debates were underway throughout 1941, as the Germans were making rapid advances into Soviet Russia and, in the process, conquering lands with hundreds of thousands of Jewish residents. It is generally understood that these deliberations peaked and reached a conclusion at a conference which was held in the Berlin suburb of Wannsee on the 20th of January 1942. The Wannsee Conference was organized by Reinhard Heydrich, as the director of the SS's security apparatus. Authorization had been given to Heinrich to organize such an event the previous autumn, when the Nazis were looking like they might possibly win the war with a successful campaign against Soviet Russia. During that same movement, German army units had committed widespread atrocities against Eastern European Jews and other groups. Then, in a hubristic fashion, believing the war would end in victory, the administration called the conference ad Wannsee in order to determine on a final solution to the Jewish question. Chillingly, there was an added political imperative to do so at the time, as the Nazis perceived it, the administration having determined that there were far too many people in Europe for the Nazis to feed. There were also plans in place at the time to simply starve 30 million of the Nazis' new subjects in Eastern Europe to death when the region was brought fully under Nazi control. This was the context in which the conference that would initiate the Holocaust of Europe's Jewish people emerged. Eichmann's role in the Wannsee Conference was very considerable. In the weeks leading up to the conference, he drafted a series of talking points and points for deliberation for Heinrich to use during the conference. These included details which can only have been prepared by somebody with a keen awareness of what would follow. For instance, the memorandum contained lists of the numbers of Jews in each European country, as well as details of how extensive the level of emigration and resettlement from each of these regions had been in recent years. Such a memo can only have had one purpose: to demonstrate exactly how long any policy of forced or voluntary emigration would take to remove the Jewish people from Europe. Moreover, while Heinrich chaired the Wannsee Conference and acted as its visible overseer, Eichmann essentially ran it from behind the scenes, organizing many different aspects, as well as overseeing the taking of minutes and preparing documents for it and dealing with its aftermath. In so doing, he inadvertently provided a record of his own complicity in the development of the final solution at Wannsee in January 1942. Though there can be no doubt that Hitler and the upper echelons of the Nazi administration were ultimately responsible for the Holocaust, figures such as Heinrich and Eichmann were absolutely central to it in their own significant ways. Eichmann's central role in the final solution and the Holocaust of Europe's Jews which followed continued following the Wannsee Conference. The final solution called for the deportation of millions of Jews to several dozen concentration camps or death camps throughout Central and Eastern Europe, places whose names such as Auschwitz-Birkenau, Treblinka and Sobibor have become bywords for the horrors of 20th century fascism. Moreover, the program of deportations was known as Operation Reinhardt after Heinrich, but his second-in-command during these proceedings was effectively Eichmann, who acted as the main liaison between the various offices of the SS, the SD, and the other departments which were involved in the deportations. Once they had arrived at these camps, the final solution essentially dictated that most of the Jewish arrivals would be executed in gas chambers, and this usually happened within hours of first reaching a camp. The image we have of people being detained for long periods of time at places such as Treblinka is a rarefied one, and it was only individuals who could be used as slave labor or who were useful in some other capacity who were able to survive long past their arrival at the Nazi death camps. Between 1942 and 1944, Eichmann was one of the principal figures in organizing the deportations to the camps. He was, for instance, charged with overseeing the recording of the numbers of Jews in each area to be deported, as well as seizing whatever remaining property they had, which was then confiscated by a Nazi administration which was increasingly starved of resources as the war dragged on interminably. It was this role as an organizer, a bureaucrat who did not control or develop policy, but who was mainly dealing with the implementation of it, which would later allow Eichmann to present himself as nothing more than a bureaucrat, one who was just as caught up in the machinery of the Nazi state as any other individual. For instance, during this period, one of the tasks he was charged with was organizing the train schedule for the trains which transported Europe's Jews, from regions such as the Warsaw Ghetto to the death camps. On the surface of it, the organizing of a train schedule, if viewed in and of itself, is a rather banal activity, one which could be viewed as harmless if the individual doing it was unaware of where the trains were going. But there is no doubt that Eichmann knew precisely what the broader implications of his actions were. for those who were being forced onto those same trains. A clearer example of his complicity in the Third Reich's crimes can be seen in 1944, early that year, in response to secret overtures from the Hungarian government to the Allies to negotiate a peace. Hitler ordered an invasion of Hungary in March 1944. The country was quickly placed under direct German administration, and Eichmann was dispatched immediately to the region. During its period of self-government, Hungary's Jews had remained largely unharmed by the Nazi state, but now, under full German occupation, the country's 750,000 Jews were in peril. In the 6 months that followed, Eichmann was personally responsible for overseeing the Holocaust in Hungary. Throughout the summer of 1944, he organized trains carrying as many as 3,000 Jews per day to Auschwitz to be executed, and by the time the deportations were curtailed in the late summer, over 400,000 Hungarian Jews had been killed. Even when orders were received to cease the deportations, Eichmann overruled this and continued for some time. Other crimes included a forced death march of tens of thousands of Jews from Budapest to Vienna in the early winter of 1944, a movement which Eichmann oversaw. And so, there can be no doubting his absolutely central role to the Hungarian atrocities. There is other damning evidence of Eichmann's role in the Holocaust and his zealous participation in the same from the final weeks of the conflict. In the final months of the engagement, as the Russians advanced into Central Europe and the Anglophone Allies crossed the Rhineland, orders were received to cease the deportation of Hungary's Jews to the extermination camps. Many of the camp commanders and notable figures within the Reich, fully aware of the repercussions which would now lie ahead for what had been done, were attempting to reduce the accusations which could be made against them. Eichmann, though, ignored these orders, and in the areas under his command, the deportation of Jews to the camps continued in the final months of the war. And then, in the very last days of the war, when he was in Berlin, Eichmann is believed to have declared before a group of individuals that he considered the murder of 5 million of Europe's Jewish community to be a supposed accomplishment of the war, and one which he was actually proud to have played a part in. Given all of this, it is difficult to place any credence on his later arguments that he was simply an administrator following out the orders of his senior commanders. The end result of the Holocaust, which Eichmann was central to orchestrating, was one of the bloodiest crimes ever committed. In the space of just over 3 years, between the taking of the decision to implement the final solution in early 1942 to the final weeks of the war in 1945, approximately 6 million of Europe's Jews were murdered, some of them in pogroms and massacres, but most by being deported to notorious death camps such as Auschwitz-Birkenau, where they were usually gassed to death within hours of arriving. Those who survived beyond this were generally used as slave labor, often until they were worked to death. As a result, in history, the Holocaust of Europe's Jews holds a singular position. While some events, such as the man-made famine which occurred from Chairman Mao's Great Leap Forward in China of the late 1950s and early 1960s, resulted in significantly more loss of life, perhaps as much as 60 million people in the case of the Great Leap Forward, much of this mortality was not premeditated. The Holocaust is unique for the planned, clinical, and barbaric manner in which it was decided upon, organized, and executed. Adolf Eichmann was central to all three aspects: the planning, the organization, and the execution of it. However, the crimes of Eichmann, Heinrich, Hitler, Himmler, and those many others who were responsible for orchestrating the Holocaust would not remain hidden for long. Even as the final solution was being implemented in 1942, the course of the war in Europe and further afield was shifting. After a series of stunning victories throughout Europe between 1939 and 1941, the German war machine finally stalled in the snows of Russia in the winter of 1941. And that same winter, the United States entered the war directly on the Allies' side after an unprovoked attack on their Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. Then, during the course of 1942, the North Africa campaign was effectively won by the Allies, and Italian and German forces were pushed out of Libya and Tunisia, opening the way for an Allied invasion of southern Italy through the island of Sicily in the summer of 1943. A last do-or-die struggle on the Eastern Front was fought at the city of Stalingrad in the autumn and winter of 1942. But when the Russians were victorious here, they began inexorably pushing the Germans back westwards and were in Poland by late 1944. At the same time, the Western Allies opened a third front in Western Europe in France in the summer of 1944. From this point, the Third Reich's days were numbered. It was now only a matter of time before the full extent of the atrocities committed by the Nazi regime across Europe became known to the wider world, while the British, US, Canadians and other allies advanced towards the Rhineland and the Russians advanced into eastern Germany in the winter of 1944 to 1945. The thoughts of many officials and commanders of camps and offices involved in the Holocaust inevitably turned to trying to cover up and conceal what they had done. Consequently, in many instances, commanders began destroying records or even attempting to disguise what had happened at the death camps, particularly some of the small camps. Eichmann himself fled from Budapest to Berlin in late December 1944, shortly before the Soviets captured the Hungarian capital. When he arrived at the capital of the doomed Reich, he immediately began overseeing the destruction of massive amounts of documentation relating to the offices he had overseen in the past years, particularly those associated with the final solution, along with his role in it. However, in Eichmann's case, this was something of a futile endeavor. While some Nazi commanders might have been able to disguise their role in the Holocaust through such destruction of records, there could never have been a successful cover-up of Eichmann's role. The final days of the Third Reich came in the late spring of 1945 as the Russians encircled Berlin and the British and US came barreling through western and central Germany. Many of the German High Command would remain in Berlin, notably Hitler, who killed himself on the 30th of April in his Reich Chancellery bunker, and Joseph Goebbels, his appointed successor, who then also committed suicide the following day. With the Third Reich conquered and the leader of the Nazi regime dead, Germany surrendered a week later, and the 8th of May officially became known as Victory in Europe Day. By this time, Eichmann had already fled from Berlin and was living with his family in the relative safety of Vienna, the Allies generally having ignored Austria until after the war. However, he was subsequently captured in Vienna, but his real identity was covered up by his use of forged papers which identified him as Otto Eckmann. Overall, this was a chaotic time for the Allies as they attempted to sort through tens of thousands of individuals to identify who exactly was responsible for the Nazis going to war in the first place and for the atrocities which had occurred in the death camps. Eichmann was eventually identified, but word of this reached him before action was taken, and he escaped from a labor detail in Germany in 1946, the beginning of a long life of subterfuge. His first years in hiding were spent in Germany, moving regularly between various parts of rural, western and southern Germany under assumed names, and throughout this time he would have been acutely aware of the Allied war crimes tribunals which were being held at the city of Nuremberg to prosecute the highest-ranking surviving members of the Nazi regime, notably Hermann Göring, Rudolf Hess, Hans Frank and Albert Speer. Central to these proceedings was an evaluation of the complicity of these individuals in the Holocaust, something which Speer, essentially an architect and engineer, was able to defend himself against. However, an individual such as Hans Frank, who had overseen the general government of Poland during the war and had been responsible not just for the Warsaw Ghetto, but also the subsequent deportations to the camps, could never exonerate himself. He, like many others, was found guilty and hanged in late 1946, and a similar fate awaited Eichmann if he was ever captured. Unsurprisingly then, we see him flee from Germany in the late 1940s, first to Italy, and then from there to Buenos Aires in Argentina, where he arrived in the summer of 1950 and began living under the assumed name of Ricardo Clement. He would escape detection for another 10 years. Yet Eichmann would not escape justice forever, and his capture eventually came at the hands of Mossad. Mossad, which literally means the Institute, from a wider Hebrew term for the Institute for Intelligence and Special Operations, had been formed on the 13th of December 1949, shortly after the declaration of the Israeli state. It was established as an umbrella organization to manage a variety of different security and intelligence departments within the nascent State of Israel. While today its operations have been expanded to cover a very wide range of activities, one of its central missions in its early years was to gather intelligence on members of the Nazi regime who had managed to escape justice in the mid-1940s. In the 1950s and into the early 1960s, much of this work focused on South America and, in particular, Argentina, a country which had a large community of individuals of German descent and where many members of the Nazi regime had eventually fled in the aftermath of the war. It was as part of this work that Eichmann would finally be hunted down 15 years after the end of the war, based to a considerable extent on investigations undertaken by the famed Nazi hunter Simon Wiesenthal. The mission to capture Eichmann involved 5 Mossad agents led by Shimon ben Aharon. They entered Argentina undercover in early 1960, where they received information about Eichmann's whereabouts and the fact that he was living under the name of Ricardo Clement. They also had information concerning the whereabouts of Josef Mengele, a German SS doctor who had carried out horrific experiments at Auschwitz during the war and who was living himself in Argentina in the late 1950s. The plan was to capture both Eichmann and Mengele and bring them to justice. Information about Eichmann's whereabouts had been passed to Mossad by Wiesenthal, who had located Eichmann's family home in Buenos Aires on Garibaldi Street in the city. It was near here that Mossad captured Eichmann on the 11th of May 1960, having observed the house and his actions for several days. As he approached his house, 3 of the Mossad agents bundled him into a car and took him to a safe house. Conversely, the mission to capture Mengele was less successful, as he had already received intelligence about his possible apprehension and had fled to Brazil. Despite several extradition requests, he would escape justice for the remainder of his life, right up to his death in 1979. Mossad were acting outside of their jurisdiction in Argentina and without permission from the Argentine government. Accordingly, they kept a low profile for several days after capturing Eichmann, during which time they confirmed his identity. Having done so, they proceeded to smuggle Eichmann out of the country by drugging him and taking him on board a commercial air flight dressed as a flight attendant. They finally arrived in Israel on the 22nd of May, 11 days after Eichmann's initial capture. There, the Prime Minister, David Ben-Gurion, announced to the world that one of the most notorious surviving Nazi war criminals had finally been captured. Incredibly though, this was not met with the universal approval that one might have expected. The Argentine government, which for years had turned a blind eye to its country being used as a refuge for Nazi war criminals in hiding, objected to a violation of its sovereign territory because of Mossad having carried out an illegal operation there, while several Western countries, including the US and the UK, were concerned about what Eichmann might say in his trial about former members of the Nazi regime who had been repurposed after the war to work for the Western powers in the burgeoning Cold War with Soviet Russia. Eichmann's trial commenced on the 11th of April 1961 and would last for nearly 8 months, eventually terminating on the 15th of December 1961. He was interrogated daily, and surviving documentation from the time was cross-compared scrupulously with Eichmann's own statements in order to be able to determine when he was lying and when he was telling the truth. Then, during his interrogation, Eichmann adamantly proclaimed that he was not an anti-Semite. For instance, he claimed to have never read Hitler's rabidly anti-Semitic Mein Kampf or other key anti-Jewish texts, such as the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, while he stated that he disagreed with many of the anti-Semitic pieces which appeared in Nazi publications and periodicals such as Der Stürmer. Conversely, he claimed to have been a regular reader of Jewish works and to have an interest and appreciation for Jewish culture itself, noting that he had once been a subscriber to the Jewish periodical called the Encyclopedia Judaica, as well as having read Theodor Herzl's The Jewish State, a work promoting the creation of a Jewish state for European Jewry. Thus, one bizarre aspect of one of the architects of the entire final solution was to proclaim at his trial that he had actually been a supporter of Jewish culture in Europe. Eichmann sought to portray himself as simply an obedient bureaucrat who was following orders, which had been handed down to him by his superiors.
He denied he was responsible for any of the mass killings and oversight of the deportations to the death camps. He further stated that he had orders and had to follow them, in a totalitarian state where one did not live long if one failed to carry out those very same orders. Moreover, he noted that while he might have been aware of the killings which were occurring at the camps, his role concerned the transport of Europe's Jews in certain areas under his control to other areas, and he even claimed to have been personally uncomfortable at how the gas chambers worked when he was made aware of them, stating, "I was horrified. My nerves aren't strong enough. I can't listen to such things without their affecting me." Then, on one occasion, when questioned on his presence at a mass killing at one camp, he admitted to having been at the camp in question, but testified that he had not looked in the chamber, that he had heard the screams, and that it so horrified him that he could not look at what was occurring. Thereafter, he claimed to have tried to avoid ever having to visit the camps themselves, while he admitted to his continuing role in organizing transport to the camps. Eichmann's baseless arguments and pleading of his innocence earned him short shrift. Against his own arguments, the prosecution was able to cite hundreds of documents which directly implicated Eichmann in the development of the final solution and the mass deportation of Europe's Jews to the extermination camps. Over 100 witnesses, many of whom had met or seen Eichmann during the war, were called to testify, and the written depositions of several Nazis who were in jail in Germany were also presented to attest to his central role in the development of the final solution and the organization and implementation of the Holocaust. But despite all of this, Eichmann continued to argue his innocence, stating that he had simply carried out orders to implement a policy which had been devised by others. He steadfastly refused to admit his guilt, and any expressions of remorse extended only to him claiming he was troubled by what had happened, but did not believe he was ultimately responsible. His prosecutors were not convinced. On the 12th of December 1961, he was sentenced to death by hanging, the first and only time the death penalty has ever been applied in a case within the State of Israel. Eichmann did not accept the verdict without resistance. The case was appealed to the Israeli Supreme Court, the Beit HaMishpat HaElyon, and the 5 senior judges who made up the Supreme Court bench were presented with an argument which sought to avoid redebating the exact specifics of Eichmann's life and crimes, but rather attempted to argue that the German official's trial was invalid, as Israel had no jurisdiction to try him on the charges when and where it did. It is a telling indication of how limp Eichmann's defense of his past conduct was that his team was forced to rely on such a legal technicality as their only means of being able to dispute the case. However, the Supreme Court was roundly unconvinced of the legal basis for this claim, and when the appeal was heard in late March 1962, it was quickly dismissed. Then, last-ditch efforts by Eichmann to avoid his fate included an appeal to be extradited to West Germany, where he would most likely serve out a life sentence, or for a grant of clemency, which would commute the death sentence from the Israeli President Yitzhak Ben-Zvi. Yet none of these efforts succeeded, and it was reaffirmed in late May 1962 that Eichmann would be executed. Eichmann's wife, Vera, was allowed to fly to Israel to see him for the last time towards the end of April 1962. His execution was carried out on the 1st of June, just hours after he learned that the last appeals for clemency had been denied. Eichmann was hanged at Ramla prison in the small town of Ramla in central Israel, and only a small group of attendees was allowed to be there, including a group of officials and some journalists who could report on the same to an international media which had been gripped by Eichmann's case for 2 years. Eichmann had readopted his Christianity in later life, and his execution was also attended by a minister by the name of William Lovell Hull. According to his most substantial recent biographer, David Cesarini, Eichmann's final words were, "Long live Germany, long live Argentina, long live Austria. These are the 3 countries with which I have been most connected and which I will not forget. I greet my wife, my family, and my friends. I am ready. We'll meet again soon, as is the fate of all men. I die believing in God." Then the Israeli state anxious to ensure that any grave of Eichmann's would not become a macabre shrine or point of interest, decided to have his body cremated shortly afterwards and discreetly scattered his ashes in the Mediterranean Sea. Eichmann's trial and death subsequently became the focus of much debate, in large part owing to the appearance in 1963, just over a year after the conclusion of the trial, of a book by the German-born political theorist and philosopher Hannah Arendt. Born to a Jewish family herself, and only having escaped to the United States in 1941, Arendt wrote about the trial for The New Yorker. This was subsequently published as Eichmann in Jerusalem, a report on the banality of evil. Arendt's work was highly controversial, in large part because she criticized the manner in which the trial was conducted by the Israeli state, as a show trial, but above all because of her depiction of Eichmann as a banal demonstration of how evil manifests itself. Arendt was struck by his ordinariness, a small, balding and seemingly completely unimaginative bureaucrat. What Arendt wanted to convey most clearly was the idea that great evil can be carried out simply by a disinterested bureaucrat, seemingly without much thought at all. But this interpretation soon came in for criticism and created a stir in the years that followed. Most notably, the Lithuanian-born jurist and writer Jacob Robinson attempted a point-by-point refutation of Arendt's arguments, entitled "And the Crooked Shall Be Made Straight, the Eichmann Trial, the Jewish Catastrophe, and Hannah Arendt's Narrative." In considering Nazi Germany, we cannot ignore Adolf Eichmann, although he is generally deemed to be a less ubiquitous figure within the regime in the historical record than individuals such as Adolf Hitler, Joseph Goebbels, or Hermann Göring. Yet Eichmann was one of the most central figures in the murder of the Jewish people by the Nazi regime. As one of the highest-ranking officials within the security services, his role in the gradual development of the Nazi regime's barbaric response to the so-called Jewish question was as significant as any other individual who was responsible for the Holocaust. As a highly organized bureaucrat who had proved himself capable of recording vast amounts of data about groups and people across Europe, Eichmann's skills in this respect were noted by the Nazi High Command, and he was involved in organizing plans to deport the Jews of Central and Western Europe into ghettos in Eastern Europe. This later gave way to an absolutely central role in the development of the so-called Madagascar Project, the Nazi scheme to deport millions of European Jews to the African island, where they would live in a kind of giant open-air prison. Eichmann wrote the core memo on this plan and had clearly become central to managing the Jewish question by 1940. This soon gave way to even greater complicity in the Nazis' war crimes. He was central to the devising of the final solution and helped organize the Wannsee Conference, at which it was adopted as German policy in January 1942. Thereafter, he played a key organizational role in the transporting of millions of Europe's Jews to extermination and concentration camps throughout Central and Eastern Europe, where they were usually killed by gassing within hours of their arrival. There is no doubting Eichmann's central role in this, and he has been referred to by some historians as a managing director of the most bloody genocide ever to occur in human history. And the clearest sign of his centrality to the Holocaust occurred in Hungary in 1944, where in the space of just 6 months, between the early spring and early autumn of that year, he led the Nazis' program of extermination, which saw over half of the country's 750,000 Jews executed in the camps and through other instruments like forced death marches. Eichmann showed little or no remorse for any of these occurrences later on. What is quite unusual, given Eichmann's role in the Holocaust, is that he was not considered to be a key target when the Allies conquered Germany in 1945, and as the leaders of the Nazi regime were being hunted down. As a result, while he was originally captured in the immediate aftermath of the war, he was not identified properly or guarded well enough and managed to escape. Indeed, when one of the American lawyers received a document about Eichmann during the Nuremberg trials which followed, he made a note querying who Eichmann was, a peculiar ignorance about one of the most central figures in the atrocities which the regime had committed. However, this relative anonymity was certainly dispelled in the years that followed. After spending years on the run and in hiding in Europe and South America, Eichmann was eventually hunted down by the Israeli Secret Services 15 years after the war and was brought to trial in Jerusalem in 1961. His subsequent trial, conviction and execution generated widespread international media attention and resulted in Eichmann's trial and death being one of the most debated of any member of the Nazi regime and of those responsible for the Holocaust. At his trial, he sought to portray himself as a passionless administrator, one who simply carried out his orders and was not an actual formulator or director of Nazi state policy. This self-vindicatory account of himself was the basis of Hannah Arendt's famous description of Eichmann as typifying the banality of evil, the manner in which great crimes can be committed by an individual who believes themselves to simply be following orders. But while Arendt's description has influenced many interpretations of Eichmann, it is hard to accept it as an accurate one. Adolf Eichmann was involved in the evolution of the final solution at every stage and was one of the most significant figures therein. Whatever his arguments at his trial, Adolf Eichmann was undoubtedly one of the central architects of the Holocaust. What do you think of Adolf Eichmann? Was he one of the more evil masterminds of the entire Third Reich? Or is there any credibility to his argument during his trial that he was simply a bureaucrat who was obeying orders? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
The man known to history as Heinrich Himmler was born on the 28th of April 1900 in the city of Munich, in the region of Bavaria in southern Germany. His parents were poor Catholics from Bavaria, his father working as a rural police officer. Müller consequently attended a state-run Volksschule, where he received a fairly rudimentary primary education, before taking up an apprenticeship with a mechanic when he had barely entered his teenage years. Little else is known about his early life, and Müller remained a man whose personal affairs were largely inscrutable throughout his life. Müller was entering his teenage years at a tumultuous time in European history. The continent had been drifting towards outright conflict between its great powers for many years. Two armed alliances, consisting of Germany, the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Italy on one side, and Britain, France and Russia on the other, had developed, fueled by rivalry over naval supremacy between Britain and Germany, for dominance of the Balkans between Austria-Hungary and Russia, and over colonial possessions in Africa between every power. And now, in the summer of 1914, a regional diplomatic crisis in the Balkans following the assassination of the heir to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, in Sarajevo by a Serb nationalist, quickly ballooned into a full-blown European showdown. Over the space of a few days in late July and early August, the great powers declared war on one another, with the conflict soon involving nations from beyond Europe, including Japan and the United States. The resulting conflict, known as the First World War, would last for over 4 years. The Central Powers were led by Germany, and the worst of the fighting would take place in the trenches of northern France on the Western Front, eventually ending in defeat for Germany and its allies, and victory for Britain and France in particular. Despite his very young age of just 14 at the time that the war erupted in 1914, Müller saw active military duty before the conflict came to an end in November 1918. His training as a mechanic had led to him specializing in aircraft maintenance, a burgeoning field at the time when air flight, of even the most rudimentary kind, was little more than a decade old. As a result of this expertise, he was drafted into the Deutsche Luftstreitkräfte, the German Air Force, during the latter stages of the war. He saw active duty on the Western Front in northeastern France in 1918. His role in this was as an attaché to the artillery spotting unit at a time when observation balloons, as well as basic reconnaissance planes, were still being used to determine where artillery units should aim their fire across the trenches, a necessity for artillery units,
which could fire several kilometers but could not see what they were aiming at across no man's land. His service was well regarded, and by the time the war ended, he was awarded the Iron Cross for bravery, and also the Bavarian Military Merit Cross for his service. Thus, he left the army in 1918 with honors and was somewhat unusual amongst the future senior ranking members of the Nazi regime in not carrying a lifelong bitterness about how the war had ended. Like many other former soldiers in Germany in the late 1910s and 1920s, Müller found himself drifting towards the Freikorps in the aftermath of the war. The Weimar Republic, which had been established to govern the country following the collapse of the German Empire, had been commanded under the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which brought the war to an end, to demilitarize and decommission the vast majority of its troops. Thousands of soldiers now joined the Freikorps, or Free Corps, a German paramilitary organization of military volunteers, which had existed in Prussia and then Germany as far back as the 18th century. In the period immediately after the cessation of the war, the new republic was beset by communist unrest as the German communist movement, buoyed up by the success of their brethren in Russia since 1917, sought to seize power in the very country which Karl Marx had originally conceived his communist utopia for. The Freikorps were deployed in large numbers countrywide in 1919 and 1920 to crush such communist agitation, and Müller was active amongst them and saw active duty with the Freikorps in crushing the short-lived Bavarian Soviet Republic, which established itself in power in Munich in April 1919. Müller's involvement with the Freikorps and his family background in policing, his father having been a police official in Bavaria, led him into the same occupation in the early 1920s. He rose fast and was soon advanced to a senior position within the political office of the Munich Police Department, and it was owing to his involvement in Munich's policing that he would first come into contact with Adolf Hitler and the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazi Party, though somewhat ironically, given his later role in the Nazi regime, which would come to rule Germany, his initial encounters with them was as an opponent. The Nazi Party had been established in 1920 out of the German Workers' Party. It had emerged as a political party for right-wing German nationalists, who favored a type of workers' revolution based on opposing communism. Its membership was largely comprised of veterans of the war who were profoundly disillusioned at the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which had been negotiated by the Weimar Republic, viewing it as a stain on German honor. The party attracted support from veterans in Munich in the early 1920s, and under its leader, the Austrian Adolf Hitler, it had soon risen to have tens of thousands of active members and tacit supporters throughout Bavaria. Müller would have been fully aware of the growth of this subversive group within Munich in the early 1920s as a result of his police duties, but this loose interaction became altogether more serious in the early winter of 1923. On the 8th of November that year, approximately 2,000 armed Nazis attempted a coup d'état in Munich with the goal of seizing control of Bavaria and then marching on Berlin to overthrow the Weimar Republic. But the Munich Putsch, or Beer Hall Putsch as it became known, was a complete failure from a military perspective. On the morning of the 9th of November, it was quickly broken up by German army detachments which had been deployed in Munich, and Müller was amongst the Munich police officers who were involved in investigating who had been responsible in the weeks that followed. Admittedly, Hitler and several of the other senior commanders needed no investigating, and after a quick manhunt, he was captured in the Bavarian countryside a few days later. Yet his trial provided him with an opportunity to broadcast his views to the German public, and he would only serve 9 months of a 5-year prison sentence, which he received. Ultimately, the most striking thing about the Munich Putsch is that the Weimar Republic failed to take advantage of the episode to crush the Nazis when they had the opportunity to do so. For Müller, his involvement in the police investigations which followed the Munich Revolt of 1923 ensured that in the 1930s he was mistrusted for years by many senior Nazis. Following this, his activities in the mid to late 1920s and into the early 1930s are again rather unremarkable. He continued his work as a police officer in Munich, activity which was in itself somewhat significant in the long run, as Müller was studying the methods being employed by Soviet-Russian police organizations, notably the OGPU, or Joint State Political Directorate, the senior secret police organization within the Soviet Union between 1923 and 1934, and the forerunner of the NKVD and the KGB. Through his work, Müller became attuned to the latest surveillance methodologies available to secret police agencies in Europe and familiarized himself with how totalitarian states could monitor huge numbers of people in order to maintain power and stifle political dissent. These were methods he would put to use himself in later years, in his role as head of Germany's own secret police, the Gestapo. For the meantime, in the 1920s and early 1930s, he was using such methods to better surveil communist organizations in Bavaria. Müller appears to have developed a striking antipathy to communists, or what were increasingly referred to as Bolsheviks in Germany, after the Russian Communist Party. This antipathy would fuel much of his work with the Nazis later. Though Müller spent much of the late 1920s and early 1930s in relative obscurity, there were wide-ranging changes occurring in the wider country. After nearly a decade of rapid economic growth following the First World War, the global economy had overheated and crashed badly in 1929, the so-called Wall Street crash. A Great Depression followed it, and this hit Germany especially badly. Millions of people lost their jobs and fell into poverty. Life savings were wiped out, and basic foodstuffs and goods became difficult to afford. And in this environment, extremist political parties gained ground on the more moderate establishment parties. In particular, the Nazi Party, which Müller had encountered back in Bavaria in 1923, exploited German resentments about the post-war settlement in this new atmosphere of economic turmoil. They were soon gaining widespread support throughout the country, and by 1932, this was translating into nearly 40% of the vote in the Reichstag elections held that year. This declined to under 35% in early 1933, but a deal with the leaders of German industry allowed Hitler to become Chancellor at that time. And within weeks, the Nazis exploited their new position to begin outlawing all other parties and forming a one-party totalitarian state. In this manner, the Nazis seized power in Germany in 1933. Müller's political views did not entirely align with the Nazis during these years. He was a member of the Bavarian People's Party, or BVP, a conservative pro-monarchy party which favored Bavarian separatism, but which was willing to work within the confines of the Weimar Republic in the 1920s. The BVP was also a staunchly Catholic party, and this probably also appealed to Müller, whose political outlook at this stage was grounded in his roots as a Catholic Bavarian. Indeed, he was not alone in this perspective, and the party was consistently the most popular in Bavaria during the Weimar era. Furthermore, it held regional power in Bavaria, at the time when the Nazis gained control in Berlin, early in 1933. Germany, then as now, was a federalist state, where power in regions such as Bavaria was devolved to a considerable extent to local administrations. As such, the BVP Minister-President of Bavaria, Heinrich Himmler, exercised considerable regional authority in Munich in 1933. But he was quickly challenged by the Nazis in February and March. Müller committed his second transgression against the Nazis at this time by proposing to Himmler that he militarily resist the Nazis' efforts to overthrow the BVP. Himmler, though, declined to do so and resigned from office. The power of the Minister-President of Bavaria was subsequently stripped away, and the regional autonomy of Bavaria was completely subordinated to Berlin. Thus, by mid-1933, Müller found himself in a precarious position. He had twice, once in 1923 and now again in 1933, found himself in a compromising position in relation to the Nazi Party
which had now taken control of Germany. He might have expected to be removed from his senior position within the Munich police department and blacklisted as an opponent of the regime, but he was to be saved by an unlikely patron. Despite his compromising role in the Munich putsch, Müller had caught the eye of Reinhard Heydrich, the chief of the Sicherheitsdienst, the Nazi Security Service, or SD for short, which had been established in 1931. In 1933, the SD and the SS, headed by Heinrich Himmler, began taking over the police services of the former Weimar Republic and Nazifying them, and they began in Munich, where Heydrich became aware of Müller's skills in advanced surveillance techniques. After determining that he could be useful, the head of the SD decided to take Müller under his wing, rather than purging him from the Munich police. Indeed, Müller was quickly promoted, becoming a senior inspector by the end of 1933. Müller, for his own part, was willing to adapt to the new situation as a man who has been characterized as extremely malleable in his beliefs and one who wanted to progress in his career above all else. Müller's career thereafter in the 1930s and beyond was intimately tied to both Heydrich and the Gestapo. The Gestapo, or Geheime Staatspolizei, which means the secret state police, was created in April 1933 by Hermann Göring. It was originally confined to Prussia, the largest federal constituent state of Germany, which made up much of the north and northeast of the country. However, its remit and areas of operation quickly expanded. On the 20th of April 1934, Göring handed over control of the Gestapo to the head of the SS, Heinrich Himmler, and 2 days later, Himmler named Heydrich as head of the secret police, and its remit expanded to cover the entire country. Under Heydrich's leadership, the Gestapo became a specialized police service, often staffed by academically gifted investigators, rather than rank-and-file police officers. Müller was quickly brought on board, and by 1936, he had risen to become operations chief of the Gestapo, effectively making him Heydrich's second-in-command. And yet there was a paradoxical element to this. Although he had joined the SS in 1934, Müller did not join the Nazi Party, and indeed an official report on him from the mid-1930s by a Nazi official noted his dubious relationship within the party in the past. Despite these complications, he continued to be promoted in the years that followed. Müller's work within the Gestapo covered many areas of German life under the Nazis. Early on, the secret police was particularly active in crushing political dissent against the Nazi regime. This focused on German communism and the trade unions to a very considerable extent, and it was Müller's long-standing work in prosecuting communists in Bavaria in the 1920s and early 1930s which made him especially useful within the Gestapo during these years. Throughout the mid-1930s, the Gestapo surveilled and often arrested former trade union officials, the unions themselves having been largely broken up in 1933. These efforts culminated during Müller's early years at the Gestapo in the breaking up of the Markwitz Circle. This was a group of moderate socialists that had established ties to former members of the Nazi Party, who had been pushed out by Hitler in the 1920s. Much of the Gestapo's methods at this time focused on the policy of protective detention, whereby individuals of suspect political allegiances were detained and sent to the concentration camps which were springing up around the country. Here they were held indefinitely for protracted periods of time, without having charges actually placed against them. Other groups which were monitored within what was known as Department A for political opponents within the Gestapo included reactionaries, liberals, and intellectuals. Müller had a particular antipathy towards the latter. Religious organizations were also closely scrutinized by the Gestapo, and Department B was tasked specifically with monitoring the same. Bishops and other senior members of the Roman Catholic Church were monitored particularly closely by the Gestapo, not least because they had political allegiances which lay outside of Germany itself, in the Vatican, in Rome. Other groupings which Müller was charged with monitoring
included those sections of the media which had managed to maintain some independence from the increasingly dominant state-run media, headed by the Minister for Propaganda and Public Enlightenment, Joseph Goebbels. Finally, the Gestapo also oversaw the monitoring of people's personal lives and any activity which was considered offensive by the Nazis. For instance, in 1934, around the time that Müller was drafted into the Gestapo by Heinrich, a special office was set up to identify and monitor gay and lesbian people in Germany. In the years that followed, thousands of gay men and some lesbian women were identified and arrested, often being sent to concentration camps where many died or were sentenced to hard labor. Müller's personality was well suited to work of this nature. Not only had he developed advanced skills in surveillance and other secret police methodologies in Munich during the 1920s and early 1930s, but he was also naturally disposed to the tasks he was charged with in the 1930s. Müller was a workaholic, one who several other senior Nazis remarked upon as always being available to take their calls, day or night, 7 days a week. In part, this may have been driven by his home life. In 1924, he had married Sophie Dischner, the daughter of a newspaperman in Bavaria, and they had 2 children, a son, Reinhard, who was born in January 1927, and a daughter, Elizabeth, who was born almost 10 years later in September 1936. Elizabeth was born with a physical impairment, the exact details of which are unclear. After she was born, Müller's family life became very strained, and his contemporaries in the Gestapo and other security offices uniformly noted that Müller's marriage was unhappy and that he never appeared in public with his wife and children. Moreover, several individuals attested after the war that Müller was perpetually in the office, returning home only to sleep, it seemed. In addition to being a workaholic who wished to avoid his home life, Müller was immensely ambitious and driven to advance himself in his career, an ambition which seems to have been his primary, perhaps even his sole, drive or motivation. Furthermore, his politics were otherwise completely malleable, and it is very hard to discern what he actually thought about any issue, other than what he might gain from it and how he could amass further power and influence within the Nazi regime through it. In actuality, his only really discernible personal views during this time at the Gestapo did not involve any affinity for Nazism, but rather his loathing for communism, a trait which emerged during the formative period of his life in the late 1910s and early 1920s, whilst working with the Freikorps and the then police service in Bavaria. Above all, he was a meticulous administrator, the kind of imaginationless bureaucrat who could operate in a world of surveillance, torture, and persecution, if he felt it was lending a sense of balance and regulation to a society. Contemporaries were struck by his ability to spend hours or even days passively questioning suspects until a crack in their defense might show. Müller became involved in 1938 in a power struggle within Germany, which had major implications for the direction of the country's foreign policy. The Nazis were determined to dismantle each of the terms of the Treaty of Versailles and rebuild the German military or Wehrmacht to the point where war could be initiated to build a greater Germany, one which would cover much of Central Europe, as a first step towards conquering Eastern Europe in order to obtain Lebensraum, or living space, in years to come. However, despite Hitler and the Nazis controlling the state apparatus, the Wehrmacht retained its independence to a considerable extent. Many of the generals who considered themselves the successors of the old Prussian military, rather than being Nazi commanders, had substantially different political outlooks to Hitler, Goebbels, Himmler, Goering, and other senior Nazi leaders, and several of these were opposed to the rapid remilitarization of the country and the plans for an inevitable war with Britain, France, and Russia. Foremost amongst these obstinate commanders were the War Minister, General Werner von Blomberg, who was critical of Hitler's plans to initiate a European war no later than 1942, and the Commander-in-Chief of the German Armed Forces, Thomas Werner von Fritsch. Müller became central to their removal. What has become known as the Blomberg-Fritsch affair began in the opening days of 1938, when it was discovered that Erna Grün, a woman whom von Blomberg had recently married, had posed for pornographic photos many years earlier and had been suspected of being a prostitute. When this came to light, Hitler exploited the scandal to force the war minister to resign. Plans were now initiated to dig up similarly compromising information on von Fritsch. Müller was charged with undertaking this work. In the days that followed, information was collected which suggested that the commander-in-chief was homosexual. This was based on a report compiled within the Gestapo offices which actually concerned a cavalry commander, Achim von Frisch. The false allegations, combined with further insinuations that von Fritsch had been involved in discussions about launching a military revolt, were enough to force his resignation in February 1938, though he was later found to have been falsely accused in all respects. Nevertheless, Müller and the Gestapo had done an effective enough job that Hitler could now establish greater control over the Wehrmacht, and with the appointment of the compliant Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel to oversee the army, in the aftermath of the Blomberg-Fritsch affair, Hitler was able to establish greater control over the German military. The Blomberg-Fritsch affair and the removal of the more skeptical elements within the German army occurred at a time when the Nazis were accelerating on their march towards war. Ever since seizing power in 1933, the Nazis had been becoming more and more aggressive in their foreign policy. No sooner had they established themselves than they began incrementally rebuilding the German army and the air force known as the Luftwaffe, in violation of the terms of the Treaty of Versailles. Then, in March 1936, another core part of the peace was breached, when the Rhineland was remilitarized. Under the terms of Versailles, this region, which bordered France and the Low Countries, was supposed to remain almost entirely empty of any German military presence. Things escalated from there. In March 1938, Austria was annexed, while just months later, the Nazis also sought to annex the Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia in 1938, and were duly allowed to do so by the Allies, who believed they could still appease Hitler and the Nazis at that stage. Then, in the early months of 1939, the rest of Czechoslovakia and Hungary were formed into puppet regimes. Eventually, on the 3rd of September 1939, in response to Hitler and the Nazis' invasion of Poland 2 days earlier, Britain and France finally declared war on Germany, signaling the commencement of the Second World War. Müller was central to the outbreak of the war. In the summer of 1939, it was not clear that the invasion of Poland would finally spark the war. Hitler and the senior party members believed that if intervention in the country could be justified in some fashion to the international media, then maybe Poland too could be occupied without a wider war breaking out. This would provide an even longer window for the regime to continue building up its military forces. As such, it was decided to invent a justification for invading Poland. Responsibility for this was handed over to Himmler, Heinrich, and Müller in what was called Operation Himmler. This would be a false flag operation, which would seek to provide a justification for a German invasion of Poland by staging several alleged Polish attacks on German border stations and officials around the same. For one of these, Müller personally had several prisoners removed from Dachau concentration camp, dressed in Polish uniforms and killed, and their bodies were then planted at a German radio station at Gliwice on the Polish border, and a story was concocted that these individuals were Polish soldiers who had been killed during an attack on the station. This false flag operation was carried out on the 31st of August. Germany invaded Poland the next day. Müller's role in Operation Himmler was a boon to his career advancement at exactly the right time. With the outbreak of the war, a decision was taken amongst the senior Nazi membership and the heads of the various security forces to consolidate the Gestapo and other police organizations under a new umbrella organization, named the Reich Security Main Office, the idea being that this would centralize the security apparatuses throughout the growing amount of German territory in Europe and create greater efficiencies. As well as this, Heinrich was now promoted from his post as head of the Gestapo to become head of the new Reich Security Main Office. Despite his suspect political past, Müller's role in creating the basis for war with Poland and Heinrich's patronage was enough to ensure that he was appointed to succeed as head of the Gestapo. To ease his promotion, he also finally joined the Nazi Party in 1939, a belated action which highlights the strange situation he was in, whereby somebody who rose to such seniority within the regime seemed to be a very tepid supporter of the Nazi Party itself. In addition, Müller was promoted to the position of Oberführer, or senior leader, within the SS. As a result of these promotions, Müller became one of the most senior figures within the German security apparatus. Only Himmler and Heinrich were more senior. As head of the Gestapo between 1939 and the end of the war in 1945, Müller was responsible for discovering and suppressing opposition to the regime. His particular skill in this regard, honed since the 1920s, focused on identifying threats connected with the Soviet Union and communism within Germany more generally. A notable episode in this regard was the identification of the Red Orchestra in 1941. This was a broad circle of communist sympathizers based in Berlin and elsewhere, which distributed leaflets and posters promoting socialist values and civil disobedience within Germany. This involved figures from within the officer class of the Army and Air Force, as well as members of the German judiciary, such as Harro Schulze-Beusen and Arvind Harnack. These people were not really connected in any substantive fashion with the Soviet regime in Russia at all, but suspicions abounded within the Gestapo that they did, and were planning something more sinister following the German invasion of Russia in 1941. Having discovered the extent of the group in 1941, they were kept under surveillance by Müller for months, before mass arrests were initiated from the autumn of 1942 onwards. By the spring of 1943, well over 100 individuals had been arrested, and the orchestra was broken up. In the early 1940s, the range of areas where Müller was operating expanded considerably beyond Germany, though police work within the home country always remained his primary duty. Following the outbreak of war in September 1939, Poland had been conquered and occupied by Germany in a matter of a few weeks. Months of inaction followed throughout the winter and early spring of 1940, so much so that many began to talk of a phony war in Europe. But then, in the late spring, a rash of conquests were undertaken. Denmark and Norway were quickly occupied by German troops from April 1940, and then, in May, the conquest of the Low Countries and France was undertaken, in a whirlwind campaign, which brought much of Western Europe under German control in the space of just 6 weeks. Early 1941 then saw Hitler aid his Italian ally Benito Mussolini in Italy's conquest of the Balkans, while the invasion of Russia from June 1941 onwards brought a huge expanse of land covering Ukraine, Belarus, and much of Western Russia under German occupation. As these meteoric conquests occurred, Müller found himself dealing with a range of matters outside of Germany, particularly those regions of Central Europe, in Czechoslovakia and Western Poland, which were being most closely assimilated into the German Reich. No sooner had the war broken out than Müller found himself increasingly involved in the regime's policy towards the Jewish population of the lands under German control. The Nazis were rabidly anti-Semitic, and domestic persecution of Germany's Jewish community had been underway since the party first came to power in 1933. Throughout the pre-war years, this had largely focused on politically disenfranchising German Jews through measures such as the so-called Nuremberg Laws of 1935. These prohibited marriage between Jews and Germans and restricted the employment and economic opportunities of Germany's Jewish people. The laws also effectively robbed German Jews of their citizenship. Much of the purpose of these economic and political sanctions was to coerce the country's Jewish people into emigrating,
either to the Middle East, where Jewish people were trying to establish their own communities in the Holy Land, or else to countries such as Britain and the US. And this intensified in the months leading up to the outbreak of the war, most notably on Kristallnacht, the Night of Broken Glass, when state-organized attacks throughout Germany led to the death or serious injury of hundreds of German Jews, and attacks on thousands of Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues. Müller was heavily involved in this episode, and was the individual within the Gestapo who oversaw the arrest of upwards of 30,000 German Jews in association with Kristallnacht. Yet, as bad as this persecution had been in the pre-war days, Germany's Jewish community was relatively small. With the conquest of Eastern Europe in the early years of the war, where a majority of Europe's Jewish people lived during the early and mid-20th century, millions more Jewish people ended up under Nazi rule. In tandem, the Nazi state's persecution became more and more intense from 1939 onwards. Already in January 1939, with the annexation of Austria and other lands in Central Europe, the Reich Central Office for Jewish Emigration had been established in Berlin, with a subsidiary office already having been set up in Vienna in the autumn of 1938. Its objective was to expand the policy of forced migration of Jewish people, which had been in operation in Germany throughout the 1930s, to the newly acquired territories in Central Europe. Heinrich was appointed to oversee the Berlin office, and Adolf Eichmann was his counterpart in Vienna. The Central Office's area of operation would expand significantly in the years that followed, particularly into Poland. And Müller would play a key role in the functioning of the Central Office, first as Heinrich's deputy, and then in his own right as head of the Gestapo. At first, the increasing persecution of Europe's Jews centered on more intense efforts to force mass migration. Figures such as Himmler, Heinrich, and Müller were largely overseeing these efforts. As early as October 1939, Müller was supervising initiatives to relocate tens of thousands of Polish Jews into ghettos in cities like Warsaw. In this, he collaborated closely with Eichmann, the individual within the Security Service, or SD, in Poland, charged with overseeing policy towards the Jewish people in the conquered country. Again, forced emigration remained the preferred tactic to reduce the Jewish population of Eastern Europe at this time. But there were millions of Jews in Eastern Europe, and the war had severely disrupted migration routes. Consequently, Nazi policy began to coalesce in 1940 around an outlandish scheme championed by Eichmann to transport Europe's Jews to the East African island of Madagascar, where a kind of giant open-air prison would be created. However, this plan was abandoned in the course of 1941 as it became clear that Germany would be unable to seize the Suez Canal from Britain in North Africa, making such mass deportations of millions of European Jews impractical. It is unclear when he was informed, but it is evident from surviving statements that Müller was one of the first senior-ranking figures within the Nazi regime to learn during the course of 1941 that a new and horrific approach to the so-called Jewish question had been decided upon by Hitler and others, such as Himmler and Goebbels. What has become known as the final solution, and which led to the Holocaust, would involve the forcible deportation of Europe's Jews into concentration camps located throughout Eastern and Central Europe, though principally in Poland, where they would be murdered by the Nazi regime in massive numbers. Already in the late summer and autumn of 1941, experiments had been carried out at concentration camps such as Auschwitz in western Poland, with gases such as Zyklon B, which would be used to carry out the executions, and the bodies would then be burnt in crematoria located within the camps. Müller had also been kept fully informed of the Einsatzgruppen, or death squads, which had been put into operation throughout Eastern Europe in 1941, and which, over the next 4 years, would be responsible for the murder of upwards of 1.3 million Jews, as well as hundreds of thousands of political prisoners. he was also a leading figure in organizing and overseeing these activities in the months and years that followed. On the 20th of January 1942, Müller attended a conference at Wannsee, a suburb outside Berlin. This was organized by Heinrich and Eichmann, and Müller also played a prominent role. During the course of this, many of the upper echelons of the Nazi Party and the SS, who were in charge of the concentration camp system, were informed about the final solution, which had been developed and resolved upon over the previous 8 months. And from this point onwards, Müller played a very senior role in orchestrating the genocide of Europe's Jews. Much of his work, as it was devolved to him by Himmler, focused on making sure that the evidence of the mass murder which was occurring was covered up by burning the bodies of those who had been killed in the camps, a task which became difficult in camps such as Treblinka and Auschwitz-Birkenau, where the crematoria often could not burn the bodies quickly enough. Despite this problem, he was commanded in 1943 to travel to Italy to force the government of Benito Mussolini there to increase the numbers of Italian Jews who were being deported to the camps to the north and northeast. Ultimately, Müller was, with the likes of Himmler, Heinrich, Eichmann and Rudolf Höss, the commandant of Auschwitz, largely responsible for overseeing the mass murder of Europe's Jews between late 1941 and the end of the war in the summer of 1945. While the final solution was ultimately decided upon by Hitler, Göring, Goebbels, Himmler and others at the very top of the Nazi regime, its actual implementation on a day-to-day basis was largely left to administrators and bureaucrats like Müller, Höss and Eichmann, and the end result of the policy was catastrophic. During the 3-year period between the Wannsee Conference in January 1942 and the period when most of the concentration camps were liberated in the opening weeks and months of 1945, roughly 6 million of Europe's Jews were murdered, either in camps such as Auschwitz-Birkenau, Sobibor and Treblinka, or by being executed by the Einsatzgruppen. Had he ever stood trial after the war, there is little doubt that Müller would have been convicted as one of the most egregious of Germany's war criminals, and also would almost certainly have faced the death penalty for his role in the Holocaust. In the summer of 1942, Müller was sent to Czechoslovakia to oversee a ruthless investigation there. In late 1941, Heinrich had been appointed as an interim governor of the region. He had soon established a reputation for cracking down brutally on any form of political dissent, and he was quickly identified by Britain and the Czechoslovakian resistance movement as a target for assassination. And, as a consequence, some months later, on the 27th of May 1942, in a mission codenamed Operation Anthropoid, Heinrich was attacked on his way to his office near Prague by 2 resistance fighters, Josef Gabčík and Jan Kubiš. Heinrich was badly injured in the attack and died a week later of his wounds, making him the only senior Nazi leader who was successfully assassinated during the Second World War. Müller was quickly dispatched to Prague to investigate, Gabčík and Kubiš having escaped after wounding Heinrich. In an absolutely vicious crackdown in the weeks that followed, Müller not only tracked down and killed the 2 assassins and the resistance fighters who had sheltered them, but carried out reprisals across Czechoslovakia, which resulted in approximately 5,000 deaths, over 13,000 imprisonments, and the effective destruction of the entire villages of Lidice and Ležáky. Heinrich's assassination also changed Müller's position within the security forces. In January 1943, Ernst Kaltenbrunner was appointed as the new head of the Reichssecurity main office in succession to Heinrich. He was now Müller's direct overseer, but Müller evidently exercised greater independence under Kaltenbrunner than he had during Heinrich's day. As a result of these developments, Müller now became arguably the second most senior individual in the implementation of the final solution. As head of the SS, which had overall control of the concentration camps throughout Europe, Himmler was at the top of the pyramid of those who were overseeing the Holocaust. But Müller's role in providing intelligence on the locations and movements of Europe's Jews made him arguably junior only to Himmler in this respect, and senior to figures such as Eichmann, who oversaw the logistics of transferring Europe's Jews to the death camps, and figures such as Rudolf Höss, the commandant of Auschwitz, or Franz Stangl, the commandant of Sobibor and then Treblinka. Consequently, Müller's career as head of the Gestapo in the 1940s is inseparable from his role in the Holocaust. Much of Müller's work between 1943 and 1945 would focus on rooting out conspiracies against the Nazi state. Plans to overthrow Hitler and his accomplices from both within the military and elements of civil society were proliferating during these years, in large part because the war effort had soured, and with it, the chance of Germany coming out victorious in the conflict. After the initial rapid conquest of Ukraine, Belarus, and much of Western Russia in the late summer of autumn of 1941, the German armies had stalled outside St. Petersburg, Moscow and Stalingrad in the winter of 1941 and were decimated in the weeks that followed, without adequate protective clothing in the brutal Russian winter. Efforts in 1942 centered on capturing Stalingrad, but when that failed in the autumn and winter of that year, the tide turned inexorably on the Eastern Front, and the Russians began pushing the Germans back into Ukraine and Belarus in 1943. Elsewhere, the Italians and Germans were expelled from North Africa early in 1943, and a southern front was opened in Italy that summer. Finally, a western front was opened by the US, Britain and the Western Allies in France in the summer of 1944. It was now only a matter of when, not if, the Nazis would be defeated. As this reality dawned in Germany, many groups began plotting ways to overthrow Hitler and the Nazis and tried to negotiate an end to the war with the Allies. Müller was soon dealing with many of these conspiracies, as well as unrest concerning his role as head of the Gestapo. One such episode involved the breaking up of the Solf Circle. This was a group of German intellectuals and academics which had formed around Hanne Solf, the widow of Dr. Wilhelm Solf, a prominent German politician and diplomat during the Second German Reich, and someone who had made his opposition to the Nazis clear in the years before his death in 1936. In the early 1940s, even as the war raged, Hanne Solf held meetings for people who were opposed to Hitler and the Nazis in her salon in Berlin. Although they were not plotting any armed revolt, the circle members had actively tried to protect German Jews and tried to help them escape out of Germany when the Holocaust began. On the 10th of September 1943, a Gestapo agent infiltrated a tea party held by the circle, following which most senior members thereof were arrested. Several were sent to concentration camps, while others suffered torture by Müller's Gestapo and even execution. Then, throughout 1943 and early 1944, Müller also had Gestapo agents arrest thousands of German students who were involved in protest groups such as the White Rose student group and the Swing Youth. Again, although these were largely engaging in non-violent protest, hundreds were tortured or even killed. As pressing as many of these security concerns were for Müller, none threatened the Nazis' grip on power quite so much as one which the head of the Gestapo was charged with investigating in the summer of 1944. What has become known as the 20th of July plot was a conspiracy organized by numerous senior figures within the German army, with the goal of assassinating Hitler and several other senior-ranking members of the regime, and then seizing power. It was hoped that a new military government could then obtain favorable surrender terms from the Allies as quickly as possible. The conspiracy, which was led by the German officer Lieutenant Colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg and others such as General Friedrich Albrecht, became known as Operation Valkyrie. On the 20th of July 1944, Stauffenberg attended a meeting at Hitler's Wolf's Lair near Rastenburg in eastern Prussia. When he entered, he placed a briefcase filled with explosives under the conference table.
He subsequently left to take a pre-arranged telephone call, and it was during his absence that the bomb exploded. However, while there was one fatality and dozens of people were injured in the room, the explosion failed to kill Hitler, possibly because the briefcase was moved after von Stauffenberg left the room. And as a result of this, the 20th of July plot was doomed before it ever really started. After leaving the meeting in the Wolf's Lair, von Stauffenberg quickly headed back to Berlin. Plans for a wider seizure of power in Berlin by the conspirators now kicked in, but with Hitler and the senior commanders having survived, and the plot being quickly uncovered, it all proved abortive. By the end of the day, the plans to seize key buildings in Berlin by Albrecht and von Stauffenberg had failed. Both von Stauffenberg, Albrecht, and several other of the leading rebels were arrested and were executed at approximately 1 a.m. that night, and Müller, as one of the senior Gestapo officials, now came center stage in investigating just how deep the entire conspiracy ran. In the days and weeks that followed, anyone with even the merest hint of an association with the plotters was arrested, over 5,000 people in the end. A very large proportion of these appear to have had little or no knowledge of the plot. Such was the severity with which Müller prosecuted the investigation, that individuals who could not categorically prove their innocence were nevertheless persecuted. Indeed, over 200 of the core plotters were executed. While it was Judge Roland Freisler, the head of the German People's Court, who pronounced sentence on those who were implicated, it was ultimately Müller who decided who ended up in front of this kangaroo court in the late summer and autumn of 1944. Müller was also becoming increasingly fanatical in the final stages of the war. By the winter of 1944, it was plain for all to see that Germany was defeated. The Russians were barreling through Poland and would cross the river Oder into the heartland of Germany early in 1945. More strikingly, the Western Allies were rapidly liberating Western Europe, following the D-Day landings in the summer of 1944, and Paris had been retaken in a short campaign in mid to late August, followed by a further drive eastwards which liberated Brussels and most of Belgium in September. The way was now cleared for a drive into Germany and the Rhineland in the winter of 1944. The only real hope now for Germany was that the Western Allies would have a fatal falling out with Stalin and the Russians before Berlin was captured. Accordingly, the German military command was playing for time and attempted a counteroffensive in the Ardennes forest in Belgium and Luxembourg in December 1944. This proved initially quite successful, but it was at best a delaying tactic, which could have resulted in more favorable peace terms. But Müller seems to have actually believed that the tide of the war was turning again. In the final days of 1944, he is recorded as telling one of his officers in the Gestapo's offices in Berlin that the offensive in the Ardennes would soon push the Western Allies back into France, and Nazi flags would be flying over Paris again in 1945. This was pure fantasy. In the final months of the war, Müller, who had spent much of the war in Berlin, was joined in the capital by a growing number of the senior Nazi officials who had been stationed elsewhere in conquered Europe for several years. He occupied himself in trying to utilize his network of double agents to try to drive divisions between the Allied leaders. Rumors arose at this time that the head of the Gestapo had entered secret negotiations with the Soviet secret services, but this is implausible. One of the few genuine political beliefs Müller had was his hatred of the Soviet regime, and the rumors seem to have been entirely fabricated by a rival for power within the Reich's security main office, Walter Schellenberg. Yet the rumor would fuel later theories that Müller was taken into custody and protected by the Russians at the end of the war. Müller was one of the officials at Hitler's bunker in central Berlin in the final days of April. He is recorded as being seen there on the 30th of April, shortly before Hitler killed himself that day, and there is also a report of him being in the vicinity the next day when Goebbels, the Führer's successor,
also committed suicide. The following day, the Battle of Berlin ended when General Helmut Weidling surrendered to the Russians. Following Germany's surrender and the declaration of the end of the war on the 8th of May 1945, the arduous process of identifying, arresting and prosecuting the leading members of the Nazi regime and those who were guilty of having committed war crimes was initiated by the Allies, and given its central role in the Holocaust, the maintenance of the totalitarian state and the torture and execution of thousands of political prisoners over the years, members of the Gestapo were foremost amongst those who were prosecuted by the Allies. The Gestapo itself had ceased to exist with the end of the Nazi regime and had been branded by the Allies as a criminal organization. When an international military tribunal was established by the Allies in November 1945, it identified 3 key groups within Germany as those which needed to be held accountable for their conduct during the war, and these were the senior membership of the Nazi Party, the SS, and the Gestapo. And individuals who were tried in the Nuremberg trials which followed, and who had been members of the Gestapo, including Göring, Kaltenbrunner, and the Austrian Nazi leader, Arthur Seyss-Inquart. But Müller would never be tried or convicted, as in May 1945, as the war was entering its final days and hours, the head of the Gestapo had simply vanished. Müller was last seen on the evening of the 1st of May 1945. It was that evening that Hitler's designated successor, Joseph Goebbels, committed suicide, leaving the Nazi regime leaderless. Müller had been overheard to say at this time that he had no intention of being captured alive by the Russians. As the head of an agency which had persecuted Russian sympathizers and Russian prisoners of war, Müller had more reason than most to be fearful of what would happen to him. Thus, he vanished right around the time of Goebbels' suicide, though there are unsubstantiated claims that he was with Himmler near the Danish border on the 11th of May, shortly before the head of the SS's capture just over a week later. No trace of his whereabouts had been detected by the Allies weeks later, but Müller had been listed by the Allies as a person of major interest and one who would stand trial at Nuremberg for his actions if captured. Accordingly, on the 27th of May 1945, the Counterintelligence War Room listed him amongst its priority targets who were still not apprehended. Despite concerted investigations in the weeks and months that followed, Müller remained missing. His disappearance made him the most senior figure in the Nazi regime, whose location could not be determined. Müller would never be located, but the abrupt manner of his disappearance has sparked numerous theories as to what happened to him ever since. One of the most popular, driven in large part by Schellenberg's earlier claims that Müller had been involved in negotiations with the Soviets towards the end of the war, was that he was captured by the Russians shortly after the fall of Berlin and taken into secret protective custody in the aftermath of the war. This theory was further fueled by unsubstantiated claims that Müller had been seen in Moscow and elsewhere in the years following the war. Another theory, which was given fresh interest in the early 1960s following the capture of Adolf Eichmann in Argentina, was that Müller had, like many other Nazis, fled to South America in the aftermath of the war. Nazi war criminals had been given protection here by the administration of Juan Perón in the aftermath of the war, and as a result of this renewed speculation, investigations were carried out throughout Latin America in the 1960s to locate Müller, resulting eventually in the identification of a suspect, a Francis Keith Willard, who was living in Panama City and was briefly believed to be Müller. Fingerprint analysis eventually revealed that there was no basis to this theory, and there is no evidence to this day to suggest that Müller ended up in Latin America after the war. Many investigations were subsequently undertaken to both locate Müller and to determine exactly what had happened to him in 1945. For instance, Eichmann's arrest and trial in the early 1960s triggered fresh investigations by both the Israeli government and that of West Germany. Then, in 1999, the US Central Intelligence Agency threw open its records on Müller for fresh examination. These were largely contradictory, Some contained reports which seemed to suggest that Müller had died shortly after the war. Others contained reports from informants in the 1950s and 1960s which speculated that he had indeed defected to the Russians, while others still suggested that Müller might have been at large as late as the 1960s. An independent report produced by a committee of historians and other figures at the time concluded that, while they could not say definitively what had happened to Müller, it seemed likely that the US government had not harbored him, a theory which Russian counterintelligence agencies had tried to promote during the Cold War. The mystery of Müller's disappearance was further added to in 2013 when the head of the Memorial for Jewish Resistance in Berlin, Johannes Tuchel, issued a statement which asserted that Müller had died or been killed shortly after the German surrender in May 1945. His body, Tuchel claimed, had been buried in a mass grave with around 2,500 others at the Jewish cemetery in the Mitte district of Berlin, and had been discovered there by Allied investigators in August 1945. This claim was further substantiated through newly discovered documents which indicated that the supposed location of Müller's body was in fact identified by Allied investigators at the time. Tuchel further claimed that Müller had been recorded as still wearing his police uniform, and his ID was found on his person. It has not proved possible to corroborate Tuchel's claims, as Jewish religious laws prohibit the exhumation of bodies. But, if true, this would seem to make it clear that the head of the Gestapo throughout the Second World War was killed or committed suicide shortly after he was last seen in Hitler's bunker on the 1st of May 1945. The truth, though, is that with the passage of over 75 years and numerous investigations, we will almost certainly never know for sure what happened to Müller, whether he died in 1945, was taken into custody by the Russians, fled to South America, or ended up somewhere else. His fate remains one of the great unsolved mysteries of the Second World War. Of all the leading figures within the Nazi regime and the Third Reich, Heinrich Himmler was surely one of the most reprehensible. He was seemingly possessed of no interests or personality beyond the meticulous investigative and bureaucratic work which he undertook around the clock from the moment he joined the Gestapo in 1934 down to the end of the war 11 years later. But politically, he was something of an enigma. Earlier in his career, he had been involved in investigating Hitler and the nascent Nazi Party in Bavaria, following the botched Munich Putsch in November 1923. Moreover, he was affiliated with the Bavarian People's Party in the late 1920s and early 1930s, and even advised the regional government in Munich to resist the Nazis when they were seizing power in 1933. In the end, he only survived and prospered within the Gestapo as a result of Heinrich's personal patronage, and he resisted joining the Nazi Party himself until 1939, when it became a prerequisite to his succeeding Heinrich as head of the Gestapo. Thus we are left with a lukewarm Nazi, one who seems more to have been politically malleable if it suited his career ambitions. Yet, whatever Müller's own political leanings were, they made little difference in mitigating the violence of his actions. Müller was one of the figures within Nazi Germany who was most responsible for the persecution and bloodshed which was unleashed between 1939 and 1945. As head of the Gestapo, he systematically rooted out any perceived opponents of the regime, be they left-leaning communist sympathizers or anti-war student protesters. A great many suffered arrest, torture, imprisonment, or even death, sometimes for relatively minor offences, and the brutal manner in which Müller oversaw the repercussions in Czechoslovakia following Heinrich's murder in 1942 is symptomatic of Müller's methods. But it was ultimately his role in the Holocaust with which Müller will be lastingly associated. From as early as Kristallnacht in 1938, Müller was playing a significant role in the persecution of Europe's Jews, and this expanded very considerably in the years that followed. His centrality to the Holocaust which it led to, is evinced both by his having been one of the first senior German officials to be informed of the final solution in 1941 and his key role in the Wannsee Conference of January 1942. Ultimately, the mysterious circumstances of his disappearance in 1945 are somewhat unfortunate, as they ensured that Müller was never to stand trial for his crimes at Nuremberg. What do you think of Heinrich Himmler? How significant a figure do you think he was in orchestrating the Holocaust? And what do you think happened to him following his disappearance in 1945? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
Hello guys, thank you so much for watching this video. If you enjoy our work and would like to support the channel, please visit our revamped Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee membership pages, which contain rewards, such as early access to our content, merchandise discounts, and audio versions of our videos, along with much more that we give to our valued supporters. If you have not yet signed up to help our cause, we'd like to ask you to please consider doing so, as we need to secure the channel by safeguarding it from possible demonetization, and also invest in better equipment, software, and more people to help us improve our videos going forward. In short, without your contributions, these videos would not be possible. So if you would like to ensure this channel never has to shut down due to demonetization, please spare whatever you can per month and become People Profiles patrons. Thanks for listening.
This video is sponsored by CuriosityStream. If you love documentaries, look out for more about them later on in the video. It's well worth the wait. The man known to history as Amon Goeth was born as Amon Leopold Goeth on the 11th of December 1908 in Vienna, which at the time was the capital of the vast Austro-Hungarian Empire. His father was Amon Franz Goeth, the owner of the Viennese publishing house Verlaganstalt Amon Franz Goeth. The company specialized in military books, but also sold religious publications and postcards. It did quite well, and as a result, the younger Amon was born into an upper-middle-class family of the Vienna business community. Amon's mother was Bertha Schwendt Goeth. He was the couple's only child, and as such, he could look forward to a comfortable life given his family's prosperity. Young Amon was afforded a good education for the time. He was sent to an upper-middle-class Catholic school in Vienna, and would eventually attend the Weidhoven an der Theier College close to what today is the Czech border. This was an agricultural college, which Goeth began attending when he was still in his mid-teens. But despite the affluence of the Goeth family, Amon's childhood was troubled in its own way. Amon Franz Goeth often traveled for his work, sometimes very widely, in an effort to open up new markets for the publishing house's books and other printed material. Back in Vienna, The day-to-day labor of actually managing the office and its employees consequently fell to Bertha Goethe, and so, with both his father and mother largely indisposed, Ammon was largely raised by his aunt. This, combined with being an only child, left him somewhat isolated, but also resentful of his parents. Thus, the beginnings of the bitter, savage man that would later emerge were already making themselves felt when Ammon was just a teenager. Years later, he would reflect on this to his mistress in Poland, Ruth Irena Calder, who noted in an interview in 1975 that Ammon felt as though his parents had neglected him. We are fortunate to know extensive details about Goethe's earlier life, not because he kept a diary or composed a memoir, such as is the case with some other senior Nazis such as Joseph Goebbels and Albert Speer, but because there is an extensive file on Goethe in the Bundesarchiv Berlin Documentation Center. This was compiled by the Schutzstaffel or SS, the Nazi Party paramilitary organization which Goethe would subsequently join, and includes statements by Goethe himself about his youth and early adult years. Supplementing this are the extensive details about Goethe's wartime record and war crimes, which was produced as part of his trial after the conflict, and which gives further extensive details on his actions in the 1930s and 1940s. This contains first-hand accounts by some of those who witnessed Goethe's actions during the Second World War. And all of this is supplemented by accounts by individuals who would eventually escape from the concentration camp in Poland which Goethe ended up commanding. Furthermore, the interview which his former mistress Ruth Irena Calder gave in 1975 to the Israeli historian Tom Segev is a very useful personal account of Goethe's views, although probably biased in many respects. As a consequence, we are able to develop a more detailed picture of Goethe's life and actions during the war than we otherwise would be able to for a good many of the other commandants of the concentration camps.
Goethe's childhood years were spent in a country which was mired in war. For years, the major European powers had been aligning themselves into two armed camps, driven by a wide range of forces, including colonial rivalry, regional conflicts in areas such as the Balkans, and rivalry particularly between Britain and Germany. The Empire of Austria-Hungary, in which Goethe was born and grew up, was mainly concerned in this maelstrom with the Balkans, where it was vying with Tsarist Russia for influence as the Ottoman Empire collapsed. However, the government in Vienna was also concerned about the increasing nationalist movements amongst peoples such as the Croats and Serbs. In the summer of 1914, a Serb nationalist assassinated the heir to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, and the crisis which ensued in the weeks that followed eventually spiraled into a European-wide war between Germany and Austria-Hungary on one side and Britain, France and Russia on the other. Eventually others would involve themselves until it became a global conflict. The First World War would last until 1918, with Britain and France finally emerging as the main victors. At its conclusion, the German Empire collapsed, and a new republic named after the town of Weimar was created, while the Austro-Hungarian Empire was dismembered, with major regions such as Hungary and Czechoslovakia acquiring their independence from a new, smaller state of Austria.
Goethe began to rebel against his social and familial background in his late teens. He would later claim that he did so in order to turn his back on the bourgeois social values which his parents had tried to instill in him. They wished for Ammon to be educated in a way that would prepare him for taking over the publishing business one day. But although Ammon was clearly an intelligent student, he showed little commitment to his work and eventually dropped out of the agricultural college he attended at Weidhofen after just a few months. Rather, Goethe was more interested in athletics and physical activity, and, more concerning, was an interest he had developed in politics during his few months in college. In 1925, when he was still just 17 years of age, he joined the youth chapter of the Austrian branch of the National Socialist Workers' Party, a pan-Germanic party which had been established in Germany in the aftermath of the First World War. The Nazi Party, as it was commonly known, was committed to the idea of reversing the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which had ended the war, creating a strong Greater Germany, and fighting against the perceived influences of the Jewish people and communists in Germany and surrounding nations. Headed by a fellow Austrian called Adolf Hitler, they had attempted a military insurgency in Munich in November 1923, and were thereafter regarded as an extremist party in both Germany and Austria. Goethe had been drawn to the Nazi Party for a number of reasons. Many Austrians were interested in Nazism owing to its insistence that the peace terms offered to Germany and Austria in the aftermath of the First World War were overly punitive. And most historians today agree that the treaty terms were indeed overly harsh and created severe economic problems in these countries. But Goethe, with his interest in sport and athletics, was also attracted by the party's emphasis on the physicality of the German people and their martial and sporting prowess. Its associations, such as the youth branch of the party, also fostered camaraderie, and for an individual who had been raised as an only child and had distant parents, the Nazi Party perhaps offered the promise of some companionship. But if these were some of the more benign things which attracted Goethe, there were also less positive aspects to his liking of the party. He was openly anti-Semitic and possessed of racial hatred towards the Jewish people. This was made clear in 1927 when, while having returned to Vienna to work in his parents' publishing house, he joined the Styrian Home Protection Organization, a rabidly anti-Semitic branch of the Austrian Home Guard, another fascist group operating in the country at the time. Goethe continued to work for some time with his parents in Vienna, but without undergoing the sort of academic training which would have prepared him to succeed his father as head of the firm one day. It was clear he viewed his position there at the time as a temporary employment, which he would possibly move on from. It was in Vienna in 1930 that he became caught up in a power struggle within Austrian fascism. Following the Wall Street crash in 1929 and the Great Depression which followed it, the Nazis had moved from being a fringe party with the support of little more than 5% of the German people to quickly becoming a major force in German politics. As they did, the Austrian branch of the party sought to consolidate its hold over Austrian fascism by forcing the Austrian Home Guard and other groups to merge with them. This did not succeed, and the Nazis now decreed that Austrian members could not also be members of the Home Guard. Goethe was aligned with both, but tied his flag to the Nazi Party after some deliberation. Accordingly, in May 1931, Goethe, who until this time had remained a member only of the youth wing of the Nazis, became a full member, number 510,764. This would later qualify him as an old fighter, a party member who had joined before January 1932. Once he had become a fully fledged member of the party, Goethe's involvement in its various branches and organizations became more extensive. For instance, he had become a member of the SA, the Sturmabteilung or Brown Shirts, a paramilitary wing of the party which wore brown shirts as their military uniform. Members participated in military drills and parades as part of Nazi militaristic activity, and it was possible through his initial involvement with the SA that Goethe developed an interest in the more hardline branch of the Nazis, the Schutzstaffel or SS, meaning protection squad, which was, like the SA, a paramilitary grouping within the Nazi Party. It was originally established as a small bodyguard unit for Hitler. However, unlike the SA, the SS placed an overt emphasis on the racial ideology of the Nazis, particularly so after Heinrich Himmler became the new head of the organization in 1929. Himmler's appointment also saw a massive increase in the size of the SS, from just hundreds of men to thousands and eventually tens of thousands. Goethe had seemingly applied to become a member of the SS in 1930, but his application was only accepted in 1932 when he became the 43,673rd member of the organization. It would be a fateful association, as the SS would in time become the body which orchestrated the worst of the Nazis' war crimes across Europe. 1933 was a significant year for both Goethe and the Nazi movement overall. As the economic situation had deteriorated in Germany in 1931 and 1932, the Nazis had risen to become a major force in German politics. Elections to the Reichstag in 1932 confirmed them to be the leading party in the country,
while still only able to command just over 1/3 of the vote. The Communists, regarded as their ideological opponents, were the second strongest performing party, and so Germany was now engaged in a tussle between the right-wing Nazis and the left-wing Communists. Eventually, the Nazis won out, as the center-right leaning business community in Germany decided to back Hitler early in 1933. He became Chancellor, and within weeks a dictatorship was established through an enabling act which allowed the Nazis to rule by decree. For Goethe in Austria, the implications of this centered on the response of the Austrian government. It was concerned by the rise of the Nazis and the party's call for a greater Germany. Consequently, in 1933, it began cracking down on the Nazi movement in the country and eventually prohibited the party entirely on the 19th of June 1933. Goethe, who was already being sought for engaging in terrorist activities around Vienna on behalf of the party, fled Austria and relocated to Germany later in the year. Goethe now followed the exodus of senior members of the Austrian Nazi Party, who were streaming north over the Austrian border with Germany towards Bavaria and the city of Munich, where Hitler and the main leaders of the German Nazi Party had risen to prominence a decade earlier, and he quickly established himself here within a sort of Austrian Nazi Party in exile, one which sought to continue to disseminate the Nazi message throughout Austria from southern Germany. Goethe's specific involvement was trying to use the new medium of radio to broadcast Nazi programs and messages over the airwaves which could be picked up on in Austria. And he was also working during this time as a courier for the SS, moving between Germany clandestinely over the Austrian border. It was this activity which led to him being arrested in October 1933, as the Austrian government of Chancellor Engelbert Dollfuss was trying to purge Austrian society of its Nazi element, a campaign which saw some 50,000 Austrian Nazis incarcerated by April 1934. Goethe was not among them though, as he was released in the final days of 1933 owing to a lack of evidence and returned to Germany. Our understanding of Goethe's activities in the months and years that followed is aided by the interview Goethe's mistress Ruth Irene Calder gave in 1975. She noted how Ammon continued his activities with the Austrian Nazi Party in exile following his return to Germany, but his brief arrest and imprisonment late in 1933 did not deter him from making further forays over the border into Austria in 1934, as the politics of his home country was becoming increasingly turbulent. In an effort to suppress the Nazis, Chancellor Dollfuss increasingly cemented a brand of Austro-fascism distinct from that of the Nazis, and after an attempted uprising by the Nazis in February 1934, he established a new constitution which gave himself near dictatorial powers. However, he would not live long to exercise them. On the 25th of July 1934, Dollfuss was assassinated by a squad of nearly a dozen Austrian Nazis in the Chancellery building in Vienna, and it seems clear that Goethe had played a part in the planning of the assassination. Moreover, he was one of several thousand Austrian Nazis who were detained in the country in the weeks that followed, but somehow he managed to escape from custody and yet again fled over the border to safety in southern Germany. It was a near escape, one which might have otherwise led to a lengthy jail sentence or even his execution. In the aftermath of the failed Nazi coups in Austria in the spring and summer of 1934, a new government emerged there under Kurt Schuschnigg, which maintained Dollfuss's anti-Nazi stance with greater success in the mid-1930s. As a result, many of those Austrian Nazis who had been attempting to seize power in Austria by operating from Germany resigned themselves to the fact that this would not be possible for some time. Accordingly, from late 1934, Goethe began to focus on advancing within the ranks of the SS in Germany by finding a position at Dachau concentration camp, which had recently been established in Bavaria to detain political prisoners. However, he temporarily left the organization just a few months later when he fell out with his immediate commander, Alfred Bigler. This was a time during which the Austrian members of the SS declined quite considerably, following the failure to establish control over their native land. Consequently, in the mid-1930s, Goethe turned for some time to working for his family's publishing business to handle its activities in Germany.
He also married shortly after settling fully in Germany to Olga Janoschek, a woman who was recommended to Goethe by his parents who knew her family. But the marriage was immediately troubled and they divorced within just a few months. Ammon's years in exile from Austria in Germany in the mid-1930s coincided with a period during which the Nazi state was becoming increasingly belligerent on the European stage. It had always been the intention of Hitler and his followers to overturn the terms of the Treaty of Versailles. Accordingly, from their first seizure of power in 1933, a gradual rearmament began throughout Germany. Then, in March 1936, the Rhineland region was remilitarized. Under the terms of Versailles, this region was to remain strictly empty of German armed forces in order to prevent any future buildup of power along the French border and the border with the Low Countries. The Allied powers, though, were willing to appease Hitler in this respect, as the area had been demilitarized for nearly 20 years. Yet it was also the first sign of a strategy of appeasement by Britain and France, which was to prove catastrophic in the years that followed. Additionally, a new German air force called the Luftwaffe had been established under the command of Hermann Göring. This newfound belligerence and rearmament spoke of a willingness by Hitler and the Nazis in Germany to increasingly confront its neighbors and the main victors of the First World War, Britain and France. This would soon have consequences for Austria and for Goethe. Goethe was relatively inactive between his moving away from the SS between late 1934 and early 1937, as he largely continued working for his parents' company from within Germany. First signs that he had returned to being an active Nazi and SS member came in the summer of 1937, when he wrote a letter to the headquarters of the Austrian Refugee Society in which he requested the transfer of his Nazi Party membership number from Austria to Munich. The timing of this is significant. Throughout 1937, political pressure was again being employed by the Nazis to try to bring Austria under its control. By the summer of that year, Hitler was determined to annex Austria and was offering renewed support to a resurgent Austrian Nazi movement. In response, Kurt Schuschnigg's government in Vienna tried to crack down again on these initiatives by mass arrests of Austrian Nazis, but this had a limited effect. Accordingly, on the 9th of March 1938, he called a referendum on the issue of unification with Germany, hoping that a victory in this vote would shore up support for the government. But what the result might have been in a fair election is difficult to determine. Before it could ever be held, Hitler ordered the German 8th Army to cross the border into Austria. Under the German occupation, the referendum was held on the 10th of April and passed by a clearly manipulated vote of 99.7%. The Anschluss, or union, had finally come about. This union of Austria with Germany was a triumphant moment for Goethe. He could now return to his native Austria, and duly did so within days of the Anschluss occurring, and he was now under pressure to marry quickly. The SS had a rule which the head of it, Heinrich Himmler, had promulgated, that all SS men between the ages of 25 and 30 were required to get married and start a family. This directive was issued with the intention that these men, the supposed best of the Aryan race, would have numerous children which would go on to flood Germany and its dominions with ideal German citizens. Goethe was already 28 years of age and needed to settle down quickly to conform with this rule. Thus it was that he quickly established a relationship with Annie Geiger, a 23-year-old Austrian woman whom he had met at a motorcycle race. They were wed on the 23rd of October 1938, but not before passing a series of stringent physical tests and interviews set by the SS, and they would have 3 children in quick succession in the years that followed. Peter was born in 1939, but died in infancy. Werner arrived soon after in 1940, and Ingeborg appeared the following year. Goethe would have little contact with them, as Annie and the children spent most of the war, which was to follow, living in Vienna, while Goethe was stationed in Poland and elsewhere. Goethe's eagerness to abide by Himmler's directive for men of the SS of his age to marry and start a family was indicative of his newfound commitment to the organization in the aftermath of the German annexation of Austria. He now moved away from working with the family business again and committed himself fully to the SS. Much of this activity focused on the extension of the Nazi regime's brutal anti-Semitic policies into the newly acquired territory. The Nuremberg laws in Germany had earlier robbed the country's Jews of their citizenship and made them into second-class individuals in business and social terms. Now these were extended into Austria, and the persecution of the country's Jewish community began. The severity of it was particularly apparent during the Kristallnacht, Night of the Broken Glass pogroms in November 1938, when Jewish homes and businesses all across Nazi Germany and Austria were destroyed, and thousands of Jews were either killed or seriously wounded. The attacks were particularly severe in Vienna, where most of the city's synagogues were burnt, as the capital's people and fire departments looked on and watched. No doubt Goethe was involved in some capacity, and by early 1939 he was serving in the SS Standarte 89, a group of highly organized shock troops in Vienna. It appears on a largely full-time basis, although he maintained some minimal links with the family publishing business. As Goethe was establishing his family in Vienna, the new German Third Reich was becoming ever more aggressive in its approach and willingness to test the patience of Britain and France. Following the union with Austria, Hitler almost immediately began making noises about the Sudetenland, a region in Czechoslovakia with a large population of ethnic German people living in it. Hitler insisted that if the Sudetenland was ceded to Germany, it would be the last claim he would make on territory in Europe. Taking the bait, the British and French agreed to this at a conference in Munich in September 1938. But it was nowhere near the end of Hitler's territorial ambitions. By the spring of 1939, he pressed forward again, effectively annexing the rest of Czechoslovakia and bringing Hungary into the German sphere of influence. By now the situation was clear, and the British and French insisted that any further aggressive action would result in a declaration of war. That duly followed when the German army invaded Poland on the 1st of September 1939. 2 days later, Britain and France declared war on Hitler's Germany. The Second World War had begun. Goethe was soon involved in combat. At the start of hostilities, he was transferred to the SS combat unit Sturmbahn 111, and on the 9th of March 1940, he was promoted by Himmler to serve as a Verwaltungsführer, or administrative leader, of a Sonderkommando, or special unit. These units would soon be centrally involved in the Nazis' war crimes. And after serving as the administrative leader in Upper Silesia for several months, Goethe was promoted again to become a technical sergeant and was stationed by now in Katowice, or Katowice in Upper Silesia in Poland. This was an area of western Poland on the Czech border, which was of major industrial significance to the Reich, being a huge producer of coal and iron. Consequently, in the early stages of the war, a strategy was being developed here to deport or otherwise remove much of the population and effectively colonize it with German settlers. Goethe was involved in this initiative during 1941, working as a financial officer and administrator within the office of the Reich Commissioner for the Consolidation of German Nationhood. His ardent commitment to this work was recognized when he was given a certificate of service by his commanding officer, praising his service and his commitment to Nazi ideology. Despite the recognition of his usefulness in Katowice, or perhaps because of it, Goethe would soon be employed in a somewhat different fashion. With the outbreak of war, the Nazi state's attitude towards the Jewish community had become more brutal. In the 1930s, the Nazis had begun persecuting its Jewish population through a series of anti-Semitic laws which stripped the Jewish people of their citizenship and through attacks on Jewish businesses. But much worse was to follow upon the outbreak of the war. There was now an unfolding policy of forced exile. The Jews of Central Europe, and in particular the huge Jewish population within Poland, would be brutalized until they agreed to leave the Nazi Reich altogether, while pogroms and killings of Jewish people increased. And things grew more radical still as the war effort expanded. In the spring of 1940, the Germans conquered Denmark and Norway, followed very soon after by France and the Low Countries. With its dominance of continental Europe largely achieved,
the Nazis began considering the possibility of mass forced deportations or even massacres of the Jewish people, tens of thousands of whom were now being rounded up and forced into Jewish ghettos and a network of concentration camps which were being constructed across Central and Eastern Europe. Goethe would have been entirely familiar with the camp system from his time in Western Poland, but it took on an even more sinister hue in late 1941 and early 1942 when the Nazi regime determined that it would begin mass murdering Europe's Jews in the concentration camps, generally by gassing hundreds or thousands of people every day and immediately burning their corpses. The final solution, as it was termed, was adopted as Reich policy by Hitler and the other leaders in the summer of 1941, and news of its employment was relayed to a conference of senior Nazi administrators at Wannsee outside Berlin in January 1942. And Goethe was quickly involved in this sinister activity. In the summer of that year, he was reassigned to Lublin in eastern Poland, where he worked under Odilo Globocnik, himself an Austrian Nazi. Globocnik was charged with a senior role in constructing and expanding 3 concentration camps at Belzec, Sobibor and Treblinka, and rounding up and sending hundreds of thousands of Polish Jews to these camps, which would become some of the most horrific centers of the Holocaust, which was just commencing. In the months that followed, Goethe observed Globocnik's methods, which included a mix of severe brutality towards the Polish Jews being sent to these camps, and also a striking level of corruption. Globocnik used the inmates of the camps as mass slave labor, and he was siphoning off much of the profits from the work they performed to benefit himself. Goethe would follow these same practices himself before long. On the 11th of February 1943, Goethe was promoted again. It was a major elevation. He was to become commandant or governor, effectively, of a new concentration camp which was to be constructed at Kraków-Płaszów on the site of an already existing smaller labor camp. His reputation preceded him. Already before he arrived, the Jewish people of Kraków knew Goethe as the bloody dog of Lublin. His behavior at his new station would more than justify that designation. Goethe's first task upon arrival was to see to the camp's construction on a 200-acre site which, to add insult to injury, was being built over 2 Jewish cemeteries. To facilitate this, on the 13th of March 1943, the Jewish ghetto in Kraków was liquidated, and the remaining Jewish prisoners from within it were moved to the new camp as slave laborers, though a significant proportion of the ghetto residents was simply killed on the spot or was sent to one of the death camps. The facility was quickly constructed at Kraków-Płaszów using the newcomers, and within weeks it was a fully operational concentration camp. Upon its completion, Goethe delivered a speech to the camp's inhabitants in which he ominously stated, "I am your God." The concentration camp of Kraków-Płaszów was not one of the foremost centers of the Holocaust, which eventually led to the mass murder of approximately 6 million Jews across Europe between 1941 and 1945, as well as the murder of hundreds of thousands of Roma people, Soviet prisoners of war, and other groups which the Nazis wished to eradicate. That distinction lay with the major death camps such as Auschwitz-Birkenau in western Poland and Treblinka, where hundreds of thousands of people were gassed to death, over 1 million alone in the case of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Rather, Kraków-Płaszów was strictly a concentration camp, insofar as it was a source of slave labor, and a camp where people were held or concentrated for periods of time until they were shipped out to Auschwitz or one of the other death camps. There were no gas chambers or crematoria here, as there were at these more notorious death camps. As such, Kraków-Płaszów was primarily a way station before Polish Jews were sent off to Auschwitz, while it also functioned to produce war material and other goods for the German war effort or civilian population back in Germany. Goethe was a particularly sadistic administrator in all of this. When he organized the deportation of trainloads of the camp's Jewish children to Auschwitz, he would refer to them as being sent to kindergarten. This is not to suggest that no deaths occurred at Kraków-Płaszów. Many thousands died there. A large proportion of these fatalities occurred owing to the appalling conditions of the camp, where diseases such as typhus ran riot.
Others simply died of a combination of malnutrition and being overworked. The average daily ration of food for the Jewish inmates consisted of just a few hundred calories, typically comprised of watery soup and stale bread. When this inadequate diet was combined with a punishing daily work schedule of between 10 and 14 hours of hard labor, the inmates could only last for so long before their physical condition began to deteriorate sharply. Some agreed to collaborate with the camp authorities and became guards in order to acquire a double ration of food. However, a greater proportion of the deaths at Kraków-Płasow were owing to pure brutality. Infringements of the camp's rules or any effort at insubordination or attempt to escape could result in an immediate execution. These were carried out in a staged fashion, much of the time with the goal of terrorizing the camp's inmates by having them witness the systematic shooting of those who had dared disobey the rules or would not work hard enough. Central to this brutality, Amon Goeth would often order mass shootings as an example to the entire camp. Others later testified that he would regularly find reason to shoot somebody before he had even had his breakfast. In the daytime, during which Goeth was often quite drunk, he would parade through the camp with his 2 dogs, Rolf, a Great Dane, and Ralph, an Alsatian, who were trained to viciously attack individuals. Occasionally, shots were fired out of the window of Goeth's villa, where he lived in the center of the camp, at workers which he had observed as working too slowly. If one member of a work team committed an offense, Goeth saw to it that everyone was punished, the most brutal instance being when he killed every 5th member of a team from which one individual had seemingly escaped. These murders were often carried out at Chujowa Górka, a large hill in the camp where it is estimated that between 8,000 and 12,000 people were murdered in the 18 months or so that Kraków-Płasow was under the command of Goeth, or roughly 20 people per day. Unsurprisingly, the camp inmates were terrified of Goeth and often tried to hide when he walked about the camp. One survivor later testified that, "When you saw Goeth, you saw death." During Goeth's time at Lublin and the first months at Kraków-Płasow, the war effort more broadly for Germany and its allies was turning sour. In the summer of 1941, Hitler had decided to abandon the campaign, which had been initiated against Britain the previous year, of forcing it to surrender through a naval blockade and a major bombing campaign. Instead, the Nazis turned eastwards once again and invaded the Soviet Union. At first, the war on the Eastern Front was incredibly successful. By the late autumn, the Wehrmacht had advanced near to Moscow and Leningrad and had captured vast swathes of territory in Ukraine, Belarus, and Western Russia. The Soviet leader, Joseph Stalin, even considered negotiating a peace in which he would cede much of this captured territory to Germany. Yet he refrained from doing so, and as the bitter Russian winter set in, the German advance was stopped and hundreds of thousands of men began to freeze. By 1942, the Russians were pushing back, and a major victory in the southern city of Stalingrad in the autumn and winter of 1942 broke the deadlock. The Russians began pushing the Germans westwards in 1943. Moreover, the United States had entered the war in December 1941, and in the course of 1943, the Western Allies defeated the Italians and Germans in North Africa, and then opened a southern front in Europe in Italy. Defeat was now assured for the Nazis. Amon Goeth's activities at Kraków-Płasow and the camp more generally are perhaps much more well known today for having involved Oskar Schindler. Schindler was a German industrialist who hailed from the Sudetenland region and had something of a dissolute early adulthood, being arrested for public drunkenness on several occasions in the early 1930s and flitting from job to job. In the mid-1930s, he became involved with the Nazi movement in Czechoslovakia and became an informant to the party as it tried to gain influence in the Sudetenland region. His role as a party intelligence officer continued even after the Sudetenland was annexed. He was rewarded for his party activity in 1939 when he was given an enamelware factory in Kraków, and it was in this capacity that he would become involved in the events at the Kraków-Płasow concentration camp. Schindler's factory was steadily staffed with Jewish slave laborers from the camp in the early 1940s, as the number of Polish Jews being detained and imprisoned steadily increased. Thus, there is an irony in that an individual who would eventually come to save many of the Jews at Kraków-Płaszów was paradoxically a long-standing Nazi himself. Schindler became the mastermind behind the rescuing of approximately 1,200 of Kraków-Płaszow's Jewish inmates, and perhaps many more indirectly, made famous by the 1993 Steven Spielberg film. Although Jewish labor was used in his factory in Kraków, he did not treat his workers poorly like so many other factory owners throughout the Reich did. In fact, he was especially kind to them, as he began spending large proportions of his own income and accumulated wealth from the factory in order to obtain black market goods and supplies to better feed and care for the workers and their families. Most significantly, he attempted to save hundreds of individuals. Often this was accomplished by bribing SS officers in the camp to refrain from killing workers or having them sent to Auschwitz or to one of the other death camps. Later, when a decision was taken to begin scaling back the size of Kraków-Płaszów as the Russians advanced towards Poland, Schindler convinced Goethe to allow him to move his factory and its workers to Bronieniec in Czechoslovakia. Goethe agreed on the basis of economic necessity, but for Schindler, what it meant was that he saved the lives of roughly 1,200 Jewish inmates of the camp, whose names he allegedly added to a list which may or may not have existed. These people would otherwise almost certainly have been executed or sent to one of the death camps, as Kraków-Płaszów was wound down. Schindler accomplished his valiant work even in the face of an increasing level of terror at Kraków-Płaszów. By mid-1944, the camp's population had increased to its largest size. Originally, it had housed just roughly 2,000 inmates, but at its peak, some 25,000 people were detained there, overseen by approximately 630 guards. And this was also the most intense period of the Holocaust throughout Central and Eastern Europe, and a large proportion of the 150,000 Jewish people who transited through Kraków-Płaszów on their way to the death camps was sent through here in the spring, summer and autumn of 1944. Moreover, Goethe's behavior continued to cast a pall of fear around the entire camp. Morning parades were now a common feature of life there. One morning, Goethe shot a man for being too tall. He then urinated on him as he lay dying. Sometimes prisoners would escape executions, but be whipped severely for not working hard enough. As one prisoner, Josef Bau, later reflected, Goethe was a hideous and terrible monster who set the fear of death in people. He ran the camp through extremes of cruelty that are beyond the comprehension of a compassionate mind. The intensification of the brutal activities at Kraków-Płaszów was occurring as the war was slowly drifting into its final stages. By mid-1944, the Russians were advancing into Poland. Hitler's Italian allies had decided to denounce their own leader, Benito Mussolini, and formed a new government in Rome which sided with the Allies. However, Mussolini was soon rescued by a mission sent by Hitler to central Italy, and a pro-German government was established in northern Italy, initiating a civil war in Italy on the southern front. Then, in the summer of 1944, the Western Allies, led by the United States and Britain, but with significant support from Canada and other nations, opened a long-planned Western Front in France, following the D-Day landings in Normandy. In the late summer and autumn of 1944, these landings were followed by the liberation of Paris and several other major cities in the Low Countries. By the time the winter of 1944 set in, the Western Allies were preparing for the final push into Western Germany, while the Russians were beginning their military build-up in Poland for a strike on Berlin in the spring of 1945. While the Russians advanced ever westwards, the camps in eastern Poland were beginning to be wound down and dismantled in the summer and autumn of 1944. For instance, on the 6th of August 1944 alone, Goethe shipped 7,500 Jewish women to Auschwitz, and just 4 days later over 4,500 Jewish men were sent to the Mauthausen concentration camp. This reduced the population of the camp to about half its size. However, Goethe had departed from Kraków-Płaszów before it was ever fully closed. By the summer of 1944, his conduct in running the camp was being investigated by the SS. Despite his supposed ideological adherence to the Nazi cause, Goethe had actually been profiting enormously from his role as commandant of Kraków-Płaszów. There was big money to be made in running one of the slave labor camps. Factories produced huge amounts of goods which, if siphoned off and sold on the black market, could result in a rich reward. Additionally, as inmates arrived to any of the concentration camps, they were generally stripped of their remaining possessions. Sometimes, valuable items of jewelry and gold and silver watches were found, and these were often claimed by the senior camp administrators as their own private loot. Such avenues of profit were exploited at most camps. Amon Goeth was no exception in profiteering from his time as commandant at Krakow-Płaszów. Since the spring of 1943, he had been accumulating money and goods which he sent westwards, often back to his wife and children or the offices of his parents' publishing firm in Vienna. This activity became even more frenzied at the camp as it became clear that it would be dismantled in 1944. And one of the reasons why Schindler was able to convince Goeth to allow him to move his factory and workers westwards into Czechoslovakia was that this action would provide Goeth with a smokescreen for also shipping some of his acquired goods westwards. Word of this corrupt activity on Goeth's part reached the authorities within the SS. It was combined with reports of Goeth holding wild drinking parties at the camp with his mistress Ruth Irena Calder and excessive brutality towards the inmates. The latter action was not criticized on humanitarian grounds. It was simply believed that Goeth should not have been killing workers who were still fit and healthy to be used as slave labor. And these accusations combined were enough to have him removed from his position as commandant of Krakow-Płaszów on the 13th of September 1944. He was sent back to Berlin to be prosecuted, but as the war effort was becoming ever more desperate, the charges were simply dropped in the winter of 1944 and he was released. Goeth had presided over the expansion of the camp at Krakow-Płaszów as well as its darkest days in 1943 and 1944. But now it was nearing its end. Administration of the camp had been placed in the hands of SS Obersturmführer Arnold Büscher following Goeth's departure. Under Büscher, the mass deportations which had begun under Goeth in the summer of 1944 continued until there were just a few thousand inmates and guards operating there by the early winter of 1944. The final flurry of activity centered on exhuming the remains of the thousands of bodies of individuals who had been executed in the camp during Goeth's reign of terror. These were dug up and their remains burnt on mass pyres. Similar scenes of SS officers attempting to destroy the evidence of the mass murders which had occurred at the concentration camps were seen throughout Eastern and Central Europe in the closing months of 1944. Finally, in January 1945, the few remaining camp authorities learned that the Soviets were closing on Krakow. Accordingly, they dismantled some of the last parts of the camps and fled. Unlike other camps where buildings, fences, guard towers and even considerable numbers of prisoners were found, when the Soviets arrived on the 20th of January 1945, they found little sign of any concentration camp at all having been at Krakow-Płaszów. As all of this was occurring, Goeth was moving wildly around Central Europe. Following the dropping of the charges against him and his release, Goeth's primary concern was to ensure that the ill-gotten wealth he had acquired through his corrupt dealings at Krakow-Płaszów was preserved. Accordingly, in the early spring of 1945, he was traveling around Central Europe, locating large shipments of goods which had been sent from eastern Poland. This included a visit to Oskar Schindler's new factory in Czechoslovakia to try to retrieve some of what had been sent there during the relocation of the factory. However, as he was attempting these actions, Goeth was taken ill and ended up in a hospital initially for some chronic stomach problems he was having. But then he was subsequently moved to an SS medical facility where he was deemed to be mentally unfit. As a result, as it entered the late spring of 1945, Goeth was being detained in a mental institution in Bavaria, where he had spent so many years a decade earlier in exile. It was here he would witness the last stages of the war. The Second World War in Europe had entered its death throes in the winter of 1944. As the snow set in December, the Western Allies were preparing to build up their forces in Belgium, Luxembourg, and northeast France for a major offensive into Western Germany in the late winter.
A final push by Hitler to counterattack into the Bastogne region saw some brief reverses for the Allies, but eventually the Battle of the Bulge ended in Allied victory in January 1945. Moreover, the concentration of some of Germany's last armies in Western Germany to attempt the counteroffensive drew resources away from the Eastern Front, and as the Russians moved into northwest Poland and northeast Germany in the opening months of 1945, they did so with remarkable speed. It was now a race to Berlin for the Allies. The Russians got there first, and it was they who laid siege to the city in the spring of 1945. Finally, surrounded and unwilling to surrender, Hitler killed himself in the Reich Chancellery bunker on the 30th of April 1945. His successor as head of the Nazi state, Joseph Goebbels, followed his example the following day. Exactly 1 week later, the chief of the Wehrmacht, Wilhelm Keitel, signed the official surrender of Germany, bringing the war in Europe to a conclusion.
Goethe was a marked man in the aftermath of the war. The Americans, British and Russians had determined in the course of 1944 and early 1945 that there should not be excessive retribution sought against the German people in the aftermath of the war. Many Germans were simply innocent bystanders of a regime which had seized power with roughly the support of just 1/3 of the country in 1933. Moreover, even those who had fought in the Wehrmacht between 1939 and 1945 were more often than not young men who had been conscripted into service or who had shown minimal adherence to the Nazi ideological stance. Fewer still were guilty of actual war crimes or of having committed the worst atrocities associated with the regime. However, this clemency would only extend so far. Those who were at the top of the German government or who had been involved in committing war crimes were to be prosecuted to the full extent, while the SS, of which Goethe was a senior member, were all to be charged with crimes, as the most ideological branch of the Nazi Party and also the organization which had overseen the concentration camps and the mass murder of millions of Jewish people, Roma, Soviet prisoners of war and other political dissenters. As such, Goethe would be prosecuted if captured. It did not take long for him to be apprehended, and there was no flight or attempt to evade capture. The former commandant of Krakow-Płaszów was still being held in a mental institution in Bavaria, and he was arrested there by the United States military. Goethe had donned the uniform of an ordinary rank-and-file German soldier in order to cover up his identity as a senior SS officer. As a result, he was not immediately detained as somebody who was to be prosecuted for war crimes and was sent to Dachau concentration camp nearby, which had been repurposed by the Allies as a holding center for German soldiers while they were being investigated to see if they were to be tried on any charges. Here he was finally identified by one Josef Jewkowicz. Jewkowicz had met Goethe several years earlier, in early 1943, when the Krakow-Płaszów camp was first being expanded after Goethe's arrival. At that time, Goethe had once pointed his gun at the teenage Jewkowicz's head. He survived only because a Jewish policeman there assaulted the teenager and then told Goethe to save his bullet because Jewkowicz was dead. Now, nearly 3 years later, he identified the man who had once nearly killed him. And once the Allies knew who he was, Goethe was extradited to Poland for prosecution. Goethe was sent to Poland in 1946 with Rudolf Höss, the commandant of Auschwitz, during much of the period of the Holocaust. While the major surviving leaders of the Nazi regime itself, such as Hermann Göring, Albert Speer and Joachim von Ribbentrop, were being tried at the main war crimes trial in Nuremberg in Germany, individuals such as Höss and Goethe, who had run the concentration camps on Polish soil and murdered hundreds of thousands of Polish citizens, were to be tried in Poland. Accordingly, Goethe's trial commenced in Warsaw on the 27th of August 1946. It lasted just 10 days. The Goethe that entered court was different to the one who had been arrested in Germany a year earlier. During the war, he had gained a lot of weight and drank heavily while he oversaw the camp at Krakow-Płaszów. The very fact that he had been admitted to a mental institution in the dying stages of the war is evidence enough of his shattered state of mind in early 1945. But as he entered the courtroom in Warsaw, he was more composed and had determined to provide his own defense and cross-examine witnesses himself. Nevertheless, there was no doubt from the very beginning that Goethe was going to be found guilty. The indictment, after all, directly accused him of being responsible for murdering at least 8,000 people at Kraków-Płaszów and other locations such as the Krakow ghetto. The prosecution called 70 witnesses over 10 days, many of which provided damning evidence of Goethe's actions at Kraków-Płaszów and elsewhere. Unlike Hirsch, who freely admitted during his trial that he had done what he did at Auschwitz, but who based his defense on the argument that he was simply following orders, Goethe consistently tried to deny the truth of the claims made against him. One of his arguments was that individuals were only shot at the camp if they were found to be in possession of explosives. It was all a paltry display, and even the few people that Goethe called as witnesses in his defense instead corroborated the prosecution witnesses' statements about Goethe's brutality. It was no surprise when, on the 5th of September, the court found Goethe guilty of all charges and sentenced him to be hanged. The execution was carried out just 8 days later. He was hanged on the grounds of the Kraków-Płaszów labor camp on the 13th of September 1946, after which his body was cremated and the ashes thrown into the Vistula River. He was survived by his wife and 2 surviving children. Annie Goethe had earlier applied for a divorce. He also had an illegitimate child, Monika Hertwig, through his affair with Ruth Calder. Ruth continued to defend Goethe and his actions for decades to come before committing suicide in 1983. But what of Goethe's binary opposite at Kraków-Płaszów? Oskar Schindler was briefly a fugitive after the war. Some of the Jewish people whose lives he had saved prepared letters for him to carry with him, attesting to his actions, but his fear was of falling into Russian hands. As such, he set off westwards with little more than the clothes on his back, having spent all the profits from his factory on bribes and black market goods earlier. Eventually, he and his wife made it to the American lines, and arrangements were made for a pardon. They settled down in Bavaria in the autumn of 1945, but much of the remainder of Schindler's life was turbulent. He suffered several business reverses, emigrated to Argentina with his wife in 1949, but then returned to Germany later without her after going bankrupt in 1958. A further bankruptcy followed back in Germany in 1963, as well as a heart attack, and continued poor health thereafter. However, Schindler was able to survive through these years based largely on donations from several of the Jewish people whose lives he had saved, and with whom he had maintained contacts over the years. When he died in October 1974, his body was taken to Jerusalem, where he was buried on Mount Zion. It would be hard to find another figure who stood in such absolute contrast to Amon Goethe. Amon Goethe was amongst the most brutal of the senior and mid-ranking members of the Nazi regime and the SS. What is perhaps striking about this is that there was not an abundance of evidence of how brutal his tenure as commandant of Kraków-Płaszów would be during his earlier life, the only child of a well-to-do couple who ran a prosperous Viennese publishing house. He certainly exhibited a rebellious streak from a young age, but there were few signs of overt brutality, although his political actions became more and more extreme as the years went by. We do not find him engaging in acts of overt violence throughout the late 1920s, while his terrorist activities in the 1930s were acts of direct political violence rather than exhibitions of pure sadism. Indeed, there were even significant periods of time during which he worked within the family business, and for nearly 3 years between 1934 and 1937, he effectively left the SS and was not an active member of the organization. Thereafter, when the war broke out, he performed several largely administrative roles before being transferred east to work in the growing network of officials charged with incarcerating Poland's Jews and either setting them to work as slave labor or deporting them to the death camps. It was during these years, in the early 1940s, that the already ideologically radical Amon developed the brutal streak which would characterize his reign at Kraków-Płaszów. In Poland during the early 1940s, he observed his immediate superiors, figures such as Odilo Globocnik, terrorized the Jewish people over whose lives they exercised so much authority. Consequently, Goethe's time in Katowice and Lublin acted as a macabre training school for him to acquire the brutality which he deployed at Krakow-Płaszów. Here he dehumanized the thousands of Jewish inmates and murdered people savagely on a whim, while others were beaten and tortured. All were psychologically traumatized by Goethe and his impulsive violence. Yet his reign at Krakow-Płaszów also attests to the hypocrisy of the upper ranks of the SS. Before Krakow-Płaszów was fully dismantled, its commandant was arrested for having profited extensively himself from the running of the camp, rather than filtering the camp's profits to the Nazi regime back in Berlin. Moreover, his reign there is lent a darker hue when it stands beside the noble actions of Oskar Schindler and his efforts to save as many of the Jews of Krakow-Płaszów as he could. What do you think of Amon Goethe? Was he psychologically unbalanced all along? And does this explain some of his behavior? Or was he more of an ideological Nazi committed to the xenophobic policies of the Third Reich? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.